The sky was a clear, radiant blue, the air filled with wafts of floral fragrance, while the occasional chirping of insects and birds rang softly in his ears. Wisps of white cloud drifted lazily with the wind as birds cried out in delight, darting in and out among the clouds, chasing one another with carefree laughter. At sunset, the golden afterglow of the dying sun bathed the young man as he walked onward. A light breeze brushed across his cheeks as he panted softly, and Wang Haoren was strolling along the path that led him home. Wangjia Village is a natural village under the jurisdiction of Liaoan County, remote and tucked deep into the mountains. Nestled within the Changbai mountain range, it was officially established and named Wangjia Village after the founding of the new nation. Wangjia Village was originally called Wangjiabao, and to trace the origins of Wangjiabao, one must look back to the era of the Ming dynasty. It was said that during the Ming dynasty, a high-ranking official surnamed Wang retired from court and returned to his native region. Because the realm was plagued by turmoil and political instability, he led his entire Wang clan and their servants to settle in this secluded place. The region was remote, the mountains beautiful, the waters clear, and the geomantic energy auspicious pressed close against the deep forested peaks. It seemed the perfect refuge for a lifetime of peace and seclusion. Indeed, this place could truly be called a land of blessed fortune. After the Wang clan settled here, dynasties rose and fell, regimes shifted and changed. Though these upheavals affected Wangjiabao to some extent, they never managed to shake its foundations. As the descendants of the Wang clan continued to multiply and thrive, the scale of Wangjiabao steadily grew larger. Over the centuries, Wangjiabao gradually took in many refugees and common folk from nearby, who sought shelter, slowly forming a large village renowned throughout the surrounding region. During the War of Resistance against the Japanese, the nation fell into chaos. To protect themselves, the people of Wangjiabao recruited many militia members and formed their own security unit. Yet in that blood-soaked era, there was no true peach blossom haven where one could remain secluded from the world. Like countless other villages, Wangjiabao was ravaged by the enemy's cruel scorched earth policies. The entire stronghold was washed in blood. Some died where they stood, others fled in desperate escape. By the time the war finally ended, only a handful of its people remained alive. There were likely others who survived as well, but for various reasons they never returned to this place. After the founding of the new nation, the surviving descendants of Wangjiabao joined with nearby villagers to establish a new settlement, here naming it Wangjia Village. Because Wangjia Village lay in a remote area pressed against the mountains, transportation was extremely underdeveloped. It fell under the administration of a poverty-stricken county, and for decades after the founding of the nation, barely any government funds were allocated. The villagers, young and old alike, lived in such poverty that even the sound of coins was a rarity. Several village heads had gone to the township and county authorities many times seeking funds to improve the villagers' living conditions and to secure subsidies and welfare for the poorest households, yet every effort ended in failure. There were subsidies at the county level, but the allotted number of recipients was limited. By the time it was Wangjia Village's turn, very few quotas remained, so it was impossible for every needy villager to receive assistance. One could say that in present-day Wangjia Village, only households with young laborers could manage to eat a bit better, while the rest struggled bitterly at the very edge of subsistence. Fortunately, Wangjia Village backed onto vast mountains teeming with game and wild produce. Starving to death was unlikely, but having any money left over after basic survival was almost out of the question. In ordinary times, the villagers could grow enough grain to feed themselves, but what they lacked was the ability to turn it into money. To earn cash, they had no choice but to go to the city or even to the provincial capital. The county itself was of no help. After all, everyone was saddled with a poverty-stricken county. The village once held meetings to discuss the situation. Even if the county refused to allocate funds, they at least hoped to get a proper road built first. The villagers could barely sustain themselves by selling mountain goods on their own. If necessary, they could push farther, traveling to the provincial capital to sell their wares. Yet the county was even poorer than the villages under it. Hoping for county investment to build roads was nothing more than wishful thinking. Even the main road from the county to the city had yet to be properly completed. There were more than a dozen impoverished villages under its administration, each as destitute as the next, and all in need of roads. How could the most remote village pressed against the deep mountains, Wangjia Village, ever hope to be prioritized? With no other choice, and seeing that the county would not concern itself with Wangjia Village, the villagers, young and old, for the sake of survival, organized themselves and began building a crude stony and earth road on their own. Wang Haoren's grandfather also took part in constructing the village road. Though the work relied entirely on manual labor and incurred almost no direct cash expenses, the villagers themselves had to quarry the stone, dig, and level the ground in toil, without earning a single cent, all purely on voluntary effort. One could say such a feat was only possible in that particular era. Fortunately, as the nation embarked on reform and opening up, both the people and society at large rapidly grew more prosperous, giving rise to more and more wealthy individuals and large enterprises. The entire society entered a phase of rapid development, and the province's cities and counties gradually acquired funds to invest in growth. The state set new requirements for each province, particularly raising standards for bringing roads, clean water, and electricity to rural areas. Wangjia Village thus came to share in the benefits of national policy. With state funding and under the supervision of the provincial government, the city and county authorities launched a grand road construction campaign. In accordance with national standards, county-level and village-level roads were built to connect every village in the county, and the people of Wangjia Village gradually began to prosper as a result. After school, Wang Haoran strolled along the forest path leading back to his village, his school bag slung over his shoulders. Wangjia Village lay 23 kilometers from the county No. 1 high school. To save the cost of boarding and also to return home to help his grandfather with farm work, Wang Haoran would run all the way after classes, only slowing down when he reached the 1-kilometer stretch of woodland by the fields outside the village. Wang Haoran possessed an exceptionally strong physique. He had run more than 20 kilometers in a single breath, only switching to an easy stroll once he entered the grove. Wang Haoran set down his school bag, took off his school uniform, and changed into the clothes he wore for farm work at home while calling out for his grandfather. Hearing his grandson's voice, Wang Quanfo hastily put down the farm tools in his hands. "You must be hungry. Grandfather stewed pork with kidney beans for you, and also steamed the sponge cake you love. Come, let's go eat." Wang Haoran's childhood nickname was Bai. This name had been given by his grandfather not because Wang Haoran was born on the 1st of August, nor because the 1st of August is the National Army Day. It was because during the decade from 1979 to 1989, when the country waged the self-defensive counterattack against Vietnam, Wang Quanfu's son Wang Jingwo had sacrificed his life in service to the nation on August 1, 1981, during a combat mission. To commemorate his son, he gave Wang Haoran the nickname Bai. Thus, Wang Quanfo was Wang Haoran's grandfather, and Wang Jingwo was his father. However, in theory, Wang Haoran, born in 1992, could not have been Wang Jingwo's biological son. The dates simply did not match. He had been found by Wang Quanfo in the summer of 1993, when the old man went to the provincial capital to sell farm produce. When he first saw Wang Haoran, the tiny child was wrapped in a piece of cloth, his little head exposed, irresistibly adorable. He lay under a wall corner wailing. Hearing the crying, Wang Quanfo walked over and picked the child up. Wang Haoran gazed at him with bright, lively eyes, suddenly quiet, neither crying nor fussing, as the two of them simply looked at each other. Those clear eyes stirred Wang Quanfu's very soul. When that moment, he felt the profound power of life. Looking around, and seeing no one else nearby, Wang Quanfo waited in place for a long time, yet no one came to claim the child. As he stood there, more and more passers-by gathered to watch. Some shouted loudly, trying to find the parents. Some racked their brains for solutions. A warm-hearted older sister even brought food for the child. Soon quite a crowd had gathered, all kind-hearted citizens. Following everyone's suggestions, Wang Quanfo and the concerned onlookers carefully searched the child and found an envelope in the wrapping cloth. Inside were 40 yuan, a bracelet, and a sheet of paper on which were written the child's name, Wang Haoran, his date of birth, December 30th, 1992, and the words, "Child, take care. May you be safe and well." The handwriting was neat and graceful, clearly written by a woman. With the help of several good-hearted people, Wang Quanfo went to the nearby Public Security Bureau, hoping to find the child's family. Yet after several days of investigation, not a single clue emerged. Wang Quanfo had already stayed in the provincial capital for quite some time. He could not remain there indefinitely. On the advice of a comrade from the Provincial Public Security Bureau, Wang Quanfo took the child home to care for him temporarily. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and there was still no news whatsoever of the child's parents. Feeling a fated bond with the child, and knowing he had no one else by his side, he resolved to adopt the boy. Originally, the adoption should have been registered under Wang Quanfo's own name, but he was already too old. Having the child legally recognized only as his son would cause many inconveniences. With the assistance of a devoted comrade in the Provincial Public Security Bureau, the child's household registration was ultimately placed under the name of his son, who had already been declared a martyr. From that moment on, Wang Haoran officially became a registered villager of Wangjia Village and the lawful grandson of Wang Quanfu, entitled in the future to his own share of legally contracted land. After resting well, Wang Haoran arrived at the well, intending to water the vegetable garden. This vegetable garden was planted for the family's daily meals, and besides this plot behind the yard, there was another plot in front. After watering, he carried the farming tools and water bucket to his family's fields, which was the major project of the day. Wang Haoran's grandfather, Wang Chuanfu, had 3 children, the eldest son Wang Jiangua, who was Wang Haoran's father, and 2 daughters, Wang Lina, and Wang Liping, making a total of 5 people in Wang Haoren's household. According to local land policies, each person in the village is allocated 5 acres of land. With 5 people in Wang Haoren's family, they received a total of 25 acres. Due to the death of his son in battle and his daughter's distant marriage, Wang Chuanfu was left as the only labor force in the family, making it impossible for him to cultivate such a large area of land by himself. Thus, from a young age, Wang Haoren took on the heavy responsibilities of the family. Although they were somewhat poor, Wang Haoren was different from other children. Deep inside, Wang Haoren harbored a secret, a special ability that he couldn't quite define. He felt he could control everything within a certain space. Throughout his childhood, Wang Haoren conducted simple experiments, but being young and doing it for fun, he didn't discover anything particularly special until he turned 8, when his physical condition improved and his mental strength grew stronger. Wang Haoren discovered that he could move stones and branches in the air at will, flying according to his own thoughts. Having heard various stories, Wang Haoren buried this secret deep in his heart, secretly researching and training when he was alone. If one were to say this ability was like the remote manipulation techniques in cultivation novels, it wasn't exactly so. One night, when Wang Haoren tried to use his thoughts to make the water in the barrel fly out to water the fields. Although the water did fly out, it didn't all land on the vegetable garden. Instead, it turned into mist and then rain, evenly watering the plants. Wang Haoren was stunned. He did not expect that his thoughts would directly transform into rain and mist. Then Wang Haoren tried a few drops of water and found that he could decompose water into mist and could turn water into ice. Later, when he studied chemistry in middle school, he learned that water is composed of H2O. He successfully used his ability to decompose water into hydrogen and oxygen and could also combine water into H2O2 and decompose it into O4, even extracting O2. After various experiments, this was no longer a simple remote manipulation technique or any other type of technique. Wang Haoren couldn't clearly define his ability, as he later also successfully extracted carbon from a piece of wood. Yes, fresh branches partially turned into black carbon. What did this indicate? This was a decomposition and synthesis ability, or perhaps a power acting on molecular and atomic levels. However, that wasn't all. As he grew older, his physical condition and mental strength improved. Wang Haoren discovered that aside from having immense strength, a remarkable memory, and enhancements to his brain, his spirit could merge with nature as if he had a god's perspective, allowing his soul to soar into the sky. This discovery happened at the age of 14. And at 15, he found that his spiritual thoughts could not only soar into the sky, but could also merge underground, feeling as though he was one with the earth. He could sense all things on earth and felt the earth being pulled by the celestial bodies from the vast universe, spinning wildly at an indescribable speed, orbiting around the sun. This was a speed only achievable in the universe. The celestial bodies and all things, this vast cosmic river, was a sight Wang Haoren had never witnessed before. It was truly breathtaking. The Earth with its oceans was constantly experiencing tidal changes due to the moon's gravitational pull. Wang Haoren felt he could control the Earth and tried to stop its rotation, but due to limitations in his ability, the Earth did not seem to halt. The legend of summoned beasts in Naruto. This is truly a bizarre ability, and Wang Haoren himself is unaware of what exactly it is. However, having read countless novels and seen a certain anime about devil fruits, Wang Haoren buried this deeply in his heart, keeping it a secret from everyone. He planned to study it slowly in the future. After all, if the secret leaked, he could be captured by foreign evil organizations for experimentation. At this moment, Wang Haoren was secretly controlling the sky above him under the cover of night, using his thoughts to continuously extract moisture from the air and the clouds drifting by. He formed a rain cloud that covered his family's fields, and a gentle rain was falling, perfectly irrigating Wang Haoren's own farmland without wasting a single drop. After watering his fields with a light rain for 10 minutes, Wang Haoren returned home and began to read extracurricular materials, picking up the top book from the stack in front of him. It was a chemistry textbook. Wang Haoren was particularly interested in the special ability he had discovered, especially in how it applied to chemistry and physics, with experimental results that greatly surprised him, sparking his intense curiosity. Of course, with Wang Haoren's photographic memory and his rapidly functioning brain, he absorbed knowledge at an incredibly fast pace, far beyond what these few stacks of books could satisfy. If he wanted to, he could memorize these dozens of books in just a few minutes, and with the aid of his extraordinary mind, applying that knowledge would only take a few days. However, he had been reading these books for 5 days already. The reason it took so long was not just the household chores, but also his speed in turning the pages. Even if Wang Haoren's brain was like a camera instantly capturing what his eyes saw, he still had to flip through the pages of each book. In fact, it wasn't just the commute and household labor that delayed his reading. His habit of watching TV and gazing at the starry sky also consumed quite a bit of time. Plus, the rigidity of human thinking is deeply ingrained. In all these years since gaining his ability, Wang Haoran never thought to use his mind to perceive, which would allow him to memorize a book in a second. He could even go to the library and use his mind to record every book within the space he controlled in just a second. However, everyone has their likes and dislikes. While reading is beneficial, broadening one's horizons and expanding one's thinking, Wang Haoran has been reading page by page for his entire life. His rigid thinking never even considered using his mind to read. This is why even after nearly a week, he still hadn't finished the dozens of books on his desk. As he flipped through a second-hand chemistry book he bought cheaply from a street vendor, Wang Haoran began to let his mind wander again, modeling and hypothesizing in his mind with the knowledge he had learned in chemistry, occasionally chuckling to himself. He probably thought of a way to extract some dangerous explosive using a certain fertilizer combined with white sugar and charcoal, then applying it in military and industrial production. Wang Haoran glanced at the time. He was ready to sleep. Although due to his extraordinary abilities, he did not feel tired and his physical energy hardly diminished. But sleeping brings joy, and who would stay awake with their eyes wide open if they could sleep? Moreover, as he researched his abilities, sometimes sleeping allowed him to showcase his skills in dreams. Dreaming is his happiest time, lying on the bed with his eyes closed, his thoughts soaring outside his body. This is something he did daily to develop and familiarize himself with his abilities. However, Wang Haoran often indulged in flights of fancy, letting his thoughts run wild whenever he discovered something interesting. He would even find himself grinning foolishly when he got particularly excited. This is also why, despite having his abilities for so long, he still had not thoroughly researched them or developed new ones. He would see a glimpse of something beneficial and then drift off into daydreams. A large amount of time wasted on play and dreaming. Now, having entered high school, Wang Haoran had matured and become more composed. He was simply a naturally playful person. Because of his sharp mind and excellent grades, Wang Haoran was admitted to the top county school with the highest score in the county, and he was naturally assigned to the experimental class. At the top county school in the first year of high school, a total of 6 classes were recruited at the beginning of the school year: 1 experimental class, 1 accelerated class, and 4 regular classes. Except for the experimental class, which had 30 students, each of the other classes had 46 students. He rushed to school slightly out of breath. Although he had not specifically trained his body due to his abilities, Wang Haoran not only experienced changes in his brain, but also saw a comprehensive improvement in his physical fitness. It's worth noting that he ran the over 20 kilometers to school while carrying a backpack. Even professional athletes would find it hard to achieve this, since Wang Haoran's average speed reached 40 kilometers per hour. Although sprinters could be faster, it is only limited to distances between 100,400 meters. Wang Haoran ran 25 kilometers. As for marathon runners, while they could easily manage the distance, even with a backpack, they could not match Wang Haoran's speed. Professional athletes might run 50 kilometers without issue, but that would be at a slow pace with the maximum speed only around 20 kilometers per hour. This speed is only half of Wang Haoran's, and that's without carrying weight. If he were to carry a backpack, even professional athletes could not maintain an average speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Thus, it is clear how remarkable Wang Haoran's average speed of 40 kilometers per hour is, having run 25 kilometers in one breath. In the natural world, animals possess remarkable running speeds. Apart from their body structure, drag coefficient, and weight, their running style and leg structure play crucial roles. Typically, while running, an animal's leg muscles contract and extend to propel its body forward, whereas humans possess only a limited number of fast-twitch muscle fibers firing at a rate of approximately 5 times per second, equating to about 300 steps per minute. This represents the upper limit of human muscle contraction and extension constrained by our body structure, even if our legs reach the neural synapses maximum. Calculating with a swing of 5 times per second and an average stride length of 2.5 meters, it implies that the maximum speed of a human cannot exceed 12.5 meters per second. This translates to approximately 45 kilometers per hour. Theoretically speaking, a human's sprinting speed for 100 meters is around 9 seconds. Currently, the record for the 100 meters represents the peak limit of human speed, indicating that no matter how we train or how robust our legs become, it remains challenging to surpass this threshold unless we alter our body structure or running technique. Thus, an ordinary person, despite exerting immense willpower and effort, thinking that solely through exercise they can achieve faster running speeds, can indeed do so, yet the upper limit of that speed can only reach 45 kilometers per hour. Wang Haoran has a deep fondness for reading, especially in search of intriguing books. His curiosity drives him to acquire books he enjoys, which he usually purchases or finds ways to access. However, due to financial constraints, he typically borrows books from the library, buys secondhand books from street vendors, and exchanges extracurricular reading materials with classmates. Although he hasn't read countless books, he can still be considered well-read. Once he stumbled upon comprehensive understanding of human anatomy within a collection of medical paraphernalia where he learned about nerves and understood what synapses are. Of course, that book only provided a general overview. If there were a book that detailed the entire human anatomy, not even 5 volumes could encompass all its contents. This is a vast field of study. Normally, Wong Howren's impressive running speed is not due to any supernatural alteration of his body, nor is it because he has trained his leg muscles to their limits to achieve a speed of 45 kilometers per hour. Instead, inexplicably, his whole body has been gradually enhanced by supernatural abilities. If this counts as a transformation, then so be it. However, Wong Howren has absolutely never consciously modified any part of his body. He hasn't reached the point of obsessively experimenting on himself. What if in the end he were to alter his appearance beyond recognition and couldn't revert it? Life is singular, and how can one casually change their own body? He has, however, lightly stimulated the natural secretion of adrenaline, gastric acid, bile, and insulin in his own body. Wong Howren has experimented with these natural processes, yet he is unwilling to undertake the high-risk endeavor of modifying his nerves, especially without a full understanding. Although body modification is appealing, Wong Howren is in no rush. Primarily, he knows little about medicine, having only read peripheral literature. One cannot carelessly modify oneself. It takes a divine logic to dare to take such actions. Due to his supernatural abilities, his physique is already exceptionally robust, and the neural synapses in his legs are undoubtedly far beyond the normal human limit of 5. His physical condition is already sufficient, and he understands the optimal running posture through his brain's analysis of his running form. He has not tested his maximum speed, but today on his way to school he ran the entire distance without stopping. Based on the time and estimated distance, Wong Howren's speed reached 40 kilometers per hour. This was achieved using only 60 of his strength, and his legs had not undergone any specialized training. If not for the concern of being mistaken for an alien due to his rapid pace, he might have run even faster. Wong Howren believes that if he were to push himself to sprint at full capacity, his speed would undoubtedly exceed 55 kilometers per hour, possibly even reaching 60 kilometers. With the guidance of a professional coach and training his body and leg muscles, surpassing 60 kilometers per hour would be entirely feasible. The experimental class starts at 6:40 a.m., and Wong Howren, due to his good physical condition, always arrives at school just in time. He slows down when he has time and speeds up when he is running late, but he generally manages to arrive right on the dot every day. Although he was not late, that doesn't mean he is justified. 3 months into the new semester, Wong Howren has been arriving right on time every day, and the other subject teachers are reaching their limit of tolerance. Today's first class is English, as it is an elite high school. The students made sure to arrive early, and the entire class was present by 6:05 a.m. except for Wong Howren, the scatterbrain, who had not yet arrived. The English teacher, having fallen behind on the lesson schedule, decided to arrive early today to catch up. Seeing that the experimental class had all the students present, she intended to start the lesson, but one student was still missing. Originally, it was thought that they should wait for the missing student, but the classroom atmosphere was already charged with excitement, prompting the teacher to start by reviewing yesterday's exam paper. The difficult points were highlighted, and the teacher began to explain them to the class, planning to conduct the formal lesson once Wong Howren arrived. Thus, she commenced the lesson ahead of schedule. Just as the classroom atmosphere reached its peak, the door suddenly swung open, and Wong Howren, with his large backpack, awkwardly walked in. In fact, Wong Howren noticed that everyone had already settled into their activities as he reached the classroom door. He didn't want to interrupt, thinking he would wait until the teacher finished speaking and the classmates were doing their exercises before entering. He had been lingering at the door for 2 minutes, unsure whether to go in or stay out. He had no choice but to enter. If he didn't, the head of the school would patrol this floor soon, and students lingering in the hallway after class would lose points for their class. This would directly affect teacher Zhou's salary, deducting at least 50 yuan. Losing money for his homeroom teacher was akin to an old man eating arsenic. He must have been tired of living. To avoid causing trouble for teacher Zhou, he had to push the door open and interrupt the class awkwardly. He had thought about knocking, but since he believed he was on time, he decided to sneak in. He greeted the teacher and returned to his seat, pretending to organize his backpack and search for his textbooks. Li Yanmei quietly watched him, glancing at the clock above the blackboard, then back at Wong Howren. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 1 minute passed, and the whole class was silent, all eyes fixed on him. Realizing he couldn't escape being caught, Wong Howren stood up and said, "I'm sorry for interrupting your class, teacher." Teacher Li stared at him quietly for more than 10 seconds. Although you weren't late for school, arriving right on time has happened more than once or twice since school started. How many times have you come late to my class? I've heard other teachers mention this issue in the office. Everyone is complaining, and considering you are the top student, they are letting it slide for your sake. Does your homeroom teacher not care about you at all? I'm sorry, teacher, my home is quite far away, Wong Howren attempted to explain, hoping to present a good attitude to smooth things over. Everyone is pressed for time, so please sit down. We cannot delay the other students' class. After lunch, I want you and your homeroom teacher to come to my office to discuss this. Today, I will seek fairness from the other teachers. English teacher Li Yanmei is a good teacher and also a special grade teacher. Her classes are lively and flexible with professional grammar and standard pronunciation. Especially regarding English and American pronunciation, she translates and explains phrases and terms from various regions with expertise. Although teacher Li Yanmei is professionally skilled, her tendency to harshly penalize students and hold grudges does not go unnoticed. Anyone would find her behavior quite unusual. However, it's not that she's abnormal. She simply has grown accustomed to managing students as the homeroom teacher of class 4. At this moment, Wang Haoren, sitting in the last row, wore a look of melancholy. Indeed, once this math class ended, it would be lunchtime. He pondered how to appease teacher Li Yanmei and reduce the situation from serious to trivial. In reality, this matter wasn't that significant, but now teacher Li Yanmei was leveraging her authority. What initially was a personal grievance became a demand for accountability from his homeroom teacher Zhou. This issue escalated dramatically, becoming a matter that warranted the entire year-level teacher's intervention in seeking answers from his homeroom teacher. Wang Haoren thought about it and ultimately decided not to trouble teacher Zhou. It would be embarrassing to bring such a trivial issue to his attention. He couldn't bring himself to speak up. The bell for math class rang, and today's lesson was about sets, which was very straightforward. The content differed from the inequalities learned in middle school and included rational and real number sets. The focus was on grouping objects with common attributes together represented using curly brackets. Wang Haoren, who had learned this in advance, naturally understood that the main lesson today was about the application of brackets, commonly referred to as bracketed. At this moment, Wang Haoren was still in a daze, contemplating how to navigate through the difficulties of lunchtime. The class bell rang, marking the end of the final class of the morning. After school, Wang Haoren picked up the note he had written, folded it a few times, and placed it in an envelope. He stood up and walked out of the classroom with his classmates. During math class, Wang Haoren replayed the events from the morning in his mind several times, feeling increasingly uneasy about it. He sensed that teacher Li had her eye on him, not just a casual observation, but rather a fixation. However, as a student, Wang Haoren could not grasp the full context of the situation. He vaguely felt that as he advanced to the second or third year, he might find himself at the mercy of teacher Li. Oh, one step at a time. At this moment, Wang Haoren understood teacher Li's intentions and picked up the envelope to head to the teacher's office. At that moment, teacher Li was focused on grading papers. She looked up at Wang Haoren, who had come alone, and upon receiving the envelope he offered, she began to read the note. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of teacher Li's mouth. You are indeed a clever child. All right, go back and have lunch. Thank you, teacher. Wang Haoren, having escaped teacher Li's clutches, did not feel a sense of relief. Though this matter seemed to have come to an end, it was not truly resolved. It was merely brushed under the rug for the time being. However, as long as it could be delayed, he decided to do more work with teacher Zhou upon returning home. When moving up to the second year, he must ensure that teacher Zhou transfers him into his class. Wang Haoren did not want to be in teacher Li's class. Wang Haoren sat in the classroom, repeatedly contemplating his extraordinary abilities. He could control the atmosphere, command thunder and lightning, and decompose and synthesize objects, which sparked numerous ideas within him. He could utilize his ability to control the atmosphere to create weather phenomena at specific times and places, such as sudden rain, snow, hail, and lightning, while also manipulating the atmosphere, including typhoons, air currents, and cloud layers. Additionally, he could use his decomposition and synthesis abilities to create various items, such as synthesizing diamonds and graphite from carbon elements, or crafting knives and farming tools from iron elements. He even attempted to refurbish some discarded farming tools to sell in the market. However, Wang Haoren knew that these were merely temporary ways to make money. As for selling synthesized diamonds, no one in his town recognized them, and the jewelry store in the county wouldn't accept them. When people saw this young child trying to sell diamonds, they simply escorted him out without a second glance. It was frustrating for Wang Haoren that diamonds, despite their value, could not be turned into money because no one recognized them. He harbored grand ideals and ambitions. Not only did he want to be a useful asset to his country, but he also sought revenge for his father and to punish Vietnam. He needed a more ambitious plan and a long-term strategy for making money. Wang Haoren decided to delve deeper into his extraordinary abilities, seeking more applications and developing more ways to earn. He had a lofty ambition to revitalize Wangjia village and elevate the Wang family. He not only wanted to become wealthy himself, but also to lead Wangjia village and several surrounding villages toward prosperity. As a member of the Wang clan, he now possessed extraordinary powers and felt obligated to lead everyone towards shared wealth. This was the duty of every Wang clan member. Since he became aware of his surroundings, Wang Haoren began crafting plans constantly, gathering knowledge about extraordinary abilities in science to enhance himself, enabling better understanding and application of his powers. At the same time, he secretly sought partners who understood technology development, investment, and company management. Wang Haoren knew that turning his ideas into reality could not rely solely on himself. The strength of a team would always surpass that of an individual. Most importantly, he needed to find investors to support his plans. Coming from Wangjia village, he lacked the funds to start a company for research. Thus, finding someone willing to invest in him became an urgent priority. To achieve his goals more swiftly, Wang Haoren was even willing to contribute some of the research results derived from his extraordinary abilities. Even if he only held a small share of the company, he was not worried about making money despite currently lacking funds for basic necessities, as he was someone with extraordinary powers. Becoming wealthy was only a matter of time, so he was not anxious about finding investors. If he could earn enough initial capital through his abilities, he would no longer need investors. However, he still needed to find partners. One cannot reap all the benefits alone. Making money together with others was the true path, and involving individuals with official capabilities would alleviate many of his troubles. In the following days, Wang Haoren remained busy. He utilized his extraordinary powers to observe the Earth and the universe during evening study sessions, learning about meteorological changes and cosmic knowledge. After school, he visited the library to borrow books related to science and superpowers, diligently reading and studying. Although there were no extraordinary abilities or superpowers in this world, the applications of superpowers depicted in novels, movies, and TV shows were still worthy of his consideration. In summary, since starting school, Wang Haoren had read various books except for serious academic studies. He even explored books on medicine, materials science, biology, and botany. Although these books were merely introductory and only provided an overview, they still offered him significant insights. Now he was incredibly grateful to have enrolled in County No. 1 High School. Compared to No. 50 High School, the library at County No. 1 High School was 100 times larger and had a substantial collection across various categories, allowing students to borrow books for free with just a library card. Just the library at County No. 1 High School had saved Wang Haoren hundreds of thousands in book purchases. Recently, he had been searching for investors. Having possessed extraordinary abilities for many years, he had already conducted relevant research and achieved results. He believed that his findings could be applied in multiple fields and industries. However, his ambitions were grand, and these research projects were significant undertakings approached from a national perspective for commercial cooperation. Every one of his results required, without exception, the involvement of national organizations or large investment groups for industrialization. Although these research results were initially discovered through his extraordinary abilities, given enough time and financial resources, Wang Haoren had the capability to break free from his powers and directly showcase these scientific achievements through technological means. To avoid exposing his extraordinary abilities, Wang Haoren only discussed his research directions with a few individuals. He aimed to attract investors, but no one was willing to believe him. Even the teachers and classmates thought Wang Haoren was a dreamer lost in animated superhero shows and various science fiction films. After all, Wang Haoren was still a child, eager to gain recognition from others. He easily revealed such crucial and advanced technology to others. Especially at school, he shared his ideas with several close classmates and teachers, hoping to gain their support and recognition. Wang Haoren was not a selfish person. He understood the principle that when one person achieves success, others benefit as well. He hoped to lead everyone towards prosperity, and with such remarkable research achievements, he naturally could not forget his teachers and classmates. However, no one believed his nonsensical claims. They all thought he was just a child with fanciful ideas. For example, he spoke of genetically modified oil trees using biological cell fusion technology to alter plant gene sequences, enabling plant cell walls to fuse together and create new plant cells. These genetically modified oil tree populations had significantly increased oil content within their cells. Modern biological refining technology could extract gasoline and diesel from the secretions of these trees, just like rubber trees, whose latex is widely used in the automotive industry and has significant applications in energy and aerospace. Although rubber trees are a type of oil tree, no one knew about them, not even some local government officials. Let alone convincing his teachers and classmates, everyone thought he was just joking. Then there was Wang Haoren's talk about a wind energy condensation technology, which could create water out of thin air in the desert. It could be called a miraculous device for water extraction in deserts, applicable in many arid regions around the world, solving drought issues for countries and improving Earth's ecology. When people heard about it, they simply laughed it off. Being in high school, they understood just how hot deserts could get, and Wang Haoren's little tricks no longer caught their attention. The most outrageous were his claims about a new type of nuclear fusion reactor theory. and something he called gem bulletproof glass. Both sounded utterly unrealistic. Nuclear fusion is a state secret, something they could not even come close to, and gem bulletproof glass was even more absurd. Not to mention the results, even the research funding was not a small amount, and where would so many gems come from for bulletproof glass? Wang Howren expressed his ideas and plans hoping to gain support, but unsurprisingly no one believed him. They all thought he was just dreaming. Nonetheless, Wang Howren did not give up. He continued to seek investors through the internet and social media. Eventually, he found some individuals interested in the project, but they were all fraudsters, thinking Wang Howren was a university professor or researcher and wanting to acquire the technology at a low price. However, once they saw Wang Howren and realized he was just a 16-year-old first-year student, they turned and left. They thought Wang Howren was simply insane with a talent for nonsense that surpassed their own, speaking in such a convincing manner that he almost made them believe him. Yet when everyone looked at Wang Howren's age and his immature appearance, they felt an impulse to crush him. This guy was too good at deceiving people, their time was precious, and they did not come all the way to Liaoan County just to hear this fool's rant. Without exception, everyone left, leaving behind one boss who thought Wang Howren was fit for sales and wanted to take him to his company to sell longevity elixirs. Initially, when Wang Howren heard about the longevity elixirs, he almost believed it, thinking of extending his grandfather's life by several decades. Unbeknownst to him, this person was a fraud, nearly scamming his grandfather out of tens of thousands of dollars, but fortunately some young people in the village discovered the truth and exposed him. As time passed, after a period of effort, Wang Howren began to gradually apply his various studies on abilities. He used his powers to create a sudden downpour in the city center. Many tourists and travelers were soaked, and this incredible combination of heavy rain and hail caused significant destruction to the city. Cars on the road, the glass of houses, and the awnings of shops all suffered damage, and many people were injured. Thankfully, Wang Howren did not include lightning, otherwise there could have been fatalities. This unexpected natural disaster made the heavens take the blame for Wang Howren this time. It also taught him that he could not experiment with his abilities recklessly out of curiosity, especially not in populated areas. Soon, Wang Howren's various studies on abilities began to yield results, particularly in the commercial sector. He utilized his ability to manipulate molecular atoms to create rare items such as gem-grade bulletproof glass, desert water condensation devices, plasma thrusters, and laser energy shields. As time went by, Wang Howren's projects increased, yet no one was willing to believe him. The prolonged setbacks and lack of recognition made him start to doubt whether he had been too presumptuous. After a while, Wang Howren finally gave up on his ideas and various research achievements. His concepts were too grand, formulated from the perspective of the country and the people, and he had devoted himself tirelessly to the nation's prosperity and rejuvenation. However, businessmen are profit-driven. He did not realize that aside from the state, which businessman would be willing to undertake significant national projects. Moreover, as a 16-year-old child, he had no access to wealthy businessmen, and even if he did, no one would believe him. Relying solely on the few uncertain investors he found online was not going to yield results. He needed too much investment, and the scale he planned to develop was too large, and no businessman would invest in him. Instead, those who approached him sought to deceive him for his technology, and upon realizing he was just a child with no experience, they knew they had been duped by Wang Howren, which prevented any further contact and kept his technological research from being leaked. In the ongoing search for investment and recognition, Wang Howren deeply felt the hardships and difficulties of starting a business. It made him realize that the first million for the poor is always harder to earn than a billion after success. Wang Howren decided to abandon his unrealistic ideas and set aside all research plans and achievements. He intended to accumulate knowledge and improve himself, waiting until he entered university to slowly seek opportunities. Wang Howren stepped out of the school gate. A wave of nausea surged in his brain, accompanied by a burning pain in his stomach. This was hunger. His brain was continuously receiving signals from his digestive system. At this time, Wang Howren should not have been so hungry. Mainly, he had been consumed with thoughts all morning, expending quite a bit of energy. As he walked, Wang Howren glanced at the stalls on both sides of the road. He was craving meat, especially fried chicken. There was an uncle selling fried skewers at the entrance of the county's first high school. His fried chicken was delicious, with particularly thick and juicy meat that was not at all dry. With the boss secret sauce brushed on, taking a bite was an explosion of meaty aroma. The sweet and sour mixed with salty and spicy, the salty and spicy combined with a hint of meaty flavor, complemented by the unique fragrance of top-notch seasonings released after preheating, with cumin and sesame seeds along with the rich juice flowing out, exploded in the mouth. It was indescribably delicious. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Wang Howren searched all around for the fried chicken uncle, but he had walked to the end of the small road and still had not found the chicken stall. Now both hungry and craving, he used his powers to block the hunger signals reaching his brain while controlling his body to reduce stomach acid secretion. At this moment, Wang Haoren was comparing self-service boxed meals, fried noodles, and corn-filled meat wontons. The boxed meal cost 10 yuan and was filling. Fried noodles for 6 yuan would also suffice, while wontons cost 10 yuan but felt slightly lacking. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Haoren finally ended up at the noodle shop ordering a plate of egg fried noodles. His heart was bleeding. He did not know why he ended up at the noodle shop for fried noodles today. Although fried noodles were delicious and filling, a plate of egg fried noodles cost 6 yuan, while meat fried noodles would cost 8 yuan. Though egg fried noodles were not expensive for Wang Haoren, today's meal budget was only 5 yuan, which meant he would have to overdraw tomorrow's lunch. As for why Wang Haoren was so conflicted over a meal, it was mainly because his family was struggling financially. Although they did not lack food, they truly had no money. It was already 2008, and the country had become fully prosperous. While there were still poor villages and counties, they were no longer like decades ago, where every household grew their own food and money was hardly circulated. More than a decade ago, after the government repaired the roads throughout the county and village, the locals found it easier to communicate with the outside world. The people gradually became prosperous. One would think that by 2008, it would not be possible to be poor. At the very least, one could earn over 300 yuan a month working a job. Even working as a waitress in the county would earn over 200 yuan. Earning several thousand yuan a month, how could one still be poor and unable to afford meals? The reasoning was sound, but Wang Haoren's family situation was different from others. Although there were 5 people registered in Wang Haoren's household, his father had sacrificed himself for the country and was no longer in the household registry, and his 2 sisters had married far away a long time ago. Wang Qianfu's eldest daughter Wang Lina is faintly remembered by Wang Haoren since he began to take notice of things. He heard that she is a distant relative's wife, introduced as the sister-in-law of a cousin's brother. Wang Haoren was still young and did not fully understand the nature of the relationship or whom she had married. However, it was certain that she had moved far away, having married into a rural area of another province. Moreover, due to inconvenient transportation and underdeveloped communication, it was likely that her life was not going well, and financially strained, she did not have much money to frequently return home to see her father. Thus, she had only returned once in several years, and now it had been 5 years since her last visit. News of Wang Lina reached them through Wang Liping. Though Wang Qianfu's youngest daughter Wang Liping also married far away, she was doing quite well now. After graduating from middle school, Wang Liping worked in the city, and later when an iron and steel company from another province came to recruit, she followed them to work in another locality. The factory Wang Liping joined was the largest iron and steel factory in the country. Since it was built in a poor city, the locals were unwilling to go, which is why Wang Liping got the opportunity. This steel factory is directly under the state, belonging to a ministerial level unit. The benefits provided were indeed quite good, and given the developed heavy industry in the north, the locals, due to favorable employment conditions, were choosy, which ultimately benefited Wang Liping. Although Wang Qianfu was reluctant to let his daughter go, the county was too impoverished at that time, with each household barely able to fill their stomachs, let alone have the luxury to speak of the difficulty of leaving their hometown. Wang Liping initially arrived at the steel factory in a northern coastal city with a heart full of anxiety. Although she feared being deceived upon her arrival, once she got there, she found that despite being in a remote and impoverished area, the steel factory truly existed. She had never seen such a large steel factory. From chatting with other employees, she learned that it required 100,000 people to operate this factory, and this was merely a newly constructed branch. It was said that the main factory was in a neighboring city, the largest steel factory in the country, and also the first steel factory established after the founding of the nation. One could say that Wang Liping had come to the right place, not only with a decent salary, but also with no deductions. After a few years, the factory allocated housing for her. During festivals, aside from providing rice flour and cooking oil, they also gave her a fair amount of cooked food and vouchers. Wang Liping married another employee from the factory after a few years, introduced by her co-workers. Surprisingly, the factory where her husband worked was actually 5 kilometers away from the factory she worked in. This is how vast the land is in the north, allowing for such large-scale constructions. Since both Wang Liping and her husband were formal workers, having entered the factory early and later becoming party members, they now both held positions and ranks qualifying them as state cadres. If they were transferred to work in the government, they could become deputy county heads. After the 2 daughters left home, the land allocated to them in the village was still being farmed by Wang Qianfu. Now only Wang Haoren and Wang Qianfu were left in the family, and Wang Qianfu was already 96 years old this year. No one dared to employ him for work to earn money, especially since the family had 25 acres of land and an additional 5 acres of wasteland that they had reclaimed. The amount of land in Wang Haoren's family was significant. Based on the economy in 2008, Selling the grain from 30 acres of land would yield a substantial income. It should be noted that the yield of corn per acre is approximately 1,000 to 1,400 pounds. Assuming the lower end of 1,000 pounds, planting 30 acres of corn would yield 0 pounds, and the market price for corn here was 0.7 yuan per pound. If sold entirely, it would amount to 210 yuan, which should be enough for Wang Haoren and his grandfather to live on. Moreover, since most of the expenses for food and necessities in the village were self-sufficient, Wang Qianfu and his grandson should not be in such dire financial straits. This situation dates back to when Wang Haoren was in middle school. Due to his excellent academic performance, he frequently represented the school in various provincial, municipal, and national competitions. Though he had earned considerable honors for the school over the years, very few of them brought any economic value to Wang Haoren. On the contrary, his family incurred significant expenses for travel and accommodation. As Wang Haoren participated in more and more competitions and received increasing recognition, the money spent by the family flowed like water, depleting their already meager savings. Moreover, with the high school entrance fees, the already financially strained Wang Haoren's family became even poorer. The tuition for the first year of high school was not a small sum. Wang Haoren needed 70 yuan for 2 semesters, not including miscellaneous fees for meals and study supplies. By the end of that year, it added up to over 100 yuan. Wang Qianfu's income from farming that year was less than 300 yuan, and just the tuition consumed half of it. Wang Qianfu's 30 acres of land actually had very little wheat planted. Only 3 fields were sown with wheat, while the rest were corn and rice. The local water sources were still abundant, and underground water resources were rich, although it couldn't be claimed to be a land of fish and crabs. However, the climate and environment were indeed quite good, with relatively warm temperatures. While it had not reached the point of planting 2 seasons a year like in the south, some farmers planted short-term crops that could yield 2 harvests in a year. The land of Wang Haoren's family was primarily cultivated by him and his grandfather. Though Wang Haoren had to attend school due to his good physical condition, he had planted more than half of the family's land, while his grandfather merely maintained and managed it. After entering high school, Wang Haoren became too busy with his studies to spare much time for farming, and his grandfather, being elderly, found it inconvenient to engage in agricultural work. Thus, Wang Haoren thought that after this year's harvest, he would plant corn entirely next year. Corn could be considered one of the most efficient crops in terms of time, labor, and worry in the planting industry. It was unfortunate that Wang Haoren's family had such good land. Corn is actually not very picky about soil. Even on a hillside or a sandy mound, as long as you planted it, can yield some fruit. Speaking of corn, Wang Haoren felt that this crop is irreplaceable. Its contribution to the country is in fact greater than that of rice and wheat. Wang Haoren personally believed that even combined rice and wheat could hardly compare to corn. The reason he thought this way was that after merging his consciousness with the earth, he judged based on the actual distribution of corn planting. Wang Haoren's mental strength is still relatively weak at present. When he merged his consciousness with the earth, he could only concentrate on observing a part of it. However, if he were to let his consciousness roam freely, he could watch the earth and space from a godlike perspective. But due to his current lack of strong mental power, the area he could perceive was limited. Though he could switch views like using a globe, he could look wherever he wanted, but the range of perception remained confined. Wang Haoren would often let his thoughts wander before going to sleep, observing the earth and space. The earth is vast, encompassing various climates and geographical environments. Wang Haoren initially thought that corn, like other crops, could only be cultivated in suitable fields. However, one day, he shifted his perspective to a desert and the villages on its outskirts. To his surprise, every household in those villages was growing corn. And this so-called land was indeed desert, which piqued Wang Haoren's curiosity. It was astonishing that crops could thrive in the desert. He had heard of national efforts to transform places like Alashan, where they planted not just any saplings, but also sea buckthorn. Trees barely survived, yet corn not only survived, but thrived, producing cobs. Wang Haoren was utterly amazed. He lowered his perspective continuously and discovered that the sand on the ground was truly desert sand. Merging his thoughts with the earth, he peered into the land and confirmed that the cornfields were indeed in the desert. The sand of the desert was different from the river sand used for building. Desert sand was primarily powdery, resembling a buildup of dust. Seeing corn in the village on the edge of the desert, Wang Haoren grew curious and expanded his thoughts globally, switching perspectives in search of corn in various terrains. To his astonishment, he discovered corn in multiple extremely arid regions. He pondered where exactly these corn crops could be found in such uniquely harsh terrains. At first, Wang Haoren was quite confused. He could shift his perspective to anywhere he wished, but he didn't know where he was looking. Then, following the road along the cornfields, he saw villages like Guijia Fortress, Majia Bay, and Yaku Village, among others. It was as if he had never seen it before. Continuing along the village road towards the urban area, he recognized cities like Tongliao Chifeng and Ho-Hot. From what he observed, he confirmed that this was Inner Mongolia. Using the aforementioned method, he traveled through different areas, including Yuyu County and Datong. Wasn't this Shaanxi province? Wang Haoran felt that following the highway provided clarity, as every place he arrived at had a name, making it easier to locate which province or city he was heading towards. In Shaanxi province, the Lus Plateau indeed grew corn. However, after seeing corn in the desert of Inner Mongolia, Wang Haoran was no longer surprised that corn could also be grown in the Lus Plateau. After some research on corn, he found that it had a particularly strong drought resistance. Other crops were claimed to be drought resistant as well, with rice being able to withstand both drought and flooding. Try cutting off its water supply and see how drought resistant it really is. This claim seemed to be absurd. Wang Haoran then searched the riverbeds, rocky shores, and stone mountains. He found corn thriving in these extreme terrains. At this moment, another doubt arose in Wang Haoran's mind. When the agricultural technician from the town came to guide the villagers, he mentioned the benefits of corn being cold and drought resistant. Yet under normal circumstances, no one would plant corn in the desert. Drought resistance is suitable for planting in the Lus Plateau. How did they know corn could be grown in the desert? Growing corn in the desert cannot simply be described as drought resistant. This is desert resistance. After observing the corn in the desert, Wang Haoran gained a new understanding of its drought resistance. However, upon seeing a certain coastal city, he noticed that corn was also grown not far from the seaside. In his muddled thoughts, Wang Haoran mused, this must be Seleni-alkali land. Being so close to the sea, the cornfield has a view of the sea. Indeed, farmers in economically developed coastal areas enjoy the benefits. Wang Haoran secretly thought to himself, it seems the agricultural technician from the town was talking nonsense. This corn can be grown anywhere as long as it's not in a fire pit, a cow shed, or a sheep pen. After seeing a patch of well-growing corn on a rocky hill, Wang Haoran decided to change his family's crop to corn next year. Once they switched to corn, they wouldn't need to care for it much, allowing his grandfather to avoid hard work and enabling him to focus on his studies. Hello everyone, in the blink of an eye, 10 chapters have been completed. The outline of this book roughly covers Wang Haoran's high school life, the happenings during his studies, and interactions with classmates devoid of any scheming, though some unpleasant real-life events may occur. However, the author will not delve deeply into the intrigues, opting instead for a cursory treatment, as everyday people do not engage in power struggles. No one would idle away their time creating trouble for themselves. This part can be referred to as a pastoral novel, as the primary focus is on narrative construction of the world framework. During this period, Wang Haoran will gradually come to understand and control a portion of his abilities. The 10 chapters you have seen so far showcase that with the current capabilities, going to the universe for fun is out of the question. Even showing off a little on Earth is quite a challenge. Thus, one can imagine the sheer volume of content and the number of chapters this book will encompass. The author intends to write over 2,000 chapters, or 10 million words. As long as there is time and inspiration, the writing will continue indefinitely. After all, the author is still alive and can write slowly. The universe is vast, and there are wars to be fought in it. Writing several thousand chapters is not a big problem. The first part, covering high school and pastoral life, concludes transitioning into military-themed content. This section will be written as a military novel where Wang Haoran will participate in the college entrance examination. The author has not yet decided whether he will directly apply to a military academy or take a break from university to enlist. The current thought is to enlist in the first year of university and after some time in the military apply to the military academy, where he will perform commendably and partake in special operations content and external missions, such as border conflicts, etc. He will subsequently be promoted to a commanding officer, developing the troops and training soldiers to engage in international conflicts like evacuating citizens, protecting embassies, and rescue missions. This will likely involve interventions in conflicts in Middle Eastern and African nations. In the later stages, Wang Haoran will gain insights into life while developing in the military. For the interest of the nation, many events will occur that he can only watch helplessly. For instance, with regard to the Diaoyu Islands, militarily speaking, they could have already returned to the homeland. However, in reality, for the nation's development and the people's interests, the military dares not act recklessly. Everywhere, he is constrained by others. Wang Haoran will retire. This segment focuses on Wang Haoran serving in the People's Liberation Army to defend the nation. Later, after retiring, Wang Haoran will continue with the military theme, writing about his realization that he is constrained in the military, leading to his enlightenment and withdrawal from combat, returning home to establish a security company, then building his own influence in Africa, constantly intervening in wars across countries to uphold justice for the world, such as the recent conflicts in Goose and the rocket attacks in Ba, among others, while continuously growing stronger to help the nation prosper. Then there will be a story about formally confronting hegemonic nations to unify Earth. After the unification of Earth, Wang Haoran will lead humanity to explore the universe, discovering other civilizations and combating them. Wang Haoran will be reborn into a higher civilization. This is another story set in an advanced universe where Wang Haoran will continually grow, learn, and join the military academy to fight against other stellar civilizations. By the time we reach this point, it will likely exceed 5 million words. The universe consists of countless different star systems, each with innumerable planets. Within this, there are countless high and low civilizations. Wang Haoran will be reborn into a family on a medium-level civilized planet, growing up, learning, and joining the military. After leveraging technology to defeat the higher civilization of his star system, he will then engage in battles against other stellar civilizations. There will be exciting space battles that everyone will find intriguing. In front of a spaceship, even a planet could be destroyed in an instant. I believe everyone will be very interested in this segment. I won't reveal the content further, this is a spoiler for now. Based on the writing style of these 10 chapters, everyone should have an idea of how lengthy this novel will be. It is challenging to write, but this is a novel that the author has written for himself. If not for the hustle of life, it would continue to be written. The author does not like explicit content and will not write excessively about romantic plots, but considering the development of the story, there will be a reconstruction of a new world in the universe section. Therefore, within the boundaries of the law, there might be some modifications to the polygamous system to at least align with the laws of other civilizations. Writing this novel is primarily for the author to listen to while sleeping. It feels somewhat fluid with little content, making it easy to listen to while sleeping. At least that's how the author perceives it. Currently, the Earth portion of this book still revolves around national laws and the moral bottom line of humanity. The earlier parts are rather fluid and even contain a lot of explanations, so readers suffering from insomnia can give it a listen. The audiobook experience is better than reading. During class, Wang Haoran sat upright with a book in hand, not paying attention to the teacher's lecture. Instead, he released his consciousness to explore the sky, watching the clouds float above him move rapidly under the influence of the wind. Recently feeling bored, he had been studying meteorology during class. Sometimes he would also project his consciousness to actively intervene in a space, observing the changes in weather caused by his supernatural influence. Lost in thought, Wang Haoran was interrupted when Zhou Yong came to his desk and tapped his head, making a clanging sound. Wang Haoran glanced at him with his eyes, but chose not to engage further. Class is over. Why are you still daydreaming here? I heard from students in other classes that a basketball game is being organized in a few days, with each class forming their own teams. Every class must participate and no class is allowed to forfeit the competition. Moreover, team members can only be selected from their own class. No borrowing from others is permitted. When is it? Wang Haoran turned his head to ask. The game is scheduled during the lunch break, hosted by the head of the teaching office, with the deputy head and physical education teachers serving as referees. The designated location is the basketball court on the school's playground. Wang Haoran became excited. He loved playing basketball. Zhou Yong, his classmate and good friend, had known him since the start of school. They played basketball together, chatted about anime and TV shows, and secretly went to internet cafes to play games during lunch, making Zhou Yong a close friend. But Teacher Zhou didn't mention it. How did you know? Wang Haoran asked. Teacher Zhou probably didn't pay attention, as we are an experimental class focused on studies. Moreover, I estimate that our class is small, with only a dozen boys, most of whom are bookish, and not many can play ball. It's even difficult for our class to gather 5 main players for the starting lineup. However, I heard from Teacher Lee that the school is first organizing a competition for the first-year students, and if it goes well and receives a strong response, they will subsequently organize competitions for other grades. Are we having internal competitions at our school? Are there any matches against other schools? If we win, are there any prizes or rewards? I haven't heard of any prizes. I don't know the specifics. After coming to County No. 1 high school, Wang Haoran has been much more low-key, not wanting to participate in any messy competitions. After all, they are not profitable. However, he heard that the sports events organized by the school seem to be quite lucrative. As long as you participate regardless of winning or losing, you get 500 yuan. If you can win, each person gets a reward of 2,000 yuan for a match. However, Wang Haoran has been enrolled for 3 months and hasn't heard of any competitions organized by the school. It seems this time they might want to test the waters first. I suspect that there might soon be large-scale sports activities or basketball events organized by the Education Bureau or other higher authorities. If we can represent the school in matches against other schools, there should be rewards for winning. Wang Haoran thought to himself. After all, high school and university are vastly different from elementary and middle school. University sports competitions usually have rewards, some even exceeding 10,000. Some high school competitions offer tangible honor and certain cash rewards. Although it doesn't compare to the prizes in university, it is still worth Wang Haoran participating. Recently, Wang Haoran has been troubled about money. He originally planned to wait until his break to find some ores, and using his abilities refined some valuable metals to sell at the recycling station for some cash. However, high school courses are really tight, and the school hours change every month, so it could change at any time. He usually doesn't have time to look for ores or use his abilities to scout underground for iron or copper then sell them at the recycling station. Even the thought of going back to the mountains to collect large beehives for wild honey and bee pupae to sell is beyond his schedule. Sigh. He'll think about making money after school on Saturday. Zhou Yong and Wang Haoren walked through the space between two different rows of desks, chatting as they exited the classroom. Who do you think we should pick for our class? We need to select at least 6 people, 5 starters, and 1 substitute. Wang Haoren chuckled. Hee. All the boys in our class barely add up to form a basketball team. In a standard basketball game, there are 12 players in a team, including 5 starters and 7 substitutes. However, the NBA regulations allow each team to register 15 players comprising 5 starters, 7 substitutes, and 3 on the injured list. For the basketball competition organized by County No. 1 high school, each class is required to select at least 5 students as starters. There are no requirements for substitutes. Any number is acceptable. The school also knows that it is challenging for classes with fewer students to form a basketball team, so they are flexible regarding the number of substitutes. In the Chinese class, Wang Haoren did not focus all his energy on listening attentively like the other students. Instead, his mind was wandering, occasionally gazing blankly at the back of a girl sitting in the second row. 3 months into the school year, Wang Haoren was already 16. There was a girl in the class who was quiet and delicate with a sweet appearance, fair skin, and usually wore a pair of round blue glasses. Her light yellow hair looked very cute. To say she was beautiful, she was not the most attractive girl in the eyes of the boys in the class. She was not very tall, slightly short, and a bit plump. She was simply cute with her delicate features and fair skin. The classmates preferred girls with long legs, the striking kind that caught the eye. I remember the first day of school. Most of the students had already arrived in the classroom, seated at their desks. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the entrance, curious about what their future classmates would be like. They watched, they anticipated. A gentle 3 knocks on the door caught the attention of teacher Zhou at the podium. It also attracted the attention of the entire class as everyone looked toward the door. At that moment, a tall and slender girl with fair skin stood at the entrance. The classroom door, already open, was gently knocked on by her. She smiled, her face showing a hint of apology. Hello, teacher. My name is Du Xinyao, a new student in the first-year experimental class. Is this the experimental class? The classmates had been watching the entrance since the moment she knocked. The boys had already scanned her figure more than 10 times. At this moment, everyone was teary-eyed, straining to keep their eyes fixed on her. Du Xinyao stood at about 168 centimeters tall, with a slender and elongated figure, her fair skin dazzling. She wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt and carried a small black leather backpack. On the bottom, she wore American-style flirty denim shorts, which revealed a pair of over-thinny long legs. These legs were long, fair, proportionate, and free of any excess flesh. At this moment, as the sun was rising, sunlight streamed through the windows into the classroom, illuminating all the students' faces, ultimately settling on the white wall, making the entire classroom warm, bright, and full of vibrant life. A ray of sunlight shone through the window onto the floor at the entrance, the walls, and the corridor of the teaching building, casting its glow over Du Xinyao's entire body. Her clean white t-shirt reflected a return of pure white light, emitting a warm halo along with her exposed forearms. The sunlight fell on her legs, and beneath the light blue denim shorts, her long, fair, and nearly perfect legs devoid of any excess flesh radiated a dazzling glow. These legs seemed to possess a kind of magic, attracting everyone's gaze. The classmates could not look away, staring directly at her. Meanwhile, the dazzling light was blinding, making their eyes ache as they fixed their gaze as if time had come to a standstill. Du Xinyao, please take the empty seat in the 3rd row over there, said the teacher. Du Xinyao walked into the classroom, and the classmates' eyes followed her. She wore a pair of white sneakers and white short socks. With her long, fair legs, she emanated a warm white halo. Under the sunlight, she looked like a goddess descending to earth. She walked gracefully to her seat. At this moment, the boys' gazes were still on her, and everyone unconsciously swallowed a gulp. From the moment Du Xinyao appeared at the door, Wang Haoren's pupils dilated as he stared intently for a long time. It wasn't until Du Xinyao walked into the classroom and returned to her seat that he finally lowered his head. However, he did not swallow like the other classmates. The reason his pupils dilated as he stared was that he wanted to confirm whether this person was indeed her. Indeed, Du Xinyao, originally named Du Wanxiu, was Wang Haoren's classmate from elementary school. Although they were in the same class, their seats were far apart, and they rarely played together. They had many intersections. For instance, during the SARS outbreak in 2004, their homeroom teacher Dai was quarantined at home and could not return to school for a month. Under the organization of some girls, Du Xinyao's father drove a 7-seater van taking the students who wanted to visit their teacher together. Wang Haoren also went along. In addition, the two of them had attended an English tutoring class together. Of course, what Wang Haoran remembered most was a boy in class who liked Du Wanxiu a lot and often brought Wang Haoran to play with her. In fact, Wang Haoran did not enjoy playing with Du Wanxiu. He was quite mischievous as a child, often climbing trees and kicking balls. In contrast, Du Wanxiu and the other girls played jump rope day after day. After playing with her a few times, Wang Haoran lost interest, finding it rather dull. With his head bowed, Wang Haoran reminisced about the past, particularly his memories with Du Wanxiu. At the entrance of the first-year experimental class, a male student arrived, standing at 174 centimeters tall, with chiseled features and hair reminiscent of Zheng Yijian. While 174 centimeters is not particularly tall in high school, it is not short either. He enjoyed playing basketball and often exercised, possessing a strong yet slender physique, fitting the type that girls generally favored. Coupled with his confident smile and privileged background, many girls were fond of him. Students from other classes referred to him as the Xie Tingfeng of the experimental class. Xie Feng, after greeting the teacher at the door, was assigned by teacher Zhou to a seat in the front row left side by the window. He shared the same row as Wang Haoran, only counting upwards. He was the first seat, while Wang Haoran was the last. From the moment Xie Feng entered the classroom until he reached his seat, Wang Haoran was constantly staring at him, a curious coincidence. In the experimental class of the county's one high school, it was surprising to encounter several former classmates at the same time. To understand Xie Feng's background, one must go back to Wang Haoran's 8th grade, as the 50 middle school was relatively remote and underdeveloped. The teaching quality was average, students' performance was mediocre, and the enrollment rate was not ideal, with only a handful able to enter the county's key high schools each year after the high school entrance examination. However, education is fair. The county provided several admission quotas to key high schools for students from remote rural areas, allowing them the same opportunities as those in the county city. As for Xie Feng, he had studied at the county's Oriental private school from elementary to junior high, only transferring to the 50 middle school in the first semester of 8th grade. His parents were both businesspeople with some wealth. To ensure he could attend a key high school, they invested money and connections to facilitate his transfer to the 50 middle school. Xie Feng's mother and father were both in business. His father partnered with friends in mining and frequently stayed at his grandfather's house in the county, eventually purchasing a house there as a temporary residence. Although both of his parents were busy with work, often leaving him under his grandfather's supervision for school, it is notable that Xie Feng's father was a very responsible and caring parent. Wang Haoran remembered how his father always found time to pick Xie Feng up from school. Whenever Xie Feng performed well academically, his father treated him to good food, and when his grades slipped, he offered encouragement and support instead of scolding. Students vividly remembered his father mainly because he often drove a very impressive SUV to school to pick him up and frequently treated classmates to meals. Shortly after Xie Feng transferred to the 50 middle school, during a monthly exam, his father even invited the entire class and teachers out for a meal. Many classmates who were on good terms with Xie Feng enjoyed several meals hosted by his father that year. Xie Feng's father was generous, humble, and polite, exuding a confidence that was firm yet accompanied by a sense of humility, especially towards teachers and other classmates, often praising them to the skies. Being elevated by such a successful and complimentary person left the classmates feeling dizzy, unsure of their own identities. Due to his father's reputation, both teachers and students had a fondness for Xie Feng, looking out for him. Later, it was mentioned by the teacher that Xie Feng's father's car cost over $1 million, a figure that meant little to Wang Haoran. It was just a number to him. What he knew was that at the dinner table, Xie Feng's father was very courteous, often praising him and encouraging him to take care of Xie Feng, urging Xie Feng to learn humbly from Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran was pleased. Understanding the principle that one should not bite the hand that feeds them, he watched Xie Feng's father lower his stance, bringing Xie Feng along to flatter and acknowledge him, while also encouraging him to learn from himself. At that time, he expressed his intention to get along well with Xie Feng and strive together. Thus, through connections, Xie Feng's family managed to transfer him, a mediocre student, from the Oriental Middle School. He was transferred to the 50 middle school in town, and his arrival was known to the classmates for a specific purpose. He was there to seize their admission quotas, as the 50 middle school had fixed spots for a few candidates to key high schools each year. Having transferred from the Oriental Middle School, it naturally meant that one of the classmates would be left without a spot. Initially, everyone disliked him, but Xie Feng was cheerful, optimistic, handsome, from a good family background, and passionate about sports. After a few days of interaction, the classmates found him quite likable and gradually accepted him, especially some of the girls in the class who were completely captivated by his appearance and favorable circumstances. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Wang Haoran and Zhou Yong were standing side by side at the urinal in the first-floor restroom when the school broadcast came on. Hello everyone. This is the director of the teaching office, and I have some good news to share. The youth basketball tournament held every 3 years is about to begin and will take place in April of next year. For students interested in basketball, please form your teams before the tournament starts. Last time your seniors achieved a remarkable 5th place in the province during the youth basketball tournament. 2 of the students were specially recruited by Yenjing University of Electronic Science and Technology due to their outstanding performance. I hope everyone seizes this opportunity. I would like to remind a few students whose grades are not ideal. If you excel in basketball and can achieve a ranking in the provincial competition, you will definitely be recruited by key universities. Next, I have another announcement. In order to actively respond to the Ministry of Education's organization of this National Youth Basketball Tournament, we have decided to hold school-wide basketball matches starting next Monday. Each grade will form basketball teams by class competing against each other to determine the grade champion. Then we will select players from the 3 grades to form the school basketball team to represent us in the National Youth Basketball Tournament next April. You do not need to achieve a national ranking as long as you can enter the provincial ranking. The school will have a quota to recommend you for special recruitment. Even if you do not achieve a provincial ranking, some outstanding students may still be considered for special admission by relevant universities. This is a rare opportunity. It can be said that the 12 players in the school team, as long as they achieve a provincial ranking, all have the chance to bypass the college entrance examination and directly enter key universities. There are 12 spots available in key universities, so everyone must take this seriously. Homeroom teachers should also provide convenience for students and cooperate actively. The specific time for the matches will be next Monday at noon, starting with the first game. As for other match details, please discuss them with your homeroom teachers who have all the information. If you have any questions, you can find the physical education teacher in the teaching office or ask me. That concludes the announcement, and I wish all students success in their studies. The broadcast from the teaching office ended, and shortly after another announcement began. Hello everyone, I am Gao Pingping from class 1 of the senior year. Now I have a new announcement to make. In order to enrich students' extracurricular lives, further promote sports activities, foster a spirit of athleticism, and enhance class cohesion, County High School 1 has decided to hold a campus basketball competition on December 20th. The school has decided to form a basketball team. To select excellent players starting next Monday, each grade will form basketball teams by class and hold competitive matches every day after school at the basketball court. Here are the specific match times starting next Monday. The first match will be between the first-year experimental class and Class 1, followed by the second-year experimental class against Class 2. On Monday, the experimental class will face Class 1. On Tuesday, Class 4 will face Class 2, and on Wednesday, the accelerated class will face Class 3, with the winning class determining the champion. Wang Haoran and Zhou Yong had just finished urinating and were discussing the basketball competition mentioned by the director of the teaching office. Unexpectedly, another broadcast came on, but it was just a reiteration of the previous information detailing the match times and competing classes. It can be said that the experimental class and Class 1 are the first to compete. Zhou Yong remarked that the timeline is too tight. Our class only has 30 students with just 14 boys. Selecting 12 players seems impossible. Wang Haoran replied that selecting even 5 main players and 2 substitutes would be good enough. Zhou Yong sighed, agreeing that even if they gather enough players, they would just be there to make up the numbers. Although many can play, their shooting skills are decent, it's just a personal hobby. They have simply been playing casually since childhood, and if you mention the rules, half of them wouldn't know. Zhou Yong is a basketball enthusiast. Aside from playing, he often watches games and naturally knows the rules. However, Wang Haoran also doesn't know all the rules. After all, he lives in a rural area without basketball courts, and he has never had a proper game with teams. Wang Haoran just relies on his good physical condition, which makes him better than others, so he enjoys playing basketball. But after all these years of playing, he understands the basic rules, though he has never formally learned them. Wang Haoran is simply strong in individual skill. As for teamwork, he can only chuckle since he has never had the chance to play with a full team. The two walked and talked, discussing who in the class could be a starter and who could be a substitute. Wang Haoran suggested that Xie Feng could be a good choice. He was a classmate in middle school, and although not the best, he plays often. The general rules for the game are fine. We previously organized a 10-player match. However, none of us has played in a professional league, so we don't know if our stamina can keep up. Zhou Yong said 1 player counts. Aside from Xie Feng, it's just you and me. Who else can play among us? Jiang Hao could qualify. He has decent physical attributes, but I have never seen him play. He said he had played basketball with classmates in PE class before, but he is also just an amateur. So that makes 4 of us, but we still need 1 starter and 2 substitutes, and the two continued their discussion as they walked back to the classroom. At this time, the homeroom teacher Zhou was also discussing the basketball tournament with the students in the classroom. In fact, Teacher Zhou was not as invested in the basketball tournament as teachers of other classes, considering he was leading the county's most outstanding experimental class. Students do not need to rely on sports events to gain special admission to key universities. Comparatively, if everyone focuses on their studies and works steadily, although not everyone can get into key universities, applying for second-tier institutions together should not be a problem. It can be said that at County High School 1, the experimental classes in every grade have a 100 college entrance rate, with the worst achieving admission to a third-tier institution. Therefore, it would be unacceptable if a basketball game interfered with students' academic progress, especially since the director of the teaching office had just spoken to him about this matter, specifically advising him not to lose sight of the bigger picture. The goal of the experimental class is for the entire group to enter key undergraduate programs. If several can be admitted to prestigious institutions like Renmin University, Tsinghua University, and Yenjing University, that would be even better. Teacher Zhou was also aware of this situation. The overall level of this year's first-year students is quite good, better than previous years. He is confident that a few can enter key universities, and he is also determined to help the majority get into second-tier institutions. His goal is that even the worst should be admitted to a second-tier institution. When Teacher Zhou saw Wang Haoren and Zhou Yong return, he directly informed them, "You heard the basketball tournament broadcast just now, right? You two will directly participate as starters. There are few boys in the class, and you two are the only ones who play regularly. Zhou Yong will be the captain. You two should select your team members. Anyone willing to participate, please find either of them to sign up after class." Wang Haoren exchanged glances with Zhou Yong. They had just been discussing who the homeroom teacher might select for the basketball tournament, and it turns out he wants them to make the selection themselves. This is quite dismissive. Zhou Yong looked around at the attitudes of the classmates. Those reading were reading, those doing homework were doing homework, and a few were asking classmates questions. It turned out that the homeroom teacher had just stood at the podium and mentioned the basketball tournament, and none of the students took it to heart. Zhou Yong glanced at Wang Haoren, who also felt speechless. The atmosphere in the class was off. The students weren't taking the basketball tournament seriously at all. In fact, this makes sense. High school is primarily focused on academics, and being in an experimental class means that the best students from the county are here. Usually everyone focuses on studying. Who has the time to play basketball? Everyone looks weak and fragile, and even if they want to participate, they mainly feel powerless. By the end of the day, only Xie Feng had signed up from the experimental class for the basketball tournament. However, after persuasion from Zhou Yong and Wang Haoren, Jiang Hao, who could somewhat play, also signed up. After school, Wang Haoren and Zhou Yong walked together, and today Wang Haoren did not hurry home. He and Zhou Yong were discussing the basketball game, and with Saturday and Sunday approaching, they were still short one player, not just for the substitutes, but even for the main team. The two of them were quite worried. They had thought of a few classmates who might be suitable, but those classmates didn't like basketball at all and had hardly played it before. Although their physical fitness was barely up to standard, they preferred to focus on their studies and didn't want to participate in the game, leaving Wang Haoren and his friend with no options. Later, they considered a few more candidates, but one after another they were weaklings wearing glasses. Not to mention, starting they weren't even qualified to be substitutes. As the two of them walked, they spotted Xiao Si and Tian Yu. Tian Yu had a slender build, standing at a height of 170 centimeters, possibly due to being a picky eater. Wang Haoren and Zhou Yong were watching him buy snacks with two chubby kids at the school gate, and they exchanged glances. Zhou Yong then said, "Let's recruit him." After a round of bargaining, neither Tian Yu nor the two chubby kids was willing to participate in the basketball game. However, Tian Yu didn't dare to offend Wang Haoren, as he usually struggled with his studies and often sought Wang Haoren's help. In the class, only Wang Haoren had the time to answer all his questions. But making someone like Tian Yu, who didn't know how to play basketball, participate in a game in front of the whole school would be a public embarrassment for him. So he shook his head vigorously. Seeing that he was unwilling, Wang Haoren and Zhou Yong each took an arm and brought him to a small noodle shop, treating him to a meal of fried noodles. As the saying goes, a person who eats cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Coupled with the fact that he often relied on others for help in his studies, Tian Yu had no choice but to accept. Later, under the persuasion of Wang Haoren and Zhou Yong, the two chubby kids also agreed to be substitutes, Wang Siwen and Zhang Xiaohua. The main reasons for their agreement were several. First, Zhou Yong took money out of his own pocket to give them benefits and promised not to let them play much. Second, Wang Siwen and Zhang Xiaohua were pressured by other girls in the class. Seeing there were benefits to be had, they reluctantly agreed. It has to be said that the girls in the class had a lot of influence, as these two chubby kids had been flattered by Wang Haoren and Zhou Yong. After all the sweet talk, they were still hesitant. Zhou Yong promised to treat them to meals and take them to the internet cafe, and also agreed to buy them ice pops for a week, which finally convinced them to be substitutes. Later, Wang Haoren had a sudden idea to find a few girls to help persuade them. Zhou Yong had good relations with the girls in the class, so he immediately brought a few girls along to persuade Wang Siwen and Zhang Xiaohua. To their surprise, the two actually fell for it and agreed on the spot. The reason the girls in the class helped out was that after Zhou Yong and Wang Haoren explained the situation, they wanted to uphold the honor of their class. Even if they couldn't win, they couldn't let their class be unable to gather a basketball team. Thus, the experimental class basketball team was established. Although only 4 of them could play, the other 3 were either too fat or too weak, but the 4 of them also discussed it. Wang Haoren had strong personal abilities and good stamina. Everyone believed that with Wang Haoren around, they could at least hold their own against the other classes. Zhou Yong, although somewhat awkward and stiff, was a professional basketball player who genuinely loved the game and was particularly accurate in shooting. As long as Zhou Yong could make a few three-pointers throughout the game, they had a chance of winning. Jiang Hao had good stamina and was skilled at dribbling with balanced abilities, overall working together with Wang Haoren to counter the opposing team's main players. Xie Feng was strong and agile, excelling at rebounding and dunking. As long as Xie Feng and Zhou Yong could perform, well, they had a good chance of winning the match. The more they discussed, the more excited they became, all convinced that victory was assured. They briefly explored the starting lineup, and with Wang Haoren's coordination with Jiang Hao, they could at least match the opposing team. Xie Feng would be responsible for grabbing rebounds, Zhou Yong would support from a distance, and Tian Yu, who truly couldn't play, would merely occupy space to block the opponent's movement. As for the 2 substitutes, well, they hadn't figured that out yet. These 2 chubby kids usually complained even when asked to run a few steps, so they couldn't have overly high expectations of them. The only tasks they could assign were to reach out for the opponent's ball. If they could grab it, great, but if not, it was no big deal. After discussing for a while, they happily made their decision. Honestly, with Wang Haoren's abilities, he could easily defeat an entire class by himself. After all, he had extraordinary powers. Even without using them, he was confident that his physical fitness alone could surpass the entire opposing team. The reason Wang Haoren was willing to team up with everyone was that in a team competition, he couldn't participate alone, as he wouldn't even qualify. Moreover, he didn't want to draw too much attention. If someone figured out his secret, it would be troublesome. Thus, Wang Haoren had already made up his mind. He would lead the team to victory, while keeping himself hidden, waiting to share in the rewards once they won. As for getting a special admission to a key university based on their rankings, he hadn't even thought about it. If he were specially admitted, he still couldn't go. He knew his family situation well. His grandfather was old and needed someone around. Although his grandfather usually cooked and looked after Wang Haoren, he understood that he couldn't leave home. If he went to university, it might be like separating from his grandfather. He had been putting in the most effort for the family's land. His grandfather's health had clearly deteriorated recently, especially since he had been ill a few days ago and had yet to recover. Therefore, Wang Haoren never considered getting a special admission to a key university. Even if he did attend, he needed to ensure everything at home was settled before he could focus on his studies. Another day had passed in the blink of an eye. After finishing lunch, Wang Haoren was on his way home from school. Today was Saturday, and he would have a day off after school. Due to his grandfather's old age, someone needed to look after him at home, and they also had to farm and raise livestock. Thus, Wang Haoren approached Teacher Zhou to request an earlier dismissal on Saturdays. After some consideration, Teacher Zhou agreed, but repeatedly reminded him to be careful. As Wang Haoren walked along the road, he pondered how to earn some money for his family. In fact, if his special ability were fully developed and utilized, making money with it would be a piece of cake. He discovered that he could decompose and extract minerals from the land to obtain metals such as iron, copper, gold, and silver. Knowing the periodic table of chemical elements, Wang Haoren set his sights on mineral resources. As he walked, Wang Haoren contemplated where to mine, what tools to take, and how to bring back the materials. Wang Haoren's house was backed by a mountain, and beyond that mountain, after crossing 2 small hills, there was a river. He planned to go there and see if he could pan for gold. He had been to that place with his grandfather before and had scanned it multiple times with his mind, noticing some reddish stones in the nearby mountains which he suspected were iron ore. The area was sparsely populated, making it convenient for him to extract metals. Wang Haoren returned home, changed out of his school uniform into casual clothes, and grabbed a large basket containing tools like a small knife, hammer, and water bottle, preparing to head into the mountains. "Grandpa, I'm going to play in the mountains." "What are you going to do in the mountains?" "I'm gathering wild goods, picking stones, panning for treasures, and seeing if I can find some gold." "Go ahead, but be careful. There are wild boars in the mountains, and don't provoke them. If you see one, run away quickly and come back early," Wang Chuanfu reminded. "I know wild boars can't catch up with me." After appeasing his grandfather, Wang Haoren set off into the depths of the mountains with his basket. He closed his eyes on the mountain path, releasing his thoughts as he continuously scanned the nearby forest. Suddenly, Wang Haoren opened his eyes and walked towards the direction where he sensed wild chickens. Just now, he had discovered a few wild chickens and rabbits with his thoughts. Moreover, there was a large beehive deep within the forest. Wang Haoren was worried that the wild chickens would fly away, so he decided to catch one first. Wild chickens were still considered a protected species and could not be hunted. However, eating a wild chicken in the countryside was not a big deal. Wang Haoran was not foolish enough to plan on catching one to sell. He merely wanted to catch one to take home and stew for his grandfather, as many families in the village often went into the mountains to catch wild chickens. Even the village head didn't shy away from eating wild chickens and would happily share a meal if someone managed to catch one. Wang Haoran arrived at the mountain where the wild chickens were located. He focused his thoughts, controlling his mind to envelop the wild chicken, which felt as though it was grasped by an invisible hand and lifted into the air. Indeed, this was Wang Haoran's ability. He could now easily concentrate his mind and exert control within the space he could manipulate. The force he could exert in the space was currently the maximum power he could generate. In other words, if Wang Haoran could exert 500 pounds of force, then the force he could wield in the space was also 500 pounds. He wrapped the wild chicken with his mind fluid to him and used a small knife to cut 2 pieces of string tying the wild chicken's feet and wings. He placed the wild chicken into the bamboo basket on his back and then set off towards the deeper mountains. Walking slowly, Wang Haoran arrived at an unnamed small river that might have gold. Although he did not bring professional tools, he had already figured out how to pan for gold. He certainly wasn't foolish enough to copy the other gold panners wading through the river with a pan, slowly washing away the large stones and impurities and filtering the gold repeatedly. Wang Haoran released his thoughts to the riverbed directly, using his mind to envelop a large mass of mud and sand, lifting it into the sky. To say that his special ability was efficient, the amount of mud and sand he had just lifted was equivalent to what 20 other gold panners would collect in a day. A large amount of mud and sand floated in the sky. He first used his mind to separate the larger stones and the sand that was the wrong color. Wang Haoran only kept the golden sand and various shades of yellow mud. Something felt off. When Wang Haoran looked at the vast expanse of yellow mud and sand before him, he was a bit stunned. There was too much, and he knew it was impossible for it all to be gold. The sand was originally yellow. Which one was the gold sand? Relying on his understanding of chemistry, Wang Haoran decided to use his mental abilities to directly identify the gold element. Wang Haoran's idea was good and was indeed the fastest way to extract gold sand. However, after scanning for over 20 minutes, he still failed to find a single grain of gold sand. It wasn't that there was no gold sand present. Wang Haoran had no idea whether the pile of yellow mud and sand in front of him contained gold. The reason he couldn't identify the gold was that while gold recognized him, he did not recognize gold. When he first had the idea of panning for gold, he had thought about finding the gold element. With his excellent academic performance, Wang Haoran naturally knew that the gold element was represented by O. The problem was that O was just a name. None of the grains in front of him were labeled O, and Wang Haoran found himself at a loss. Moreover, the pile of mud and sand contained countless elements. Gold sand was not just pure gold O, but also various other compounds, or gold-containing minerals. Although Wang Haoran had good grades, he had never seen what the gold element looked like under X-ray. He had never seen the arrangement of gold elements under X-ray. Thus, he perceived countless elements, and the various compounds and oxides formed by these elements were innumerable. He simply did not know which was which. Throughout his life, he was most familiar with water and carbon, hydrogen and oxygen, and so on. So now, if asked to extract hydrogen and oxygen, he could do so. Synthesizing hydrogen peroxide would also not be a problem. However, directly identifying the gold element was truly beyond his capability. Wang Haoran felt disheartened, contemplating whether to switch to a different money-making project, deciding to abandon the alchemy plan before recognizing the gold element. Knowing that he recognized the carbon element, extracting it to sell as coal was also an option. However, he thought that it would be more efficient to sell the wood directly instead of going through the trouble of converting it into coal. Suddenly, Wang Haoran thought about combining carbon with other elements in nature to synthesize gasoline for profit. However, his family did not own a car, and he had never seen gasoline, so he didn't know the arrangement of gasoline molecules. This plan was also unfeasible. Although there were gas stations in the county, getting some gasoline to observe the atomic arrangement wouldn't be difficult. Once he could synthesize a large quantity of gasoline, he would surely make money. However, he ultimately decided against it. He was afraid to sell it. Private extraction of gasoline was illegal, and storing and selling it without permission was also against the law. Moreover, after extracting gasoline, how would he store it? Where would he sell it? These were all significant concerns. In short, the risks were too high and could lead to trouble. If he were caught by the authorities and couldn't explain the source of the gasoline, he could easily face imprisonment and fines. The most discreet and profitable method he thought of was finding gold sand and refining gold. Gold is small and volume-heavy in weight and expensive. Not only do small private workshops that process jewelry buy it, but large chain jewelry stores in the county and city also purchase it. Moreover, they do not question the source. Once it is confirmed to be gold, they pay immediately. Wang Haoran thought about bringing half a pound of gold to sell. That would be worth several tens of thousands of dollars, and half a pound of gold is particularly small. No one would notice. However, it seemed that the alchemy project could not proceed without a hitch. He could only consider other projects. Just as Wang Howren was about to give up, he suddenly thought of a method. He believed he could imitate the gold panner's technique. First, he would use physical methods to extract the gold sand, trying to identify it as much as possible, and then take it home. Wang Howren controlled his thoughts to bring the yellow sand to the water's surface, and then relinquished control, watching a portion of the particularly heavy yellow mud and sand sink quickly into the water. Knowing that gold is heavy, the rapidly sinking particles were likely to be gold, while those that were slowly sinking near the surface of the water were definitely not gold. Wang Howren hurriedly used his mind to envelop the rapidly sinking yellow mud and sand, experimenting several times in the water. In the end, he collected 3 bottles of yellow powder, as he had never seen what gold looked like. After collecting these 3 bottles of potentially gold sand, he felt less enthusiastic. He decided to find some iron ore nearby to refine some iron and make money recycling scrap. At that time, 1 pound of iron could be sold for 4 yuan. If he went into the mountains and brought out a few hundred pounds, that would amount to several hundred yuan. Moreover, selling scrap iron wouldn't expose his special ability. Thus, Wang Howren released his mind to scan the area, and as he probed with his thoughts, he found quite a few red, black, and green ores nearby. These could possibly be iron ore, but Wang Howren was certain that the red ore was definitely iron ore. So he controlled his mind to lift up the pieces of red iron ore. Then he gathered them before him, preparing to directly extract the iron element. Damn, he only knew that iron was fey, but Wang Howren had no idea what iron ore looked like. In that moment, he was again at a loss. Was this stuff actually iron ore? What does the iron element look like? Knowing only that iron is fey wasn't helpful. Wang Howren knew that brown iron ore primarily consists of iron oxide, and the chemical formula for iron oxide is Fe2O3. However, there is also the issue of purity, even if what lay before him was iron oxide ore. But knowing the exact iron content and how many other elements were present was beyond his knowledge. Wang Howren recalled that the total iron content standard for iron ore concentrate is usually 62. Typically, the iron content ranges from 50 to 70, with rich ores containing over 60 iron and poor ores containing below 50. The main components of iron ore include over 55 iron 2.00 silica 6.00 aluminum content, sulfur content not exceeding 0.05, phosphorus content at 0.10, the maximum titanium dioxide content of 0.35, and calcium oxide content at 0.7, among others. Wang Howren could basically confirm that the ore in front of him was indeed iron ore. However, he had never seen the iron element and did not know what it looked like. Looking at the pile of ores in front of him, even if it contained various impurities and other elements, just a piece of iron plate placed before him wouldn't necessarily mean it was composed of pure iron. It's important to know that the iron products produced by National Ironworks also contain various elements, and adding different elements to iron products gives them different properties. Wang Howren sighed. He had returned to the starting point of alchemy. At this moment, looking at the pile of ores, he was troubled by the countless elements and the various compounds formed by these elements. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head as he remembered that he had a small knife with him, which was made of iron. He decided to ignore how many other elements were contained in the knife. There must be a lot of iron elements in it. He just needed to find out the chemical formula for the iron element and observe the arrangement of the iron element to remember its sequence, which would reveal what iron looked like in reality. As long as he could find the iron element, no matter what other elements it was combined with or what new arrangements it formed, Wang Howren would be able to identify it instantly. With this new idea, Wang Howren carefully investigated the inside of the small knife. He found that the most abundant element was indeed iron. Cross-referencing with the chemical formula, he observed the actual arrangement of iron elements, carbon, manganese, and others. Wang Howren confirmed that this knife was made from high-carbon steel. The carbon content and arrangement inside matched perfectly with the knowledge he had learned from books. Knowing what the iron element looked like in reality, Wang Howren controlled his mind and easily identified the iron element in the ore, observing the arrangement of the iron element with other elements and calculated the iron content in the ore. Wang Howren could confirm that these brown and red ores were all iron oxide ores and were poor ores, while the black stone ores were magnetite, but their content was also low. After refining these ores into a few solid iron blocks, Wang Howren used his thoughts to throw the powdered ore from the refined iron into the river, erasing all traces. Wang Howren tidied up his belongings, preparing to head home. At this moment, his basket contained not only 200 pounds of iron blocks, but also 3 bottles of golden sand and a wild chicken. After a busy afternoon, Wang Howren was ready to return home. On the way back, he planned to catch a few wild rabbits to raise. Once they reproduced, he could gradually enjoy them. Wang Howren began his journey back with the basket on his back. As he walked home, he scanned the area where he had seen the wild rabbits earlier and through his mental perception, he discovered 3 rabbit dens located 300 meters from where he had previously found the rabbits, with one den every 20 meters. One of the dens housed a total of 14 rabbits. It was a recently bred rabbit den consisting of 2 adults and 1 litter of 14. Wang Haoren did not take them all at once. Instead, he caught 2 of the younger rabbits from the den with 14 rabbits, and from the other unbred rabbit dens, he caught a bunch of older rabbits. He planned to take these 4 rabbits home to raise. Wang Haoren returned from the mountain, carefully storing the iron pieces, planning to sell them at the scrap station when he had the time. He placed the basket at the door and went back inside to change out of his usual clothes. Wang Haoren needed to wash his school uniform quickly as he had to wear it for school on Monday. Calling out for his grandfather a few times, he received no response. Wang Haoren knew his grandfather must have gone to the fields. Recently, with the harvest season underway, there was no hurry for the corn, but other crops needed to be quickly gathered as they relied solely on manual labor. Wang Haoren placed 3 jars back in his room, then returned outside to take out 4 rabbits and a wild chicken, ready to cook the chicken soon. He had no place to keep the rabbits, so he needed to build a cage or find an empty space to confine them. However, if he simply fenced off an area, the rabbits would dig their way out over time. Wang Haoren also didn't have time to set up a proper enclosure for the rabbits, so he needed to hurry and make a cage to keep them. His family did have a dog cage which was piled in a corner and hadn't been used for a long time. Wang Haoren found the iron cage and lined it with some grass before putting the 4 rabbits inside. Although the little ones were smaller, they were already weaned and palm-sized, looking like one big family alongside the 2 larger rabbits. After washing his school uniform, Wang Haoren began to prepare the wild chicken, recognizing it as a rooster by its comb. He planned to stew the chicken first and then harvest when it got dark, allowing him to use his abilities to speed up the process under the cover of night. He stoked the wood fire in the kitchen until it blazed, added plenty of water to the large iron pot, and put in the chopped chicken along with seasonings. He placed a steaming cloth over the pot and set some leftover rice on top to steam. Covering the pot, Wang Haoren prepared to check how much his grandfather had harvested in their fields. As the sky darkened, he found his grandfather busy working in the fields, taking advantage of the remaining light to gather crops. Wang Haoren approached his grandfather, noticing he had already harvested several plots. "Stop now, take a rest for a while. I'll finish collecting later tonight." "You're back. Did you find anything while roaming the mountains?" "I caught a wild chicken which is already stewing, and I also caught 4 rabbits. They breed, quickly producing about 12 litters a year. I've secured them in the dog cage for now. Tomorrow, I'll enclose a plot of land for them to raise. With this, we'll never run out of rabbit meat at home." "Good job, you caught quite a few. You should know that local hunters might not even catch this many in a day. Weren't you out looking for treasures in the mountains? Did you find any antique gold ingots?" "No, we haven't heard of any large tombs around here, and I didn't see any fragments of antiques along the way. But I did go to that golden sand river and brought back 3 bottles of yellow sand, not sure if it's gold." 3 bottles of gold sand. In just one afternoon. His grandfather laughed. "Ha ha ha, even gold panners might not find a bottle of gold sand in a month. You managed to get 3 in an afternoon." Clearly his grandfather did not believe him, thinking Wang Haoren must have just brought back 3 bottles of river sand. "This child. Ha ha, but it's all right. You brought back a wild chicken and 4 rabbits, which is already a good harvest. Grandfather, when you have time, please fence off a piece of land for the rabbits so we can raise them ourselves." "Sure, don't worry. I'll keep them in the dog cage for a few more days. Once I'm done with the crops, I'll build a fence for them." After working alongside his grandfather in the fields for a while, it grew dark, and his grandfather headed home, first needing to get some potatoes to stew with the chicken. Potatoes don't hold up well in stews, typically taking about 20 minutes to cook. Therefore, they are usually added about half an hour before the stew is done. The sky was completely dark when Wang Haoren, seeing no one around, used his abilities to control 2 scythes to harvest the crops. He had already arranged this with his grandfather. Grandfather can slowly pick the corn during the day. He doesn't need to bend over. Wang Haoren will handle the rest. 2 scythes glimmered under the moonlight, dancing through the fields. Crops fell one by one, and the speed of harvesting was no slower than that of a machine. Wang Haoren split his focus, controlling the fallen crops, bundling them into small stacks to take away in the morning. He worked until after 8 p.m., having already harvested a large portion of his family's crops, neatly bundling them at the field's edge. He planned to head home as the chicken should be almost ready and his grandfather would be getting anxious. He decided to finish harvesting the remaining fields tomorrow. Although he couldn't use his abilities during the day, slowing the process down, his strong physique meant it wouldn't take too long, though it wouldn't be as thorough as the night's work. From a distance, he used his abilities to quickly bundle the crops. "Grandfather, I'm back." Wang Haoren arrived at the table and sat down. The grandfather and grandson enjoyed chicken while watching TV, chatting a bit at the dinner table. This sumptuous dinner concluded, and after a day of hard labor, his grandfather was tired and went to wash up and sleep. Wang Haoren also returned to his room, not hurrying to sleep, but instead began to study the 3 bottles of gold sand. He was currently troubled by not knowing which was the gold element. If he could identify it, he could extract it immediately. After flipping through some chemistry and physics books, he still couldn't determine which was the gold element. There was no book depicting the true appearance of the gold element in sand mines. This had to be determined using X-rays or other rays to see the actual appearance. Wang Haoren thought that since he couldn't identify the gold element, he should look for what element was most abundant in the sand. Of course it was calcium. And what does calcium look like? Although he didn't know, he could see it in the cement ground and in the sand within the cement. This was simple. He just needed to compare the elements in the cement wall with those in the sand using his mind to deduce which was calcium. The calcium content in both cement and sand would be the highest or significantly high. After some comparison, Wang Haoren visually observed the appearance of the calcium element in his mind along with how it combined with other elements in nature. He mentally scanned the jars of gold sand again and discovered that indeed most of it was calcium and its compounds. Wang Haoren opened the jars and removed the impurities from the calcium elements. In the end, less than half a jar of gold sand remained in the 3 mineral water bottles. As for this half jar, it would only be confirmed when he truly encountered gold and recognized the gold element in his mind. Wang Haoren decided to sleep first. His grandfather would certainly rise early to harvest the crops. He needed to help as well, and it was already very late. The next morning around 6 a.m., Wang Haoren woke up to find his grandfather already gone. He knew his grandfather had gone to the fields to harvest grain. After tidying up, he dressed and watered the vegetable garden, then fed the animals at home. The family dog was as enthusiastic as ever, wagging its tail and rushing towards Wang Haoren the moment it saw him circling around his legs. After playing with his dog for a while, Wang Haoren took a rope, a sack, and a scythe to the fields. Sure enough, his grandfather had already harvested quite a bit, but his grandfather's speed was far behind Wang Haoren's from the previous day. Many villagers were harvesting grain today, with people passing by the fields from time to time and groups of children playing nearby. It seemed the parents were busy gathering grain and had no time to supervise, so the children had come along to play in the fields. Wang Haoren picked up the scythe and joined the harvesting team. His agility and strength made him like a human bulldozer, toppling crops wherever he went. His harvesting speed alone was equivalent to that of 3 people. This was just cutting wheat. When it came time to bundle and transport the grain, that was where Wang Haoren truly excelled. Tasks that others found laborious were easily resolved by Wang Haoren with his strength. Before he knew it, it was nearly 10 a.m., and the sun was starting to beat down, prompting many farmers to return home for lunch and rest. The children had long disappeared. Wang Haoren prepared to head home, as well taking his tools with him. At noon, Wang Haoren and his grandfather enjoyed stewed chicken and steamed buns. After finishing his meal, his grandfather took a short nap, while Wang Haoren returned to his room to read. Given that he had faced several setbacks trying to make money with his abilities over the past 2 days, Wang Haoren decided he needed to enrich his knowledge. He planned to use his lunchtime to study physics, chemistry, and geography. As for why he was studying geography, it was because both physics and chemistry were essentially part of geography. He knew that the geography curriculum for the first year of high school covered the Earth and planets. Wang Haoren flipped through the geography book, starting from the first page to review. The first chapter of the book discussed the planet Earth, the sun's influence on Earth, Earth's movements, and its layered structure. The second chapter covered the atmosphere of Earth, a topic Wang Haoren had studied throughout his life. He considered the potential of using his abilities to control the atmosphere, noting its wide-ranging applications in real life, such as causing rain to impact military actions and various signal reconnaissance, as well as disrupting the economy of opposing countries. More directly, he could utilize weather weapons to cause floods in enemy nations, destroying their crops and infrastructure, which could be said to have numerous applications. Of course, these were all actions that would harm others without benefiting himself. Wang Haoren was just a farmer's kid, still young, and a student, as such thoughts were of no use to him. The most practical application would be using rain to irrigate fields, which would save a lot of labor. Even in desert terrains, Wang Haoren could grow good crops. Wang Haoren continued to read the geography book, learning about the uneven heating leading to atmospheric movements, pressure belts, and wind belts, common weather systems, global climate changes, and why urban areas are warmer than suburban ones. The third chapter of the book discussed the water cycle in nature, large-scale oceanic movements, rational use of water resources, and whether Antarctic icebergs could solve the water shortage in Saudi Arabia. Wang Haoren had no interest in solving the water shortage issues for Middle Eastern countries. If he wanted, he could easily refine fresh water and cause it to rain directly in Arabian countries, knowing that Saudi Arabia had access to the sea. However, doing so held no meaning for Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren continued to read about the shaping of landforms, the forces that create them, the formation of mountains, and the development of river landscapes. The fifth chapter covered the overall and differential nature of the natural geographic environment, among other topics. regarding these chapters and contents, let alone a first-year student finishing them. Even if scientists had 200 years to study, they wouldn't be able to comprehend half of the principles. However, high school textbooks only provide a general overview without delving deeply. Take the first lesson, for instance. Even scientists wouldn't grasp it in 200 years. Wang Hauren estimated that even in 1,000 years they wouldn't fully understand it. Just take the first lesson on the planet Earth. Earth is a planet in the universe with its own laws of motion. Many natural phenomena on Earth are closely related to its movements. Earth possesses conditions suitable for the evolution of life and human development. So the question arises, how long would it take scientists to study Earth? 1,000 years is not a short time, yet thoroughly understanding Earth seems quite challenging. Even if they did, the next question is what role Earth plays in the universe and its position in the galaxy. This leads to cosmic questions that can be said to be unsolvable. So in what kind of cosmic environment is Earth situated? Wang Hauren had only seen Earth's living environment from a divine perspective through his mind. However, scientists have launched many satellites and should have observed it as well. This isn't too hard. So what kind of planet is Earth? What influence does the sun have on Earth? What patterns govern its movements? What important geographical significance do Earth's movements hold? What structure does Earth have? These questions, aside from the laws of Earth's movement and the sun's influence, have been understood by scientists up to now. Other questions could take humanity 2,000 years to study and still not yield clear answers. And this is just the geography for first-year high school. Wang Hauren was truly astounded by the school textbooks. The thoughts swirling in his mind were giving him a headache. Especially when it comes to cosmic questions, these are simply not things one can ponder. If one were to truly think about them, they would undoubtedly get lost in thought. The universe is indeed vast, and Wang Hauren was currently only studying Earth's structure and atmosphere. His main focus was Earth, yet he had no means to acquire information about other topics, so he could only conduct his own research. However, since he had touched upon cosmic issues, Wang Hauren was also quite interested and began to understand a bit. For example, the position of Earth in the universe and its relationship with the Moon. Earth and the Moon form the Earth-Moon system, with Earth being the central celestial body of this system. The Moon is Earth's only natural satellite and is the closest celestial body to Earth. The average distance between the Earth and the Moon is 384,000 kilometers. The Earth-Moon system is an important part of the solar system. The solar system consists of the sun, planets, and their satellites, asteroids, comets, meteoroids, and planetary matter. Earth is one of the planets relatively close to the sun, with an average distance of 150 million kilometers from it. The solar system is also a part of the Milky Way galaxy, where the sun and countless stars form a massive stellar group. In the Milky Way galaxy, there are over 100 billion stars like the sun. The distance between the solar system and the center of the Milky Way is approximately 27000 light-years. Beyond the Milky Way, there are about 1 billion similar celestial systems, which astronomers refer to as extragalactic galaxies. The Milky Way and the extragalactic galaxies that can be observed at present are collectively known as the universe. This is currently the highest-level celestial system known to humanity, and it is the universe we can observe. Wang Hauren couldn't help but scoff. This is high school geography, and this material is not something even high school students can comprehend. Even all of humanity, trying to fully understand it, would take at least 100 years, if not more. No, it's not that it would take 100 years to figure it out. It's just fundamentally impossible to fully understand it. It's simply too vast. If the Milky Way is a small universe, then how long would it take to research 1 billion galaxies? For instance, if one were to understand one universe in a year, it would take at least 1 billion years. Wang Hauren could only chuckle. He continued reading. Nebulae are celestial bodies composed of gas and dust, exhibiting a cloudy appearance, primarily made of hydrogen. However, Wang Hauren, who had some knowledge of the universe, knew that the main composition of nebulae was definitely not hydrogen. This composition varies depending on different galaxies and elements. Some celestial bodies lack hydrogen, yet still possess nebulae. The vast majority of nebulae are composed of other gases and dust. Planets are celestial bodies that orbit the sun in elliptical orbits resembling near-spherical shapes. Their mass is smaller than that of the sun, and they do not emit visible light, but shine by reflecting sunlight. Meteoroids are particles and small solid pieces in interplanetary space existing in large numbers. Groups of meteoroids that orbit the sun along the same trajectory are called meteor showers. Comets are small celestial bodies that orbit the sun on elongated orbits characterized by a unique cloudy appearance. Currently, there are 9 major planets in the solar system. Ordered by their distance from the sun, they are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Earth is just an ordinary planet in the solar system, and its flight posture in the Milky Way is an orbital inclination of 0 degrees and an eccentricity of 0.017. As Wang Howren read on, he put down the book feeling overwhelmed by the sheer amount of knowledge, especially regarding the unknown universe. His mind felt like it was about to overheat. He decided to take a nap to refresh himself to clear his head. Otherwise, getting too absorbed in the vastness of the universe would leave him unable to comprehend it in his lifetime. In the afternoon, Wang Howren continued harvesting crops with his grandfather feeling confident that he could finish all the harvesting that night. As for selling, there was no rush. If grain traders came to the village to purchase, he would sell to them at a fair price. Otherwise, he could transport it himself to sell to farmers and mills, which typically accepted all kinds of grain. These traders bought grain at lower prices, crushed it, and sold it to individual small farmers who could feed it to both humans and livestock. Wang Howren's grandfather usually sold to the mills which were located in the town. The selling price was generally higher than what grain traders offered. As for selling directly at the market, while the market allowed grain sales, selling 30 acres worth of rice, wheat, and corn would take quite some time. Generally, large households with land wouldn't sell it themselves. Some farmers hired harvesters, and the harvester owners also dealt in grain trading. They usually bought the grain directly. Thus, there were many ways to sell grain, but getting a good price could be quite difficult. For instance, corn is most valuable when families are boiling it for consumption. At that time, fresh ears of corn could sell for 1 yuan each. If boiled corn was sold in the city center, it could fetch 3 yuan each. However, in rural households, the quantity was large, and they had to sell dried corn. Dried corn kernels are orange and generally have a low moisture content, typically below 14. For instance, the mill's purchase price this year is 0.7 yuan per gene. He sold it for 0.9 yuan per gene. Of course, if prices rose, it could sell for 1.2 yuan per gene. However, since farmers had a large quantity, they generally sold at 0.7 to 0.8 yuan per gene, as they didn't have enough space to store it at home. In the afternoon, Wang Howren and his grandfather loaded the bundled grain onto a cart to transport it home. Now only the corn and a few acres of wheat remained unharvested in their fields. Wang Howren planned to harvest the rest himself in the evening. On Monday morning, after helping his grandfather finish harvesting, Wang Howren set off for school. There was a basketball game for the experimental class today, and their class was the starting lineup. So he had to perform well in the game. For future rewards, he aimed to help his experimental class win the championship school-wide and represent the school at the National Youth Basketball Games, which were nationally recognized. According to the school's past practices, as long as they could reach the city level, there would be rewards for every game in subsequent competitions. In the last round, every game, regardless of win or lose, earned each participant 1,000 yuan. If they won, it was 2,000 yuan per game. Wang Howren walked absent-mindedly, realizing it was already Monday. He had experienced too much in the past 2 days, which distracted him and hindered his focus. The basketball match mentioned by the school last week was starting at noon today, and Wang Howren and his experimental class were set to take the court first. Besides the basketball match this afternoon, his family had also been busy with harvesting crops and Wang Howren's own plans for refining precious metals. In addition to refining precious metals, he also planned to raise rabbits and needed to design a rabbit enclosure. However, what concerned Wang Howren the most was the fast radio burst the night before he had released his thoughts to observe the starry sky. He observed a fast radio burst from within the Milky Way, marking his first encounter with cosmic energy waves. From this, he deduced theories regarding fast radio bursts and magnetars. However, what Wang Howren did not know was that scientists around the world had only recently confirmed the magnetar theory, having reached this conclusion just a few months prior to his observations. At this moment, Wang Howren was still lost in thought about the fast radio burst he had witnessed the previous day. It was the first time he had seen such a massive release of energy, an amount that could not be measured by existing energy units. So what is a fast radio burst? Fast radio burst (FRB) refers to an extremely rapid burst of radio pulses occurring in mere milliseconds. But how much energy is released? In just a few milliseconds, it can emit the same amount of energy that the sun produces in an entire day. So how much energy does the sun emit in a day? The sun releases energy at a rate of 386 times 10 to the power of 33 erg-second, equivalent to 386 billion megawatts generated by nuclear fusion reactions. Approximately 700 tons of hydrogen atoms are converted into about 695 tons of helium atoms each second, releasing 500 tons of energy in the form of gamma rays. To put it in terms of coal, 1 ton of standard coal releases about 293 times 10 to the power of 10 joules of energy when fully combusted. The solar energy reaching Earth is equivalent to the energy released by the complete combustion of 508.5 billion tons of standard coal. The energy absorbed by Earth alone equals 508.5 billion tons of standard coal. If we liken it to nuclear bombs, the energy that Earth can receive is 1/2 billionth of the sun's total radiated energy, equivalent to 40 million tons of TNT or the explosive power of 4 10-megaton hydrogen bombs. Fast radio bursts have long been an unsolved mystery in astronomy, only recently validated by astronomers. However, the results of this validation were not something they would specifically share with Wang Hauren. Wang Hauren reached his conclusions through personal observation, finding that the occurrence of fast radio bursts was too random, lacking any discernible pattern. Moreover, their durations are extremely short, which means that people's understanding of them is quite limited. Astronomers have also observed fast radio bursts multiple times. Scientists have proposed dozens of theoretical models regarding their origins. In 2007, astronomers discovered a bright radio wave burst lasting only 5 milliseconds in observational data, and based on the analysis of dispersion, believed this signal came from a very distant place outside the Milky Way. Many astronomers expressed skepticism about this, noting that the burst occurred only once and could not be verified again, leaving uncertainty about whether it was interference. Additionally, as a signal from outside the Milky Way, its strength was too great to be explained by existing astronomical knowledge. Thus, this event did not garner much attention. Only the scientists who discovered it continued their research. It wasn't until several months later that 4 similar signals were observed, prompting people to start paying attention. This type of signal was officially named fast radio burst by humanity. Among the various theoretical models, the explanation leaning towards magnetars is the most favored. A magnetar is a young neutron star with an extremely strong magnetic field, and while this explanation is widely accepted, there has yet to be conclusive evidence supporting it. It wasn't until April 28th of this year that 2 radio telescopes in Canada and the United States captured the same fast radio burst signal. Based on the date the signal reached Earth, this event was named FRB 2008-428. Analysis revealed that this fast radio burst was directed towards a known magnetar within the Milky Way with both direction and distance matching. Subsequently, more radio telescopes indicated they had also received the signal. China's FASD, the world's largest and most sensitive radio telescope, had also observed this magnetar. However, at the time of the fast radio burst, FAST happened to be monitoring other targets, missing the opportunity for observation. 2 days later, FAST conducted an hour-long observation of the magnetar, detecting a faint pulse signal from it. Although this signal was very weak and did not belong to the category of fast radio bursts, it shared similar characteristics with the previously detected fast radio burst signal, indicating that this weak pulse and the earlier burst likely originated from the same celestial body. This also confirmed that the generation of fast radio bursts is indeed related to magnetars. Regarding its generation mechanism, one theory suggests that the surface of a magnetar emits flaring particles that collide with surrounding debris at extremely high speeds, creating a highly magnetized high-temperature vortex that releases high-energy X-rays and radio waves in the process. Does this mean that all fast radio bursts originate from magnetars? Certainly not. It can only be said that magnetars are one possible origin. The energy detected from this signal was much weaker than those found outside the Milky Way, leading astronomers to believe that such weaker bursts that may recur could originate from magnetars. Conversely, those that burst only once, usually brighter, could be caused by other extreme phenomena, such as neutron star collisions or planetary explosions. In summary, much remains unknown about fast radio bursts awaiting exploration. Wang Hauren had the unique experience of witnessing a fast radio burst's occurrence and explosion firsthand, due to his extraordinary abilities. He was awestruck by the vastness of the universe and the energy contained within it. The electromagnetic wave casually detected by Earth was of cosmic proportions. The energy released by this electromagnetic wave was indeed at a cosmic level. To illustrate this cosmic scale, one might compare it to the explosive power of 1 nuclear bombs, which could only serve to describe the faint electromagnetic wave. True explosions and planetary collisions are beyond verbal description. Lost in thought, Wang Hauren unknowingly arrived at school for the experimental class basketball match scheduled for noon. The team members needed to discuss their strategy in advance. Wang Hauren, you're late again. Hurry back to your seat. We still have English class later. Luckily, Teacher Lee isn't here, so you're off the hook this time. Zhou Yong looked at Wang Hauren as he entered the classroom, quickly gesturing for him to return to his seat. The bell rang for class to end. Still pondering the radio burst, Xie Feng and Zhou Yong approached Wang Hauren's desk. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Yong knocked 3 times on Wang Hauren's head. Hey, wake up. Snap out of it. Xie Feng exclaimed. After class, we need to practice since our class will be starting the first game this noon. Oh, okay, Wang Hauren replied absent-mindedly, as if he had lost his spirit. He shook his head to clear his mind, and stood up with Xie Feng and Zhou Yong to find Jiang Hao Wang, Siwen Zhang Xiaobua, and Tianyu. He truly felt too weak, and being the main player was unavoidable. The 7 of them hurried out of the teaching building with Xie Feng even juggling a volleyball as they walked. The sound of the ball echoed through the building's corridor, almost deafening. Xiefeng intentionally hit the ball a few times before quickly running off with it. He did this on purpose as there were still students from other classes who had not finished and the teacher was holding class. His childish nature took over, creating noise to tease everyone. As expected, not only were the classmates' attention drawn, but the teacher noticed, as well, attempting to chase him down. Unfortunately, this boy was quick, and by the time the teacher reached the classroom door, he was already nowhere to be seen. A few companions looked at Xiefeng's antics in disbelief. Did this guy really dare to mess with the teacher? If the teacher truly wanted to deal with him, would there be a need to chase him? It's just that the teachers usually favored the experimental class students, giving them good treatment. So Xiefeng's audacity to act up today was quite unexpected. As Wang Haoren and the others walked and chatted, they slowly made their way out of the teaching building and arrived at the basketball court. Spotting Xiefeng lost in thought on the court's periphery, it was clear what had happened. With the upcoming basketball match, all the classes wanted to practice, so there was surely no space available. The gym also had a basketball court, but one could easily guess that it was also without space. As the captain, Zhou Yong was at a loss for how to proceed. The few of them looked around and decided to find a nearby open area to analyze the opposing team's lineup. Afterward, they would formulate a plan based on the opposing team's formation. Since Wang Siwen and Zhang Xiaobo were not skilled players and were relatively heavier, they were assigned other tasks. They were to go to other classes to gather intelligence, primarily to inquire about Class 1 starting lineup, who the 5 starting players were, which ones had skills, and who was the strongest and needed to be guarded against. After discussing the plan for a while, the two chubby boys Zhang Xiaobo and Wang Siwen left the group to gather intelligence. Despite their weight, they were quite popular and maintained good relationships with classmates from other classes. They even managed to connect with girls from other classes and learned about the situation in Class 1. Although Class 1 did not rank well academically in the first year, they excelled in sports, especially in the upcoming youth basketball competition. The class teacher of Class 1 was particularly invested in this. It was said that they had adjusted their schedule, changing the class after morning exercises to a physical education class. The basketball team from Class 1 went out to practice, and the others from the class also went to watch and cheer them on. There was a reason why Class 1 was so focused on the competition. 2 boys in their class were professional basketball players, very skilled, and had participated in school-organized basketball competitions during middle school. Moreover, Class 1's performance was indeed relatively poor. Excelling in sports was a good option, and if a few students could be specially recruited, it would benefit the classmates. It would also benefit the class promotion rate. Generally speaking, the better a student's athletic ability, the poorer their academic performance tends to be. This competition could be a rare opportunity for the students at the bottom of the academic rankings to be specially recruited by key universities. This would bring huge benefits to the school, the teachers, and the students themselves. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. This period was for mandatory political education, focusing on economic life. To be honest, Wang Haoren found high school political education different from what he expected. He thought high school courses were still about controlling the thoughts of the masses, explaining Marxism, socialism, communism, and other ideologies. He expected discussions on social morals or the political processes of the country and the party's development. However, when he actually attended the political education class, the content had little to do with political ideology. For instance, the first chapter was about the mysterious currency. It was understandable to discuss currency in history class, since the development of ancient states was inseparable from currency. Issuing and using currency was an indispensable means for any dynasty. Yet here in a political education class, they talked about currency. Currency is just money, and who doesn't like money, especially since Wang Haoren's family is quite short on funds. It's safe to say that not just Wang Haoren likes money. Everyone in Wangjia village, from the village chief to 3-year-old children, loves money. It's simply because they've been poor for too long. Surprisingly, this political education class started off discussing currency in detail. By the end of the first month of school, Wang Haoren had already completed the first chapter, followed by the second chapter about labor and management, savings, commercial banks, stocks, bonds, and insurance. When Wang Haoren first learned these topics, his mind was a blur. What was this all about? What does this have to do with political thought? Today, the political education class had reached the 3rd unit. Wang Haoren looked at the teacher at the podium, who was discussing taxation and paying taxes. At this point, Wang Haoren felt utterly speechless. Especially when he saw the title taxation and payment of taxes, he thought about taxation too. The problem was he didn't dare to. Of course, if he were given the qualification to pay taxes, at least those who can contribute taxes must have an income above the taxable threshold. However, Wang Haoren didn't have any taxable income. Not to mention, Wang Haoren, no one in Wangjia village was a taxpayer. A few years ago, when the road wasn't built, a family's annual income from farming wouldn't exceed 4,000 yuan. And that was the total income of the family for the entire year. With so little money, who would they pay taxes to? Of course, if Wang Haoren were indeed required to pay taxes, he would certainly feel uncomfortable. After working hard to earn some money, he would have to give a portion to the state. This was a classic case of sour grapes. He felt uneasy about it. At that moment, when he heard the teacher discussing the legal obligation to pay taxes, Wang Haoren couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Haoren, why are you laughing? I've been watching you for a while, but what are you muttering about all by yourself? I'm sorry, teacher. Wang Haoren was too absorbed earlier. When he heard taxation and payment of taxes, he got upset and couldn't control his expression, thinking too deeply. After all, he also wanted to impose taxes on others. As for paying taxes according to the law, he naturally had to do so, but his family didn't even have the qualification for that. He felt anger just thinking about it. Why was their village so poor? After class, a few friends discussed strategies again. Wang Siwen and Zhang Xiaobo managed to gather information about Class 1's lineup through girls from other classes. Class 1 was indeed very strong in sports. They had managed to gather a team of 12 players. However, if you thought all 12 of them were basketball experts, that was simply impossible. However, the 5 starting players on the opposing team were all capable basketball players and quite professional, definitely not weaker than Zhou Yong, the basketball enthusiast. Zhou Yong was considered the top basketball player in the experimental class. Of course, this was under the condition that Wang Haoren was hiding his talents. Zhou Yong was not lacking in any abilities, but his sturdy physique made him seem a bit clumsy and less agile. Unfortunately, Zhou Yong's genes might not be quite right. Both of his parents were ordinary people, and he was only a little over 1.7 meters tall. If he were over 1.9 meters tall, he would undoubtedly become a national basketball talent, perhaps even playing in the NBA abroad. Ding ding ding. This was a biology class. Wang Haoren was very fond of biology, enjoying it as much as chemistry, physics, and geography. Speaking of biology, it is an essential field in every profession, and biology is everywhere. Logically, given its usefulness, it should lead to good job prospects. On the contrary, if one majors in biology at university, it can be quite awkward for graduates when searching for jobs. Biology is indeed crucial, especially in medicine, which is inseparable from biological sciences. However, hospitals only recruit medical students, not biology graduates. Even if one can't enter a hospital, they could go to a pharmaceutical company, but those companies specifically hire graduates from pharmacy programs. In fact, the difficulty in finding jobs for biology graduates mainly stems from the vastness of the discipline. If one had to describe it, studying biology is akin to studying cosmology. Just as the universe is vast, biology is equally expansive. Thus, researching biology is comparable to studying the universe. To achieve any significant accomplishments, one would need to pursue a master's or doctoral degree. A cosmology PhD might focus on a specific planet in the universe, while a biology PhD could delve into fields like genetics or plant biology, among others. Because the field of biology is so vast, it is challenging to know one's study direction without reaching graduate or doctoral levels, making employment even more difficult. If you don't even know what you're studying, how can you find a job? Are you going to use yeast to make steamed buns? That position doesn't even require a university graduate. Wang Haoren had a profound understanding of biology and was fully aware of how vast the field was. In high school, the main focus of biology was on molecules and cells, and mastering biology would greatly aid Wang Haoren in developing extraordinary abilities and new skills in the future. Since the start of school, Wang Haoren had learned about the biological sphere, cells, the molecules that make up cells, the elements and compounds within cells. The teacher was still explaining cells in this class. In 1970, scientists used green fluorescent dye to mark the protein molecules on mouse cell surfaces. They also used red fluorescent dye to mark protein molecules on human cell surfaces, fusing mouse cells with human cells. When these two types of cells first fused, one half of the fused cell glowed green, while the other half glowed red. Could human cells actually fuse with mouse cells? Wang Haoren was incredibly astonished. He never even dared to imagine that scientists conducted such experiments. While attentively listening to the biology teacher's explanation, he released his thoughts to observe within his own body. He first noticed the structure of his blood and flesh, then observed his bones and organs, following the flow of blood throughout his body. With Wang Haoren's observations and research, he has gained a preliminary understanding of the human body's composition. Specifically, it can be divided into the various organs and systems, such as the skeletal system and the endocrine system. The human body is an inseparable organic whole, with the basic unit of structure and function being the cell. Between the cells, there exists some non-cellular material known as the intercellular matrix. Many cells with similar shapes and functions along with the intercellular matrix together form tissues. Human tissues are categorized into epithelial tissue, connective tissue, muscle tissue, and nervous tissue, which serve as the foundation for the various organs and systems of the human body, hence referred to as basic tissues. When several types of tissues combine, they form a structure with specific shapes and functions known as an organ, such as the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, stomach, large intestine, and small intestine. A series of organs closely related in structure and function unite to perform certain physiological activities, constituting a system. The human body can be divided into 9 systems: movement, digestion, respiration, urination, reproduction, circulation, endocrine, sensory, and nervous systems. Under the control and regulation of the nervous system, each system both specializes and collaborates, executing various complex life activities, making the human body a complete and unified organism. As Wang Haoren continued to study the body through his thoughts, he discovered that beyond the visible and tangible aspects, there are various interrelated systems. For instance, the nervous system, endocrine system, digestive system, and movement system. The movement system comprises 3 parts: bone connections and skeletal muscles. They play a role in supporting and protecting the body under the control of the nervous system. The movement system accounts for about 60% of an adult's body weight, forming the basic outline of the human body. The main function of the movement system is the connection devices known as bone connections between bones. All the bones in the body are connected through these connections to form the skeleton. The skeleton serves as the framework of the human body, with muscles attached to the skeleton known as skeletal muscles. When skeletal muscles contract, they pull on the bones to create movement, and together with the skeleton, they provide the basic shape of the body and form the inner walls of the body cavities, such as the cranial cavity, thoracic cavity, abdominal cavity, and pelvic cavity. To protect the brain, heart, lungs, spleen, liver, bladder, and other organs, the joints serve as the pivot points for movement, while skeletal muscles act as the driving organs. In other words, skeletal muscles are the active part of movement, while bones and bone connections are the passive parts. An adult has 206 bones, which can be classified into 4 parts based on their position in the body: trunk bones, cranial bones, upper limb bones, and lower limb bones. Among them, there are 51 trunk bones and 29 cranial bones, including 6 auditory ossicles. There are 64 upper limb bones and 62 lower limb bones. The weight of bones in adults accounts for about 15% of body weight, while in newborns it accounts for 17%. It can be said that each bone is an organ possessing a specific structure and blood vessel and nerve supply, capable of continuous metabolism, undergoing growth and development, and having the ability to repair and remodel. Regular exercise promotes healthy development and strength of the bones, while prolonged inactivity can lead to atrophy. Bones come in different shapes and can be roughly classified into 4 categories: long bones, short bones, flat bones, and irregular bones. Flat bones are plate-like and are found in areas such as the head and chest. They often form the walls of bony cavities, serving a protective role for the organs within. Irregular bones, such as vertebrae, have an irregular shape. Some irregular bones contain air cavities known as pneumatic bones. For instance, the maxilla and zygomatic bones around the nasal cavity can resonate during vocalization and help reduce the weight of the bones. The structure of bones consists of bone tissue, bone marrow, and periosteum, with nerves and blood vessels distributed throughout. The periosteum is a membrane made of dense connective tissue that wraps around the entire surface of the bone except at the joint surfaces. The periosteum contains rich nerves and blood vessels, making it highly sensitive. It plays a vital role in the nourishment and growth of bones. The inner layer of the periosteum contains osteoblasts and osteoclasts. They respectively have the functions of producing new materials and breaking down old bone tissue, and their activities are most pronounced during bone formation, growth, remodeling, and repair. When the periosteum is detached, bones are difficult to repair and may even necrose, which is why it is crucial to preserve the periosteum during surgery. Bone marrow fills the medullary cavity and spongy bone spaces of long bones and is classified into red bone marrow and yellow bone marrow. Red bone marrow contains a large number of red blood cells at various stages of development and certain white blood cells known as red marrow, which has hematopoietic function. Yellow bone marrow contains a lot of fat and has an orange-yellow color without hematopoietic function. In fetuses and infants, bones are filled entirely with red marrow. Before the age of 6, the red marrow in long bones gradually transforms into yellow marrow, while red marrow should be preserved in the spongy bone of all types of bones to continue hematopoiesis. In cases of severe blood loss and anemia, yellow marrow can transform back into red marrow to restore hematopoietic function. The joint surfaces of the bones are covered with articular cartilage made of hyaline cartilage, which reduces friction and enhances the flexibility of the joints. Based on his research on bones, Wang Haoren decided that when the time was right, he would modify the bones within his body first rather than altering the internal organs and blood. Since blood is involved in the entire circulation, improper modifications could lead to issues. Currently, Wang Haoren does not have a deep understanding of medical knowledge, so he is cautious about changing blood and internal organs. If he were to alter his physical body, Wang Haoren currently feels utterly powerless. Even if he could, it would only be a microscopic modification. The human body can be categorized within the realm of biology. Wang Haoren understands that biology is a vast discipline and that medicine should be seen as a subcategory of biology. However, in reality, medicine is also a broad field encompassing traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine, pharmacology, clinical studies, and more. Relying solely on the biology and cellular biology he studied in middle school and the first year of high school is insufficient for Wang Haoren to make any alterations to his body, which is a large circulatory system. Internal organs absolutely cannot be modified. If he truly wishes to make changes, it would be limited to increasing or decreasing fat content, among other minor adjustments. Currently, Wang Haoren has not studied medicine and is also unfamiliar with biological disciplines such as biology and genetics, so specific learning and experimental modifications will have to wait until after he attends university. Apart from modifying bones, Wang Haoren only dares to make slight adjustments to his internal blood pressure, adrenaline secretion, insulin and gastric acid, and bile secretion, among others. Or he might sever the nerve signals blocking the brain, rendering himself devoid of pain sensation. Wang Haoren plans to start with simple modifications to his bones. He does not intend to alter the shape of his skeleton to turn himself into a monster. He is not that extreme. Although he currently possesses that capability, he would not resort to such actions. Wang Haoren intends to study the internal components of the bones. It is well known that calcium is the primary element found in bones. He plans to first modify the calcium content density and arrangement in his body. For example, increasing the calcium content to enhance bone density and make the bones sturdier. For instance, he could control the bonding of calcium elements at the fracture site to promote healing of broken bones. In this way, he could possess a powerful skeletal structure within the realm of normalcy, with increased bone strength and flexibility. With enhanced bone strength and resilience, Wang Haoren would not worry about injuries or fractures when participating in sports competitions. If he were to join the military or undertake military operations in the future, he would not easily suffer from fractures. He would be more composed in training combat and extreme environments. Even if external forces were to exceed bone strength, higher bone resilience would allow for deformation without fracture. Of course, Wang Haoren's upgrades to his bones do not end here. Changing the structure of calcium elements within the bones and adding other elements to create new, tougher bones is merely the first step. The second step involves adding various metallic elements to the bones such as iron, zinc, nickel, aluminum, and other metals based on his knowledge of medicine. However, Wang Haoren is currently hesitant to proceed with this, fearing that excessive heavy metal content in his body could lead to organ failure involving the liver, kidneys, and other organs. Thus, he will refrain from indiscriminately adding other metallic elements until he has studied medicine. What Wang Haoren can do now is to adjust the existing metallic elements within his body or bones by increasing or decreasing their quantities, altering their chemical arrangement, or forming new compounds with other elements. Through the continual combination and transformation of elements, he aims to discover the most suitable configuration for his bones. Simply put, if he could replace the bones in a human leg with aluminum alloy, the most direct benefit would be a reduction in weight, increased hardness, and a significantly diminished likelihood of fractures without extreme external forces. To break a leg made of aluminum alloy, considerable force would be required. In a normal collision at speeds below 60 km per hour, it would be difficult to damage an aluminum alloy leg. Moreover, replacing the leg bones with aluminum alloy would lighten the body, consequently improving endurance. If all bones were to be replaced with aluminum alloy, the total weight of an average adult's bones, approximately 10 kilograms, would be reduced to less than 5 kilograms. If a marathon runner or sprinter could reduce their body weight by 5 kilograms, winning a race would become an effortless task. Of course, transforming bones into aluminum alloy is just a simplistic term. Wang Haoren's ultimate modifications will not simply end with turning bones into aluminum alloy. It is important to note that aluminum alloy is merely one of the common alloys in daily life. While its greatest advantage is its lightness, there are metals that are lighter, stronger, and more resilient than aluminum alloy, although they are relatively rare. Wang Haoren will determine which metallic elements to use for bone modification only after he studies the discipline of metallic materials. Currently, Wang Haoren's knowledge of medicine and biology is still quite limited, and his means of acquiring knowledge are scarce. He relies mainly on school education, libraries, and media, sometimes purchasing scientific magazines and introductory books on biology, chemistry, and medicine from bookstores or secondhand stalls. However, buying books requires money, and he does not have ample funds to purchase them. As Wang Haoren's knowledge grows, he realizes that modifying his body cannot be done casually. He must complete several key scientific subjects to comprehensively transform his own body. Of course, he also has the ability to modify others, but that will wait until he has completed the relevant subjects. If Wang Haoren were to replace all his bones with aluminum alloy, while the weight would be reduced, he might also risk aluminum poisoning. As for whether he would suffer from aluminum poisoning given his current knowledge, he cannot determine that, but he cannot take that risk. It is crucial to understand that heavy metal poisoning is not merely about symptoms like dizziness, nausea, or organ failure. Aluminum can flow through the body's fluids to all parts. Excessive aluminum in any specific area of the body can lead to numerous symptoms. Wherever the aluminum element accumulates, that area will experience problems. This delves into medical knowledge. Wang Haoran thought about it and concluded that he would need to wait until university or have the opportunity to learn more about medicine before conducting further research. For now, he is very satisfied with performing routine operations. Wang Haoran plans to make alterations within the realm of normal human capabilities, merely adjusting the existing elements within the bones. For instance, calcium, iron, zinc, phosphorus, etc., by increasing the quantity of certain elements or altering their arrangement. For example, adjusting the amounts of calcium and phosphorus can enhance bone hardness and resilience. During this exploration, Wang Haoran inferred that if he were to break a bone, he could use his abilities to control the elements to rearrange the molecular structures of the bone and its constituent elements. This would enable rapid recovery. It can be said that if Wang Haoran were to fall and break a bone, as long as he harnessed his ability to control it, his fracture could be healed in an instant. This is a remarkable discovery, although Wang Haoran has yet to test it. This is merely a conclusion drawn from his deductions. As for whether the process of recovering from a fracture would be painful, it would undoubtedly be painful. However, Wang Haoran is not foolish. He can use his thoughts to sever the pain signals, allowing for a painless recovery. Wang Haoran was extremely pleased. After attending a biology class, he unexpectedly discovered a new ability. He couldn't wait to take a break and hide at home to conduct further research. Especially regarding the modification of bones, he has already developed a preliminary plan and future vision. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. At that moment, Zhou Yong and Xie Feng were unusually excited as they already knew their opponent's situation and were eager to win. With the intelligence support from Wang Siwen and Zhang Xiaobo, they analyzed the weaknesses of the first-year class and adjusted their team strategy accordingly. Although their opponent was formidable, as long as they could win the first match and hold out until the end, victory was within reach. They were all eager to showcase their skills. Wang Haoran, Xie Feng, Zhou Yong, and the other 7 did not rush to leave the classroom. They planned to discuss their game lineup and strategy briefly. To ensure everything was foolproof and to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, they decided to take the initiative. After all, 4 out of the 5 starting players in their class were skilled at basketball. They decided to field their strongest lineup right from the start and aim to win the first quarter. Generally, the rules of the National Youth Basketball Championship should align with those of international leagues. According to FIBA regulations, a basketball game is divided into 2 halves. Each half consists of 2 quarters, with each quarter lasting 10 minutes, resulting in a total of 4 quarters lasting 40 minutes. In the NBA, a basketball game consists of 4 quarters, but each quarter lasts 12 minutes, totaling 48 minutes. The game at County No. 1 high school follows the same timing as the CBA, with each quarter also being 10 minutes long. Each quarter includes a 130-second break, and halftime is a 15-minute break. If the game ends in a tie, an overtime period is played. Each overtime lasts 5 minutes, and if no winner is determined, additional overtime periods continue until a winner is declared. The basketball game at County No. 1 high school aligns with official game times, lasting 40 minutes in total, divided into 4 quarters. However, classes resume in the afternoon. Halftime has been shortened to 5 minutes. This reduction of 10 minutes for halftime means that the intensity of the second half, consisting of 2 quarters, can even rival that of the NBA's 12-minute quarters. Do not underestimate these few minutes. Basketball is a high-intensity, high-collision sport with its intensity comparable to a 100-meter sprint. When the game reaches critical moments, the level of physical confrontation can exceed 3 minutes, while a 100-meter sprint lasts only about 10 seconds. One can imagine what it feels like for basketball players to run a marathon with the intensity of a 100-meter sprint. In a 10-minute quarter, if both teams have good stamina, especially by the second quarter, as both sides strive for a tie, there will be intense collisions. It can be said that the second quarter is when both teams are at their best, with the most conflicts and the fiercest competition. Zhou Yong and Xie Feng suggested that they first win the first quarter, then play a guerrilla strategy in the second quarter to stall time until halftime. Then in the first quarter of the second half, they would substitute Wang Siwen, and in the last quarter substitute Zhang Xiaobo. During this time, Wang Haoran, with his strong physical condition, would keep attacking the entire game without resting. Xie Feng, Zhou Yong, and Zhang Hao would take turns resting. They decided to lead in the first match and then compete for points in the third match. If they continued to lead, they would maintain that advantage until the end of the game. After all, out of 5 players, only 4 were skilled. Winning the match would already be a success. At that moment, a kind-hearted girl brought some boxed lunches for Wang Haoran and the others, saying they were bought by teacher Zhou. Zhou Yong exchanged glances with the others, and Xie Feng said old Zhou is actually quite nice. He may seem indifferent to the game, but he still bought us lunch. While they were chatting, Wang Haoren had already started eating. Time was tight. The game would start soon, and there would be no time to eat if they kept talking. As they ate and chatted, they also discussed their formation and the target players. When it came to formations, everyone was not too familiar, so they listened to Zhou Yong for analysis and selection. Zhou Yong said there are several main formations. Let's discuss. I suggest choosing the first one, the 23 formation, with 2 players at the free throw line and 3 players below it. Zhou Yong explained the functions and strategies of several other formations. Everyone felt which formation suited them best. Xie Feng said, let's go with the first one. I specialize in rebounding, and Wang Haoren can work with me as the main players. We'll go with the 23 formation. I will lead with Wang Haoren. Zhou Yong said Wang Haoren has good stamina and skills in dribbling and shooting. He will take charge of the entire court. Xie Feng during offensive plays, you and Wang Haoren should collaborate to score. We aim to lead in the first quarter. Everyone needs to cooperate. Even if we can't score, we must at least control the ball. Xie Feng, you're good at rebounding. You and Wang Haoren should be above the free throw line to grab rebounds. Remember, as long as you two can grab the ball, even if we can't score, we can at least ensure we don't give away points. Whether we can win hinges on our ability to secure the ball. Jiang Hao will work with Wang Haoren. Both of you are key players. If we have a chance to score, we must take it. If not, we must restrict the opposing team's key players and keep the ball in our possession. Tian, you will work with Xie Feng. Pass the ball that Xie Feng gives you to me. You need to closely mark the captain of the first-year class, Sun Tao. I will provide support from the perimeter, being good at 3-point shooting. As the first quarter begins, Tian, you give it your all. Even if you can't grab the ball, you should position yourself to block their passes. As long as you can reach out to deflect their dribbling or obstruct their passing, that's enough. If you're tired after the first game, well arranged for you to rest. With 5 minutes left until the game at noon, Zhou Yong led Wang Haoren and the others to the basketball court where the director explained the game rules. Due to time constraints, as there were afternoon classes, they skipped a simple opening speech and directly blew the whistle to start the game. The game began. Hello everyone. I am the announcer Gao Pingping. Hello, I am announcer Li Qi. We are here to live broadcast the basketball promotion match for the first-year class. Now let me briefly introduce both teams and the players participating. On the left is the experimental class, with the starting players being Captain Zhou Yong and players Xie Feng, Wang Haoren, Tian Yu, and Jiang Hao. The substitutes are Wang Siwen and Zhang Xiaobua. The experimental class basketball team has only 7 players. Special attention goes to the captain Zhou Yong, who is a basketball prodigy in the experimental class, having excelled in basketball since childhood and possessing considerable talent. With Zhou Yong's leadership, the experimental class is sure to achieve ideal results. Next, let's introduce the first-year class 1 team. On the right side of the court are the players of the first-year class 1 who successfully formed their own complete basketball team. The team consists of 12 members, with the starting players being Captain Sun Tao and players Zhang Liangtang, Jiantong Yandong, Wang Jiawei, and substitutes Zhang Wenhao, Li Xiaoqiang, Lu Mingliang, Li Yuxing, Zhao Qianguowei, and Sun Hongqiao. Special mention goes to Sun Tao and Tang Jian, who have loved basketball since childhood and have represented their school in several formal basketball competitions organized by the city during their middle school years. As the game began, both sides engaged in fierce competition, with the first-year class 1 gaining possession of the ball. Sun Tao stood still, dribbling the ball slowly, not in a hurry to attack. With his teammates' cooperation, he moved towards the center line. Just as he prepared to break past Wang Haoren suddenly lunged forward and knocked the ball away. Caught off guard, Sun Tao had no time to react as Wang Haoren knocked the basketball away, and now Wang Haoren had possession. Suddenly, Tang Jian reached out to interrupt Wang Haoren's dribble. The basketball flew away, and the other players from the first-year class rushed towards the ball. Wang Haoren dashed forward and grabbed the basketball. He had been careless just now, suddenly intercepting Sun Tao's basketball. However, Tang Jian had anticipated Wang Haoren's move and quickly intercepted him. Despite the rush, Wang Haoren still managed to secure the ball. Fearing another mishap, Wang Haoren made a wide 120-degree turn and passed the ball to Xie Feng. Seizing the opportunity when the defense was weak, Xie Feng caught the ball, took 2 quick steps, and dunked. The ball went in, and Gao Pingping's voice echoed through the broadcast. The experimental class scored first, earning 2 points, leading 2-0 against the first-year class 1. The ball was back in the hands of the first-year class 1. Tang Jian initiated the play, passing to Wang Jiawei, who took large strides dribbling forward. In an instant, they crossed the midcourt, and all players from the experimental class fell back to defend. Xie Feng remained near the basket of the first-year class 1. Tian Yu extended both hands, doing his utmost to block the opponent. After receiving the pass from Wang Jiawei, Tang Jian made a fake move and turned dribbling past Tian Yu with his right hand. Realizing he had been deceived, Tian Yu quickly accelerated to catch up and reached out to grab the basketball. Seeing Tianyu's relentless pursuit, Tang Jin turned around to evade him and dribbled back. Wang Haoran, noticing the stalemate, quickly approached Tang Jin to steal the ball. Tang Jin caught a glimpse of Wang Haoran and leaped to pass to Sun Tao in the middle. Wang Haoran failed to seize the ball and jogged behind. Sun Tao quickly passed to Zhang Liang. Seeing Zhang Liang receive the ball, Zhou Yong sprang forward using his legs to close in and block Zhang Liang's path. Zhang Liang planned to shoot, but Zhou Yong faked a jump and reached to obstruct. At that moment, Wang Haoran quickly returned to defend next to Zhang Liang and knocked the basketball away while he was dribbling. The basketball flew towards Zhang Hao, who swiftly advanced. Encountering Sun Tao's defense, he turned and passed to Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong leaned back for a jump shot. The basketball spun in the air and swished through the net. A clean long-distance three-pointer. Gao Pingping's voice rang out in the broadcast announcing the score. The experimental class leads 5-0 against the first-year class 1. The commentator excitedly described the action as no one expected such fierce competition in just over 2 minutes of the game. Due to Sun Tao's carelessness, the first-year class 1 lost a rebound within just seconds of the game starting. After regaining possession, they lost another three-pointer just a minute later. The ball returned to the first-year class 1. Sun Tao and his teammates exchanged glances and gestures. At that moment, everyone still had ample energy, and the players from the experimental class exchanged looks, feeling they could take advantage to expand their lead. Zhou Yong shouted, Tianyu, closely mark Sun Tao and block his position. Stay persistent. Tianyu nodded. Wang Haoran and Xiefeng, you two focus on offense, and let's make a push for points. Got it. After Wang Haoran and Xiefeng responded, they prepared to give their all and grab some points. The first-year class 1 was again served by Sun Tao, who was starting to feel a bit anxious as they all felt a bit embarrassed. Their class had such a strong lineup that they were immediately outmatched by the experimental class, losing the rebound. It was somewhat embarrassing. The first occurrence could be deemed an accident, but what about that three-pointer just now? It couldn't possibly be considered an accident as well. Sun Tao and the others were unwilling to admit that their basketball skills were inferior to those of Wang Haoran and Xiefeng. Sun Tao signaled to Tang Jin, who quickly moved toward the experimental class. As Sun Tao dribbled the ball and attempted to drive forward, he encountered Wang Haoran's defense and decisively passed the ball to Wang Jiawei. Without pausing, Wang Jiawei passed it back to Tang Jin, who suddenly exploded with power and rushed forward with the entire first class of high school sprinting toward the experimental class. All members of the experimental class rushed to defend, with Zhou Yong stepping forward to block Tang Jin's path and reaching out to intercept the ball. Tang Jin suddenly tossed the ball back to Wang Jiawei, while Tianyu recalled the task assigned by Captain Zhou Yong. Stay close to Sun Tao, keeping a tight watch on him to prevent him from receiving the ball. Step in to block Sun Tao's path. At this moment, Zhang Hao also reached out to block Wang Jiawei's route. Wang Jiawei passed to Sun Tao, who was caught off guard, and found that Tianyu had blocked much of his position. He failed to secure the basketball. Tianyu swiped at the ball wildly, sending it bouncing toward the sidelines. Wang Haoran quickly turned and dashed, intercepting the basketball. The ball was in Wang Haoran's hands as he dribbled toward the three-point line of the first class of high school. Tong Yandong rushed close to defend against Wang Haoran, who faked left and right, maneuvering past Tong Yandong. Sun Tao and Wang Jiawei also came over to defend, but Wang Haoran swiftly broke through. With a leap, he performed a two-point dunk. The broadcast sounded just in time, announcing that the experimental class had scored 2 points. At this moment, the students of the experimental class were thrilled. They hadn't expected their basketball team to be so strong, scoring 3 consecutive points right from the start. Scoring once is luck. Scoring 3 times shows strength. The experimental class led 7-0 against the first class of high school. The students were all excited and cheering. Looking at the cheering crowd from the experimental class, the main players of the first class of high school had grim expressions. With another round of reserve, the players from the first class were also getting anxious. Sun Tao shouted, Tang Jin, block Wang Haoran, Tong Yandong. Keep a close watch on Zhou Yong. The ball was being dribbled constantly in Sun Tao's hands, making a rhythmic sound. Sun Tao stood still, dribbling the ball, waiting for his teammates to find a favorable formation. The players from both classes were mutually defending their targets, continuously fighting for position and bumping into each other, vying for the best spot. Tianyu dashed out. Xiefeng also intended to go for the ball, but he knew he wouldn't be able to grab it. At this point, if he rushed in, Sun Tao would simply pass to a teammate. It would only waste his energy. However, the reckless Tianyu was unaware of this logic. He only remembered the task Zhou Yong had given him and desperately tried to block Sun Tao. Tianyu broke the atmosphere first. He suddenly rushed in to steal Sun Tao's basketball. Sun Tao did not pass the ball, and instead dribbled deftly to dodge Tianyu's attempts. However, Tianyu did not understand the concept of conserving energy and charged at Sun Tao again. Sun Tao retreated 2 steps and sidestepped Tian Yu, who stubbornly pursued him closely. Seeing Tian Yu sticking to him relentlessly, Sun Tao had no choice but to pass the ball to Tang Jian. Before Tang Jian could receive it, Wang Haoran suddenly sprinted and leaped, extending his arm to tip the basketball away. Tang Jian did not catch the basketball, but he managed to deflect it. He forcefully tapped the basketball toward Zhang Liang, who watched it fly down and bounce a few times before heading in his direction. Zhang Hao quickly chased after the basketball, brushing against its edge. He failed to grab it, but his touch altered its trajectory, sending it further ahead. Seeing Zhang Hao about to touch the basketball, Zhang Liang dashed toward it with all his strength. With a collision, both of them made contact with the ball. The two collided, losing control of the basketball. Tong Yandong rushed over and seized the ball, while Wang Haoran was just a step away from it. Tong Yandong noticed his teammates being blocked, and with his attacking route sealed, he could only jump for a long-range shot. Wang Haoran, anticipating Tong Yandong's shooting motion, leaped first, stretching out his right hand to successfully block the shot. Bang, bang, bang. The basketball bounced toward Sun Tao, who fortuitously caught it. Breathless, the weak Tian Yu rushed over again, attempting to slap the ball. Sun Tao, feeling agitated, hurriedly jumped for a three-pointer. In his haste, he miscalculated, and the ball hit the rim, bouncing back. Sun Tao had intended to catch the ball again for another jump shot. However, this was a match, not a personal game. No one would give him another chance to shoot. Xiafeng, quick to react, snatched the rebound. Turning, he dribbled aggressively toward the first class of high school, crossing the half-court line and passing to Wang Haoran. After receiving the ball, Wang Haoran exploded with energy, maneuvering past defenders and leaping for a shot, scoring another 2 points. Cheers erupted throughout the venue. The girls from the experimental class jumped up, excitedly cheering. Teacher Zhou hadn't expected their basketball team to be so fierce, scoring 9 points right from the start. The experimental class led 9-0 against the first class of high school. The first class gained possession, with Tang Jian reserving. He dribbled the ball forward a few steps, then encountering a block pass to Zhang Liang, who faked left to easily get past Tian Yu as the first class advanced toward the center court. Faced with Zhou Yong's defense, he passed back to Sun Tao, who suddenly exploded with energy and jumped for a long-distance three-pointer, scoring. The first class finally secured a point. The experimental class led 9-3 against the first class. The students from the first class were finally happy. They cheered and jumped, rallying behind Sun Tao. As the match started, Zhou Yong passed to Wang Haoran, who moved rapidly with the ball, quickly maneuvering past Sun Tao and Tong Yandong. In an instant, Wang Haoran had crossed mid-court, continuing his high-speed drive. Zhang Liang opened his arms to block, but Wang Haoran faked a shot, raising both arms and then retracting them as he prepared to jump. Thinking Wang Haoran was going to shoot, Zhang Liang raised his hands and jumped. Seizing the moment, Wang Haoran slipped past Zhang Liang's defense. Wang Haoran advanced 3 steps and jumped for a shot, scoring another three-pointer for the experimental class. At this moment, all players except Wang Haoran were panting heavily, having exhausted much energy in the intense contest. Especially Tian Yu, who had run desperately, sticking closely to Sun Tao, which had greatly annoyed Sun Tao. The experimental class had a player who couldn't even play well, making things very frustrating for him, but Sun Tao felt there was no choice. Possession returned to the first class, with Wang Jiawei passing to Tang Jian, who quickly dribbled past Zhang Hao. Wang Haoran returned to defend, reaching out to block, while Wang Jiawei passed to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang unleashed his full strength to drive toward the basket, as Zhou Yong quickly opened his arms to block. Zhang Liang passed to Sun Tao. Zhou Yong and Tian Yu flanked Sun Tao, preparing to intercept the ball. Seeing this, Sun Tao passed to Tong Yandong, who quickly dribbled to the basket and jumped for a dunk. Wang Haoran anticipated Tong Yandong's movements and jumped ahead of him, stretching out his right hand to execute a powerful block, sending the basketball flying. Xiafeng had also predicted the basketball's trajectory, crouching low to arrive at the drop point first and catching the ball. He quickly dribbled toward the first class, crossing mid-court, forcing the entire first class to rush back on defense. Wang Jiawei moved up to block, while Xiafeng passed to Zhang Hao, who then passed to Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong saw an opportunity and prepared to shoot, but Sun Tao reached from the side to intercept, causing the shot to fail. Tong Yandong was the first to grab the basketball, turning and driving toward the experimental class. As Tong Yandong just passed Tian Yu, Zhou Yong seized the opportunity to snatch the basketball, passing to Xiafeng, who dribbled forward and jumped for a shot, scoring another 2 points. The experimental class had scored again, with just over a minute left in the first quarter. Sun Tao received a quick pass from Tang Jian and aggressively dribbled forward. Encountering Wang Haoran's defense, he powered the ball back to Tang Jian, who passed to Zhang Liang after getting past Tian Yu. Wang Haoran quickly ran down toward his class basket, as Zhang Liang passed back to Sun Tao, who was blocked by Zhou Yong. Sun Tao then passed to Wang Jiawei, who quickly drove forward as the entire experimental class rushed back on defense. Wang Jiawei passed to Sun Tao, who jumped for a three-pointer. Wang Haoran had already sprinted back to the basket despite being just over 1.7 meters tall. He used his strong physique to easily spring up, extending his hand for a block, sending the basketball flying. Sun Tao's three-pointer was thwarted. The basketball flew toward Tian Yu, who caught it with both hands, but was knocked back by Sun Tao, stumbling several steps back, causing the basketball to slip from his grip and fly away. Zhang Liang rushed to catch the basketball, jumping to prepare for a shot, but Zhou Yong blocked from behind, sending the basketball flying again. Xie Feng reached out to catch the basketball and charged forward. Tong Yandong was beside him and touched the ball, causing Xie Feng's shot to veer off to the side. Jiang Hao received the basketball and ran toward midcourt. Zhang Liang moved up to block, but was a step too late, allowing Jiang Hao to dribble past. Jiang Hao reached the basket and jumped for a shot. The experimental class scored another 2 points. After the first quarter, possession returned to the first class, and both sides contested fiercely again. The sports teacher blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, and both teams headed off to rest. The experimental class led 14-3 against the first class, marking the first step of Zhou Yong's earlier plan as a success. The remaining task was to manage the time of the game. The first quarter had been too intense, exhausting both teams' energy. Especially Tian Yu, who was not skilled at basketball, had run all over the court to fulfill Zhou Yong's plan of closely watching Sun Tao. He was utterly worn out and would not be able to participate in the second quarter. At this pace, the experimental class 2 substitutes would not be enough. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, gathered everyone to discuss a new plan. In the second quarter, Wang Haoran would lead as the main player, acting independently, while Jiang Hao would coordinate with Xie Feng to secure rebounds. Zhou Yong would support from the perimeter. Wang Siwen replaced Tian Yu. The strategy was to pass frequently to exhaust the opponent's energy, relying on Wang Haoran's stamina to break through alone and make the opposing team run all over the court. The goal was to maintain the lead until the third quarter and then put in full effort in the fourth quarter to win the match. After a brief rest and water break, the second quarter began with the opposing team also making substitutions. The new players had all replaced everyone except Wang Jiawei and Tang Jian. Even Captain Sun Tao had left the court to rest. In the first-year class, Wang Jiawei slowly walked with the basketball, while Wang Haoran approached to block his path. The opposing players noticed this and deliberately passed the ball back and forth to tire Wang Haoran out. Wang Haoran actively fought for the ball, running around the court. At that moment, the ball reached Wang Jiawei's hands. Seeing Zhou Yong closely contesting, Wang Jiawei passed it to Guowei, while Jiang Hao rushed to contest, and Guowei passed to Lu Mingliang. Wang Haoran suddenly accelerated and flicked the basketball into the air with his fingertips. Jiang Hao successfully seized the ball and launched an attack on the first-year class, who quickly retreated to defend. Sun Hongqiao chased from behind, and Jiang Hao passed the ball to Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran charged forward with the ball, but the first-year class had already retreated fully near the backboard. He passed to Zhou Yong, who took the ball outside the arc. Sun Hongqiao and Lu Mingliang from the first-year class rushed toward Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong calmly brought the basketball to the midfield line as players from both teams rushed toward the center. Sun Hongqiao approached from the side to steal the ball. Zhou Yong passed to Wang Haoran, who quickly advanced into the opponent's half, where he was blocked by both Wang Jiawei and Tang Jian. Wang Haoran passed the ball to Xie Feng, and the first-year class hurried back on defense. At this moment, the opposition realized that the experimental class wanted to waste time to recover their stamina. Zhou Yong, Jiang Hao, and Xie Feng were noticeably not moving much. Only Wang Haoran was actively fighting for the basketball. As for Wang Siwen, the little chubby boy, he revealed himself the moment he entered the game. His clumsy steps and slow reflexes meant that by the time he tried to position himself to grab the ball, the others had already passed him. However, after a minute into the game, Wang Siwen found his method after several attempts at snatching the ball. He focused on Lu Mingliang spreading his legs and stretching out his arms, awkwardly hopping sideways. He aimed to block the opponent's attacking route. He was indeed quite suitable as an obstacle given his weight. Although this obstacle moved slowly, it blocked the movement route. If one was not careful, they might get the ball knocked away by his hands. Some students outside cheered for him, while others jeered, saying he was just there to make people laugh. Wang Haoran and his teammates were passing the ball among themselves. Everyone was trying to waste a bit more time. The ball was passed to Jiang Hao, who saw an opportunity and quickly advanced toward the opponent's backboard to prepare for a shot. However, the defense was tight. Jiang Hao faked a move and passed the ball back to Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong, after receiving the ball, moved to the three-point line, powered up, leaped, and shot, scoring another three-pointer. The experimental class led 17-3 against the first-year class. Tang Jian passed the ball to Wang Jiawei, who charged forward, crossing Jiang Hao and passing the ball to Sun Hongqiao, who then passed to Tang Jian. Tang Jian jumped to shoot, scoring the first 2 points for the first-year class in the second quarter. Now the time had reached 4 minutes and 34 seconds in the second quarter. The main players of the experimental class were utterly exhausted with Jiang Hao barely able to walk. Xie Feng was also extremely tired. The first quarter had been too intense. At this moment, everyone except Wang Haoran was gasping for breath. Zhou Yong performed well, managing to maintain some stamina and keep up with the game's pace after the first quarter. The ball was in Zhou Yong's hands, and everyone was too exhausted to continue. They spread out into formation and passed the ball among themselves when the physical education teacher blew the whistle for a timeout. The first-year class coach called for substitutions. Sun Tao replaced Wang Jiawei, and Zhang Wenhao replaced Tang Jian. The main players of the experimental class were holding on while Jiang Hao and Xie Feng had reached their limits merely walking on the court. The first quarter had been too intense, and being students, their stamina was inadequate. Now only Wang Haoran and the obstacle Wang Siwen had ample stamina. Of course, Wang Siwen was also panting. Although he was hopping sideways with arms outstretched, it was still a massive exertion for him. The scene was somewhat comical, but the female classmates in the experimental class were cheering for him. Wang Siwen, you're the best. It seemed he was quite popular in the class. This made students from other classes amused. Wang Siwen was just there for laughs. Continuous jeers came from the crowd, but teachers from various classes intervened, knowing that Wang Siwen was trying to earn the class collective honor by being a clown. He had done his best. However, his outstretched arms were quite obstructive, effectively blocking the first-year class attacking direction. The game began again, and Zhou Yong and his team kept passing the ball. Sun Tao explained the new offensive tactics to his teammates, and the first-year class launched a fierce attack. Guo Wei kept an eye on Zhou Yong, while Lu Mingliang monitored Xie Feng. Sun Tao and Sun Hongqiao double-teamed, Wang Haoran completely blocking his passing routes. Zhang Wenhao suddenly burst into action, snatching the basketball from Jiang Hao. Seeing there were no passing routes, Jiang Hao attempted to dribble past Zhang Wenhao, but Zhang Wenhao powered up with his right foot and reblocked Jiang Hao's attacking path. At that moment, Sun Tao sprinted toward Jiang Hao, reaching out to swat the ball. With no path to attack and no one to pass to, Jiang Hao passed the ball to Wang Siwen. Wang Siwen saw the basketball flying toward him and instinctively reached out to catch it. In that fleeting moment, the ball got to Wang Siwen's face before he could react. After a brief moment of confusion, Wang Siwen managed to grab the basketball. Seeing an opportunity, Guo Wei powered up and leaped. Wang Siwen, noticing Guo Wei coming to steal the ball, hurriedly threw the ball, though his throwing technique was quite poor. The ball flew towards Zhou Yong, 3 meters away. Halfway through its flight, the ball was intercepted by Sun Tao, who quickly dribbled up the court. As he reached the midfield, Xie Feng rushed to block him. Without hesitation, Sun Tao jumped, and Xie Feng thought Sun Tao was going to shoot. Unexpectedly, he was deceived by Sun Tao's fake move. Sun Tao retracted his hand, landed, quickly bypassed Xie Feng, and leaped to shoot for 2 points. Cheers erupted from the crowd. What a pity he just stepped in. Otherwise, it would have been a 3-pointer. Sun Tao shouted at his teammates to attack with all their might. They had no stamina left. 2 people blocked Wang Haoran, and the others were no match for him. Jiang Hao passed the ball, and the experimental class continued to use a time-wasting strategy since everyone was too tired. Unfortunately, the first-year class would not allow them to waste time as Sun Tao and the others launched a fierce attack against the experimental class. The time reached 5 minutes and 59 seconds. The first-year class players fully unleashed their stamina. The experimental class only managed to pass the ball 3 times before Guo Wei knocked it away, and both sides entered another fierce battle. Sun Hongqiao quickly advanced with the ball dribbling through his legs to sidestep Xie Feng. Wang Haoran ran to block his path, and Sun Hongqiao passed to Zhang Wenhao, who broke past Zhou Yong. Jiang Hao desperately tried to stop him. Hey, over here! Sun Tao waved to Zhang Wenhao for the ball, which was passed to Sun Tao. Sun Tao dribbled 2 steps and jumped to shoot. The ball went in. The first-year class scored their first 3-pointer. The score was now 17-10, with the experimental class leading. Jiang Hao, who was more focused on academics, had not played basketball much since starting high school and was now exhausted. He felt he was about to suffocate, his heart pounding intensely. At Yizhong, Jiang Hao was considered an excellent student, doing well in academics and capable of playing basketball, but he typically prioritized his studies. He had truly reached his limit. Zhou Yong said, "I can't go on anymore. I'm completely spent." Xie Feng added him, "At my limit too, barely able to walk on the court." Zhou Yong gasped, urging everyone to hold on a bit longer. "Let's get through the second quarter. We're still leading. If we maintain the score into the second half, we can win. If we fall behind, it will be tough." In the second half, everyone would be out of stamina, and it would basically turn into a passing game. "We must maintain our lead. Wang Haoran, in a moment, give me the ball." You charge forward while dragging Sun Tao and the others around to waste some time. "Okay, don't worry," Wang Haoran agreed. He thought to himself that the experimental class was still leading by 7 points and could afford to waste a little more time. If they lost points in the second half, he would have to rally the team and not hide his strength. If he couldn't represent the school in the provincial competition, his prize plan would go down the drain. The experimental class had to win. Sun Tao and the others regained their confidence after scoring 2 goals. The ball returned to the experimental class, and Zhou Yong passed it to Jiang Hao, who then passed it to Xiefeng. The first-year class launched another fierce attack. Several players kept close watch on their opponents. The experimental class players saw that there were no passing opportunities. Zhou Yong shouted Wang Haoren attack. Hearing Zhou Yong's call, Xiefeng passed the ball to Wang Haoren. After receiving the ball, Wang Haoren exploded with speed. He instantly crossed the midfield line, and Sun Hongqiao moved to block him. Wang Haoren faked to the left, and seeing the opponent fooled, pulled back his body to attack on the right. Wow, he's so fast. Zhang Wenhao saw Wang Haoren dart past Sun Hongqiao like lightning and reached out to block his path. But before he could react, Wang Haoren had already passed him. Wang Haoren jumped to shoot. Sun Tao, noticing Wang Haoren preparing to shoot, leaped up to interfere with his shot. Wang Haoren was knocked off by Sun Tao's shoulder. Seeing no shooting opportunity, he cradled the ball, dropped it between his legs, dribbled past Sun Tao. Wang Haoren jumped to shoot again. Cheers erupted throughout the arena as the experimental class scored another 2 points, bringing the score to 19-10 against the first-year class. It could be said that as long as the experimental class maintained their score, they would win the game. Outside the court, teachers and students were discussing with teacher Zhou, shouting at Zhou Yong and the others hang in there, defend, and waste time. Were currently leading by 9 points. Everyone held on. The halftime break was just around the corner. Zhou Yong and the others were also speechless. The first-year class was rotating players in and out to keep the pressure on. The experimental class only had 4 main players left. The ball went to the first-year class with Sun Tao passing to Guo Wei, who then dribbled to midfield. The experimental class moved sluggishly. Wang Haoren defended, and the ball was passed to Zhang Wenhao, who saw an opening and shouted attack. As he charged in, Sun Tao and Lu Mingliang quickly ran toward the experimental class backboard. Zhang Wenhao dribbled easily past Zhou Yong and then past the sluggish Xiefeng. He was met with resistance from Jiang Hao, who had also returned to defend. Seeing Guo Wei positioned well, Zhang Wenhao took the chance to pass the ball to Guo Wei, who sprinted with the ball, leaping to dunk. The ball went in. The first-year class scored 2 points. Cheers erupted from the first-year class as they shouted, "Go Guo Wei." The score was now 19-12, with the experimental class leading by 7 points. The ball returned to the experimental class. Zhou Yong, looking at the time, said there's no time left. Everyone hold on until halftime. However, Sun Tao and the others did not give up the opportunity. They fought desperately for the ball. When Xiefeng saw the opposition close in, he found no way forward and leaped for a long-distance shot which hit the backboard and bounced away, allowing Sun Hongqiao to grab it. Both sides quickly fought fiercely for the ball when suddenly the physical education teacher's whistle blew, signaling the end of the game and the start of halftime. They finally made it to halftime, and Zhou Yong and the others were completely exhausted. Due to afternoon classes, the halftime break was only 5 minutes long, giving everyone time to drink water and use the bathroom. Zhou Yong again formulated a plan for the experimental class, as no one had expected the stamina consumption to be so great. With everyone's stamina depleted, the opposing team could easily score. The score could easily be equalized. Everyone focused primarily on defense, but when the opposing team scored and the ball returned to them, they also had to launch an attack. The task of scoring would fall to Wang Haoren. The first-year class was not idle. Sun Tao and the others realized that the experimental class was out of stamina. Sun Tao said as the third quarter begins, they will likely try to waste time. Although they will recover some stamina, they still have to play the fourth quarter. Thus, we will implement a rotation strategy, starting the third quarter with a fierce attack to try to close the score gap. Then in the fourth quarter, we can win easily. Tang Jian and Zhang Wenhao, you two will focus on Wang Haoren. I'll keep an eye on him. Guo Wei will support my attack, while Wang Jiawei will assist in guarding Wang Haoren and help Tang Jian and Zhang Wenhao defend against him. When Guo Wei and I attack, you will assist us in breaking through. During halftime, Wang Haoren suggested letting Tian Yu play to assist in the third quarter. Wang Haoren noticed that the experimental class was running out of stamina, and in the fourth quarter the opposing team still had energy, making it impossible for the experimental class to compete. It would be better to take advantage of the third quarter while stamina was recovering to score a few more points. Xiefeng agreed with this idea. Yes, Wang Haoren was right. We should aim to score 2 more points at the start of the third quarter. Even if we can't stop the opposing team later, we can use the points we scored earlier to offset their advantage. Offense is the best defense. Jiang Hao also expressed his thoughts. Tian Yu, you have less stamina consumption. Start the third quarter by supporting Wang Haoren in the attack. Xiefeng, Jiang Hao, and I will defend. In the third quarter, we aim to score a few more points, Zhou Yong said. After everyone drank water and rested for a while, the game time was approaching, so they hastened to rest. Wang Haoren thought about how he could score a few more points or use his abilities to control the opposing team's basketball from going in. Wang Haoren has abilities. Controlling the basketball to enter the opponent's hoop is very simple, or after the opponent shoots, he can use his abilities to make the ball miss. He had previously used his abilities to catch wild chickens and make iron or fly. Changing the trajectory of a basketball without being noticed is an easy task. However, this was just an intra-school match. Wang Haoran couldn't afford to be seen using his abilities. He thought about it for a moment and then abandoned the idea. With his own strength, he could easily win the match. As long as he scored a few more three-pointers, Wang Haoran had an excellent shooting touch and great power due to the abilities he had altered his body with. Wang Haoran could easily shoot from under his own backboard into the opponent's hoop. However, it was just a county high school game. There was no need for such an impressive display. If Wang Haoran dared to play like that, the opposing team would have to have a particularly tall player able to block shots guarding their hoop. Evidently, the first-year class did not have anyone like that. They would need to be at least 195 meters tall to block a long-range three-pointer. Wang Haoran, with his astonishing strength and jumping ability, could easily block and intercept. But that doesn't mean others could do the same. The whistle sounded, marking the end of halftime and the start of the third quarter as players from both sides took the court. After a brief rest, both teams have recovered some stamina, but the same few players from the experimental class are still on the field. The 5-minute break was truly ineffective. As Zhou Yong and the others' heart rates had yet to stabilize, the match commenced again. The referee's whistle blew and both teams assumed their formations, sizing up their opponents. Those outside the court watching the game were focused on the situation on the field. Students who had been chatting fell silent, all eager to see which side would score first in the second half. Sun Tao dribbled past half court and then began to orchestrate the offense from beyond the three-point line, waiting for his teammates to reach the designated area. He nodded to Tang Jian, who immediately repositioned to the mid-court. As Sun Tao saw Tang Jian reach the designated area, he unleashed his full power and charged into the paint. Zhou Yong noticed that the formation on the court was being breached and quickly called for Jiang Hao to come defend. Sun Tao burst through, easily surpassing both Jiang Hao and Xie Feng in an instant. Sun Tao's individual skills were exceptionally strong, particularly his explosive power and ability to break through defenses. He had participated in various basketball competitions since childhood and had always been a key player on the school team. Wang Haoran knew of Sun Tao's strength and kept a watchful eye on him. The first-year class players could pass the ball to evade Wang Haoran's attempts to steal, making it challenging for him to rush in for the ball. He could only stay close to others to occupy positions. Since the start of the second half, Wang Haoran had been on defense, wary of leaving his own basket too far, worried that Sun Tao might attempt long-range shots. Sun Tao continued to advance with the ball, looking for a good spot to shoot, while Wang Haoran approached to block his path. Sun Tao dribbled to the side, not intending to entangle himself with Wang Haoran, as Jiang Hao quickly turned to intercept the ball from Sun Tao's hands. Sun Tao leaped high, forcefully pressing the ball down, sending it bouncing towards the ground. Tang Jian, aware of Sun Tao's intent to pass, quickly moved into position, and the ball bounced into his hands upon hitting the ground. Wang Haoran and Xie Feng hurried over to defend Tang Jian, who took a few quick steps, lifted the ball high, and tossed it back to Sun Tao. Sun Tao jumped to take the shot, and the ball went in. The cheers of the first-year class erupted from outside the court. "Damn, I was careless," Wang Haoran silently cursed, as he had been defending Sun Tao throughout the game. Unexpectedly, Sun Tao jumped to press the ball down, and then passed it to Tang Jian, forcing him to defend Tang Jian instead. With Sun Tao left unguarded, Tang Jian passed it back, truly an unbreakable defense. His teammates were also unhelpful, with so many players on the court and no one stepping up to defend Sun Tao. Well, I'll just take this as a lesson learned. At this moment, the announcement sounded. The first-year class scored, making the score 19-14, with the experimental class leading by 5 points. Tang Jian's jump shot surprisingly turned out to be a pass to Sun Tao, leaving Xie Feng and Zhou Yong momentarily stunned. It was clear that Sun Tao and Tang Jian were professional players with game experience. One jumped to slam the ball down while the other leaped to pass to a teammate. The experimental class could only admire their skills. Xie Feng remarked, "I never expected that." Wang Haoran and Jiang Hao admitted they hadn't seen that coming either. However, the synergy of the two was indeed impressive, far beyond what amateurs like us could compare. Zhou Yong added that this was completely the result of professional training. Their teamwork and strategy clearly set them apart from amateurs like them. The experimental class regained possession, with Zhou Yong standing still dribbling the basketball, while the experimental class players launched their attack. The basketball landed in Jiang Hao's hands, who leisurely leaned against Tang Jian with his shoulder and back, before suddenly pivoting and accelerating. Tang Jian was momentarily caught off guard, and was a second late. By the time he hurried to defend, Jiang Hao had already broken through. Jiang Hao's speed wasn't too fast, but he advanced with the ball along the sidelines. At this moment, an opposing player also came to defend, and Jiang Hao passed the ball to Wang Haoran. Sun Tao seized the opportunity to get close, with both players tightly bumping shoulders. With another bump, Wang Haoran suddenly jumped to shoot, and Sun Tao followed suit to block Wang Haoran's shot. Wang Haoren quickly slammed the ball down to the ground, causing it to bounce up high about 4 meters. He landed and jumped again. Reaching out to grab the basketball, Sun Tao kept pace with Wang Haoren, though he couldn't jump as high, making it impossible for him to snatch the ball. Wang Haoren landed and quickly moved to another position to continue shooting. By then, Sun Tao had already fallen behind in defense, merely watching Wang Haoren shoot. Although Wang Haoren wasn't particularly skilled at basketball, he was strong individually. As he watched Wang Haoren score, Sun Tao took a moment to calm himself and re-entered the game. The experimental class led 22-14 against the first-year class. The ball was back with the first-year class as Tang Jian passed to Lu Mingliang, while Zhou Yong shouted for a steal and launched an all-out attack. Lu Mingliang brought the ball to midcourt, but faced obstruction and passed it back to the new player. Wang Haoren exerted force with both feet to closely guard Sun Tao, preventing him from receiving the ball. Already exhausted and slow to react, Jiang Hao was easily surpassed by Li Yuxing's dribbling. Tian Yufei rushed over, arms wide open, to directly block Li Yuxing's path. A weakling like you wants to steal the ball. Li Yuxing faked him out with the dribble. Xiefeng was quick to swoop in and knock the basketball away. The ball flew towards Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren used his shoulder to shove Sun Tao aside, grabbing the ball. Wang Haoren passed the ball to Zhou Yong, who attempted a three-pointer. The basketball hit the rim and bounced out. Rebound. Zhou Yong shouted urgently. Consequently, several players from both sides jumped up to contend for it, their shoulders and bodies colliding. Xiefeng was already too exhausted to keep going and prepared to fall back. Just then, the basketball was flicked by Wang Haoren, flying towards Xiefeng. Xiefeng opened his arms and caught the ball. Seeing an opportunity, Lu Mingliang quickly approached, preparing to swat the basketball out of Xiefeng's hands. Xiefeng dribbled the ball through his legs with his right hand, caught it with his left, and lifted it. Lu Mingliang saw Xiefeng lift the basketball and jumped, intending to swat it away with one hand. Xiefeng grabbed the ball with one hand, pressing it towards the ground before exploding upwards with all his might. With a thud, the basketball bounced from the ground and was caught midair by Xiefeng, who locked his gaze on the hoop, controlling his strength for a beautiful shot. Both teams repeatedly fought for the rebound, with shooting percentages extremely low. Starting from the moment Wang Haoren swatted the ball towards Xiefeng, Xiefeng seized the opportunity to score. Wang Haoren recognized his strength. However, Xiefeng's jump shots were consistently accurate, able to transform a stroke of luck into actual points. This was purely a matter of individual skill. Xiefeng excelled at rebounding. From anticipation to grabbing the ball and shooting, his nickname Little Xie Tingfeng in the experimental class was well earned. Not only was he handsome, but his shooting actions were also graceful, causing the girls outside to cheer for him. Xiefeng, I love you. Some girls in their excitement mistakenly shouted the wrong slogan when they should have said you're amazing. Lu Mingliang and Li Yuxing just reached their positions to swat the basketball away, but they never expected Xiefeng's jump shot to be quicker. They thought they would have to endure several rounds of contention, but suddenly the ball went in. The announcement sounded once more. The experimental class scored 2 points, now leading the first-year class 24-14. The ball was back with the first-year class. The gym teacher blew the whistle for substitutions. The experimental class called for a timeout as Jiang Hao had reached his limit, while Zhou Yong still had significant play left in the fourth quarter. They replaced the two with Wang Siwen for Zhou Yong and Zhang Xiaobo for Jiang Hao. Currently, the main players for the experimental class were Wang Haoren and Xiefeng. Although Xiefeng was also extremely fatigued, there was no other choice but to keep pushing on. The first-year class also made substitutions. Li Xiaoqiang replaced Tang Jian and Tong Yandong replaced Sun Tao. As the game began, the first-year class had possession, launching a fierce offensive. Tong Yandong quickly brought the ball to the basket, but his dunk was too forceful and missed, causing the ball to bounce off the rim. Both teams hurriedly engaged in intense contention. Tong Yandong landed and rushed to grab the ball, but was a step too late. Xiefeng regained the rebound. Xiefeng passed the basketball to Wang Haoren, who saw that the experimental class was leading by 10 points at that moment. The time was already at 5 minutes and 56 seconds. Wang Haoren glanced at his teammates, hoping the first-year class wouldn't score too much in the remaining minutes. As the third quarter ended, the experimental class was likely to maintain their lead. Wang Haoren quickly dribbled forward while Li Xiaoqiang and Li Yuxing approached to double-team him. Lu Mingliang also came from the side front to block Wang Haoren's path. Wang Haoren passed it back to Tian Yu, who took a couple of steps before passing to Wang Siwen beside him. Li Xiaoqiang and Lu Mingliang quickly closed in, and Wang Haoren found an opening, signaling for a pass to Wang Siwen. Wang Siwen tossed the ball back to Wang Haoren, while Tong Yandong and two others immediately surrounded him. Wang Haoren stood beyond the three-point line, leaping without hesitation as the ball went in. Another three-pointer. The experimental class led 27-14 against the first-year class. The ball was back in possession of the first-year class, with Tong Yandong dribbling directly to midcourt. Wang Haoren moved up to block him, and the ball was passed back to Lu Mingliang, who then passed to Li Yuxing. Li Yuxing, powered by his legs, charged forward, while Tianyu Zhang Xiaobo and Wang Siwen closed in. Li Yuxing quickly passed the ball back to Lu Mingliang, who jumped and shot, scoring the ball. The first-year class gained 2 points, making the score 27-16, with the experimental class leading by 11 points. Xie Feng passed the ball to Tianyu, who dribbled into the safety zone and passed to Wang Haoren. Unfortunately, he was a moment too slow as his pass was swatted away by Tong Yandong. With little time remaining, players from both sides prepared to give their all. After regaining possession, the first-year class launched a fierce attack against the experimental class. Players from both sides collided near midcourt. Wang Haoren did not rush to intercept the ball. Instead, he ran back to protect his own basket, while Zhang Xiaobo and Tianyu hurried to block Lu Mingliang, who easily passed them. Zhou Yong attempted to steal, but the moment he grasped the basketball, it was swatted away by Li Yuxing. Lu Mingliang regained possession and jumped without hesitation to shoot, but Wang Haoren had already anticipated their move. Jumping up a moment early, he reached out with his right hand and forcefully swatted the basketball away. Xie Feng was already too exhausted to contest the rebound and was walking off the court. Tianyu and Zhang Xiaobo desperately chased after the ball, leading to a fierce collision. The ball soared towards midcourt. Li Yuxing caught the basketball, dribbled it to midcourt, and then passed it back to Lu Mingliang. Seeing an opportunity, Lu Mingliang jumped for a shot, a beautiful three-pointer, and with a smack, Wang Haoren appeared just in time to block it. The ball was sent flying off the rim. Wang Haoren jumped exceptionally high. The standard hoop height is 3.05 meters, but in 2008, the hoop height at the county's top high school was only 2.7 meters. Wang Haoren's jump undoubtedly exceeded 1 meter. Interference. Rebound. A player on the court shouted, but since Wang Haoren had anticipated and swatted it first, the referee did not blow the whistle. Tianyu and Zhang Xiaobo were both fervent enthusiasts of rebounding, overly passionate about it. They jumped up, flailing their arms wildly to swat the basketball. Zhang Xiaobo, utilizing his weight, charged in. However, he wasn't particularly skilled and acted clumsily, merely causing a distraction. As he collided with Tong Yandong, who was naturally knocked off course, he failed to grab the basketball, which was snatched by the crafty Xie Feng. Xie Feng was utterly exhausted, casually dribbling towards midcourt as Lu Mingliang approached to steal the ball. Xie Feng passed it back to Tianyu, who then passed to Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren jumped for a leaning long shot. The ball went in, another three-pointer. The experimental class led 30-16, 14 points ahead of the first-year class. The ball was back with the first-year class as time allowed Lu Mingliang to easily cross midcourt. Wang Haoren and Tianyu rushed to double-team him, while Wang Siwen and Xie Feng blocked the paths of the other players. Lu Mingliang passed the ball to Li Yuxing, who jumped for a three-point shot. Bang! The basketball struck the home rim and bounced back. Zhang Xiaobo, caught off guard, was struck in the head by the rebounding basketball. The basketball ricocheted towards Li Xiaoqiang from the first-year class. Li Xiaoqiang caught the ball and swiftly charged towards the experimental class, dribbling past Xie Feng and Zhang Xiaobo to reach the basket. Li Xiaoqiang powered through with his legs and reached up for a dunk. The ball went in, granting the first-year class 2 points. The score stood at 30-18, with the experimental class still leading by 12 points. The cheers from the first-year class and the announcer's voice filled the air. The ball was once again back with the experimental class as Wang Haoren leisurely advanced, while 3 players from the first-year class surrounded him. Yandong quickly approached Xie Feng, and Lu Mingliang also stepped closer to Xie Feng. Xie Feng raised his hand and passed the ball to Wang Siwen. After receiving the pass, Wang Siwen stumbled as his left foot tripped over his right, losing control of the basketball. Meng Fanxing reacted swiftly and dashed to seize the ball. With a powerful leap and a shot, the ball went in. Class 1 of high school scored another 2 points, bringing the score to 30-20. The audience cheered for both classes. The students of the experimental class were anxious as they saw the match approaching its end. Class 1 had scored 2 consecutive baskets. The classmates shouted vigorously to cheer everyone on. The students of Class 1 were also worried, especially the girls. They initially thought they were going to lose, but unexpectedly they scored 2 consecutive baskets, and if this momentum continued, they could soon catch up. The spectators outside were shouting their hearts out, particularly those from Class 1. They fervently cheered for their classmates. The experimental class regained possession, and Wang Haoren shouted that there was no time left, urging a full offensive. Tianyu passed the ball to Xie Feng, while Wang Haoren sprinted forward. Xie Feng received the ball and exploded into action, dribbling to the midfield. Seizing the opportunity, he passed the ball to Wang Haoren, who performed a feint to bypass Lu Mingliang and jumped within the three-point line to shoot. The ball went in, scoring 2 points for the experimental class. The experimental class led Class 1 by 12 points with a score of 32-20. Seconds later, the whistle of the sports teacher echoed, signaling the end of the match. The experimental class led Class 1 by 12 points. It was evident that with the start of the fourth quarter, the main players of the experimental class, Zhou Yong and Jiang Hao, would return, further enhancing the team's strength. They aimed to ensure they didn't lose in the first few minutes. It wouldn't be easy for Class 1 to catch up by 12 points. As the third quarter ended, Wang Haoran and the others returned to the resting area. Xie Feng was exhausted. He had played 3 consecutive quarters and could barely move. The group returned to their seats to drink water and rest. Teacher Zhou had just discussed the strategy for the fourth quarter with Zhou Yong. Wang Haoran looked at Teacher Zhou and Zhou Yong, both in high spirits and very close to each other. He couldn't help but feel they seemed like relatives. However, he kept that thought to himself, suspecting they couldn't be relatives. If they were, Teacher Zhou would surely intervene when Zhou Yong was playing video games at the internet cafe during lunch. Teacher Zhou never anticipated that this inexperienced team from the experimental class, which could barely assemble its main players, would actually defeat Class 1. Now that the experimental class led by 12 points, as long as they could hold off Class 1 for 4 minutes at the start of the fourth quarter, victory would be assured. After all, to make up for a 12-point deficit, they would need 4 3-pointers or 6 2-pointers to equalize. Teacher Zhou waited for everyone to finish drinking water and organized them into a circle to sit down. Now let's talk about the strategy for the fourth quarter. I just discussed it with Zhou Yong. At the start, everyone should take advantage of the good momentum and launch a fierce attack. Offense is the best defense. The players for the fourth quarter will be Zhou Yong, Tian Yu, Wang Haoran, Jiang Hao, and Xie Feng. This is our class' strongest lineup. Although Xie Feng had eased up a bit, he still said, Teacher Zhou, I'm at my limit. I can't go the entire game. You don't need to play the entire game. At the start of the fourth quarter, you should play 1 round with everyone to try and score again. Stick it out for 3 minutes, and then swap in Zhang Xiaobo for you. Everyone must expand the score at the start by grabbing another ball. Then we can shift to a defensive formation and just run down the clock until the game ends. On the side of Class 1, the atmosphere was even more tense. With a 12-point deficit, it felt like they were already losing. It would be very hard to make up 12 points in 1 quarter, but considering the experimental class players were already exhausted, this gave Class 1 a glimmer of hope. As long as they could equalize the 12 points, the worst that could happen was that they would go into overtime. With more players on their side, the longer they dragged the time, the more fatigued the experimental class would become. Class 1's homeroom teacher was a female teacher who didn't understand basketball, so she could only cheer them on, leaving the specific strategy to Captain Sun Tao. Sun Tao said, right now we are completely passive. A 12-point gap is no small deficit. It's hard to overcome, so let's aim to equalize, and then we can go into overtime. Everyone must give their all when they take the court to chase down the score. Now let's set the substitution order. The starters will be Mi Tang, Jiantong Yandong, Wang Jiawei, and Zhang Liang. After 5 minutes, we will swap in substitutes Guowei Sun Hongqiao and Lu Mingliang. We have no other options left. Our strategy is an all-out attack. I will defend against Wang Haoran. Tang Jian will guard Zhou Yong, and Tong Yandong will cover Jiang Hao. The remaining 2 will assist in the offense. After a brief rest, both teams quickly returned to the fourth quarter of the match. Class 1 had possession of the ball. Sun Tao dribbled in place while his teammates quickly set up their formation, moving into their offensive zone. Sun Tao dribbled slowly, bringing Class 1's players toward the experimental class. Wang Haoran, however, had no intention of following Teacher Zhou's advice to focus on a single offense and then switch to defense. He had already decided to make a name for himself in the fourth quarter. Although he didn't plan to overdo it, he needed to earn the recognition of all the teachers and students in the school. After all, the selection for the school basketball team only had 12 spots, and the first-year students were 2 years younger than those in the second and third years, resulting in a height disparity. Standing at 1.73 meters, he had no height advantage. His performance in the first 3 quarters had already showcased his stamina and certain skills, but he couldn't guarantee he would make the school team. Although the school stated that the champions of the basketball competition would all be eligible for the team, the final selection of 12 official players would still go through an elimination process. Wang Haoran was concerned about the possibility of foul play, so he planned to stand out in the fourth quarter to ensure he gained recognition and avoid being sidelined in the selection process. Wang Haoran did not believe such underhanded tactics would occur at the school, but where there are people, there is always the possibility of unexpected twists. He still needed to be fully prepared. Sun Tao, leading 4 teammates, pressed toward the experimental class. Wang Haoran and the others exchanged glances before colliding with their respective defensive targets. Tian Yu was the first to charge and quickly closing the distance to Sun Tao, constantly reaching out to slap at his basketball. Xie Feng also moved closer and Sun Tao sidestepped, dribbling past Tian Yu, while Zhou Yong stepped forward, arms outstretched in defense. Taking advantage of Sun Tao's distraction, Wang Haoran exploded with speed, swiftly snatching the ball from Sun Tao's hands. He pivoted, maneuvering around Zhang Liang, and arrived beside Tang Jian, who was tricked by Wang Haoran's feint. Seeing an opening in the opponent's defense, Wang Haoran dribbled twice, leaped for a shot, and scored another 2 points. Within a minute into the game, the experimental class had already secured 2 points with all the students cheering. The score showed the experimental class leading at 34-20, a 14-point advantage over Class 1. The ball was back in Class 1's possession. Sun Tao crossed the center line while the experimental class players guarded their targets. Sun Tao passed to Tang Jian, who quickly dribbled forward. Wang Haoren blocked Tang Jian's path, and Tang Jian attempted a feint to outmaneuver him, but Wang Haoren was quicker, snatching the basketball as Tang Jian dribbled to the right. Wang Haoren charged forward swiftly while Class 1 scrambled to defend. Wang Haoren exploded with incredible speed, quickly surpassing Sun Tao and Tong Yandong. Reaching beyond the three-point line, he exerted a slight force with his legs, jumped and shot. Swish, the ball went in. The experimental class scored another three-pointer. The spectators erupted in cheers, and Teacher Zhou was overjoyed, believing victory was assured. The experimental class led Class 1 by 17 points with a score of 37-20. It was safe to say Class 1 had no chance of a comeback. Sun Tao and several teammates felt disheartened and demoralized. Sun Tao passed the ball to Wang Jiawei. Wang Jiawei charged over the center line, but Wang Haoren rushed over to block him. Wang Jiawei quickly passed to Zhang Liang, who upon receiving the ball took 2 dribbles and prepared to shoot. He was disrupted by Jiang Hao, who interfered with his shot. Bang, the basketball hit the backboard and bounced back. Wang Haoren exploded with speed, quickly grabbing the ball and dribbling toward the center line. Class 1's only defense came from Tong Yandong, who reacted just in time and stepped forward to block, but Wang Haoren easily passed him. Sun Tao, worried that Wang Haoren would jump to shoot, leaped toward him, raising his arms high to block Wang Haoren's shooting path. Wang Haoren didn't engage in a standoff. He skillfully spun past Sun Tao and stepped forward. He dribbled under the basket and executed a small jump dunk. The ball went in, adding another 2 points for the experimental class. The score was now 39-20. The sports teacher blew the whistle for substitutions. The experimental class players drank water and rested while Zhang Xiaobo replaced Xiefeng. On Class 1 side, Guo Wei replaced Tang Jin's son Hongqiao took over for Zhang Liang, and Lu Mingliang substituted for Wang Jiawei. The players on the court were Sun Tao's son Hongqiao, Guo Wei, Lu Mingliang, and Tong Yandong. The game resumed with Class 1 making a comprehensive substitution. Tong Yandong quickly dribbled to the center line, and both teams collided heavily. Tong Yandong passed to Lu Mingliang, while Zhou Yong and Wang Haoren rushed to block. Lu Mingliang passed to Guo Wei, who received the ball and powered toward the three-point line. Wang Haoren attempted to catch up, but was blocked by Sun Tao. Guo Wei exploded with speed, dribbling past Xiefeng, leaping for a shot. Xiefeng jumped alongside him, using his shoulder to disrupt Guo Wei's shot, causing the basketball to fly away. Wang Haoren had already predicted the ball's trajectory and dashed forward to seize it. He turned and passed to Zhou Yong, who quickly sprinted to the opponent's three-point line. Sun Hongqiao rushed to block Zhou Yong's advance. Zhou Yong passed back to Jiang Hao, who launched a fierce attack from the perimeter, quickly dribbling into the three-point line. The opposing players also hurried back to defend against the direction of the attack. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao pretended to drive and using his left hand to pass the ball to Wang Haoren, who after receiving the ball sprang up to shoot a three-pointer. The experimental class led Class 1 by 22 points with a score of 42-20. After several rounds of offense and defense, Class 1 finally secured a three-pointer. Wang Haoren also scored another dunk, earning 2 more points. Zhou Yong passed the ball to Wang Haoren, who unleashed his full-strength dribbling past defenders for another dunk, adding 2 points for the experimental class. With just 26 seconds left in the game, Wang Haoren intercepted the opponent's attack. Seeing there was no time left, he exploded with speed and jumped back to shoot a long-range three-pointer. The final whistle blew. The experimental class scored a total of 49 points, while Class 1 had 23 points. The experimental class triumphed over Class 1 by 26 points. Hearing the final whistle, Class 1 left the court in a dejected manner. Zhou Yong, Tianyu, and a few others jumped up in excitement. Especially Tianyu, who never expected that his first time playing basketball would end in victory. Xiefeng, Wang Siwen, and others also gathered around Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren, you were incredible. You scored all the points in the fourth quarter by yourself. I didn't expect you to go from the first game to the third and still explode in the fourth. Teacher Zhou, along with other classmates, also gathered around. The girls in the class were extremely excited. Their boys had won, which was something to brag about. Undoubtedly, Xiefeng was the most popular. He came from a good family, was handsome, strong, yet slender, and his academic performance was also commendable. He was simply an idol for the girls, truly the little Xie Tingfeng of the experimental class. Wang Haoren glanced at the group of girls beside him and secretly looked at the girl he liked, noticing she had also come over. He wanted to greet her, but didn't know what to say. So amid Teacher Zhou's and the excited classmates' concerns, he followed everyone back to the classroom. The classroom was bustling with voices filled with laughter and joy. Everyone was extremely happy. This was a rare honor for the class. Although only 7 players from the experimental class participated, everyone contributed by cheering. It could be said that this victory was a collective achievement. Wang Haoran showcased his strength in front of all the teachers and students. He not only possessed incredible explosiveness, stamina, and speed, but he also had first-class shooting and interception skills. Except for a slight height disadvantage, his other abilities were virtually perfect. He must secure the championship title in the upcoming competitions. The 7 members of the experimental class basketball team would all be eligible to join the school basketball team, ensuring his admission. After some playful banter in the classroom, teacher Zhou praised everyone and especially commended Tian Yu, Wang Siwen, and Zhang Xiaobua. He said that the 3 of them demonstrated responsibility and a sense of collective honor, making significant contributions to the class victory, and also praised the other players, speaking for 7 or 8 minutes. Then he got to the main topic. This class wasn't supposed to be a language class, but the basketball match caused a delay in the curriculum, so it was changed to a language lesson. Teacher Zhou calmed everyone down. After the class adjusted their mindset, they began the lesson. The basketball match for the experimental class has come to an end, and the schedule for the next match remains uncertain. They will have to wait for the other classes to determine the winning team before drawing lots for the matchups. In the coming days, I can finally focus on studying and developing my abilities. The plan for researching and modifying my bones needs to be prioritized, and Wang Haoran intends to implement it as soon as the holiday begins. After class, Zhou Yong and the others found Wang Haoran to go to the restroom, chatting along the way about the basketball match. Especially impressive was Wang Haoran's performance in the last 2 games of the afternoon, which left them in awe of his stamina and skills. While they were taking a pee, Xie Feng's phone vibrated, buzzing with the unmistakable sound of an incoming text message. After finishing up, Xie Feng unzipped his school uniform jacket with both hands and slowly pulled out a white Nokia phone from the pocket of his jacket. He swiped the screen and began reading a piece of news. Zhou Yong and Wang Haoran watched him take out the new white phone, which had a slide-open large screen, with envy. Especially after he slid it open to reveal a keyboard underneath. It was practically a handheld computer. Zhou Yong looked at Xie Feng enviously and asked, "What kind of phone is this? The screen is so large, and it even has a keyboard. Its functions are just like a computer." Zhou Yong took a couple of steps closer, resting his head against Xie Feng's shoulder as he peered at the news. Tian Yu also finished and leaned over on Xie Feng's other side. Wang Haoran and Zhang Hao were a step late and couldn't find a good position, so they could only stand opposite Xie Feng as everyone formed a circle around the phone to view the news. "Let me see, don't block my view. I want to look too. If we wait any longer, we won't hear the news. Don't fight over it." Seeing everyone's envious expressions, Wang Haoran felt a pang of jealousy as well. His own phone was a Nokia N70, the cheapest in the class, or rather it could be said to be obsolete. This phone was a gift from his grandfather when he graduated from middle school. The Nokia N70 was launched on April 24, 2005. By the time Wang Haoran bought it, the Nokia N70 had already been on the market for several years. If it weren't for some merchants having excess stock, he wouldn't have been able to purchase it. Wang Haoran gazed longingly at Xie Feng's large-screen phone, thinking about his own Nokia N70. He was truly envious. The screen was simply larger than his N70. If you were to compare the screens, it would take 4 N70 screens combined to match the size of Xie Feng's. His phone was indeed far inferior compared to Xie Feng's. At that moment, not only Wang Haoran felt envious, Zhang Hao also asked Xie Feng, "What brand is your phone? How come the screen is so big?" "You guys stop asking. I'll tell you in a bit. There's an important news story, and if you keep chatting I won't hear anything," Xie Feng replied. Once the news was finished, he would let them play with the phone. Everyone watched eagerly as Xie Feng listened to the news. However, due to the chaos, they didn't catch much of the report. All they heard was something about scientists observing an asteroid colliding with the Earth. The group paid little attention, as such news about comets and asteroids colliding with Earth had become quite common in recent years. These were merely foreign scientists trying to enhance their fame or showcase their research accomplishments by making alarming statements. In the end, they would always report that the asteroid deviated from its orbit, and so on. Eventually, Xie Feng helplessly realized that he hadn't comprehended the news. He had no choice but to pass the phone around for everyone to take a look. Zhang Hao took the phone and exclaimed, "Wow, isn't this a Nokia?" Zhou Yong also remarked, "The N97 is out so quickly." The N97 was a mobile phone released by Nokia on December 2, 2008, in Barcelona, Spain. It features a side-sliding design with a mechanism that uses 2 misaligned supports to open. "I thought the N97 wouldn't be available until next year. How did you get it now?" Zhou Yong asked curiously. "Not yet. In our country, it won't be available until June 2009. This one was bought for me by my dad through someone in Brazil." Tian Yu snatched the phone and examined it closely, asking, "How much did you buy this for? Was it bought with Brazilian currency?" The Nokia N97 was launched on December 2, and has just started global distribution at a uniform price of €599. In our country, it won't be sold until next year. This one was brought back by my dad from abroad and cost €950. Upon hearing the price of €950, although they didn't know the current exchange rate for euros to renminbi, they had heard it was around 10. That means it would cost about 9500 yuan to purchase it. As Zhou Yong listened to the conversation, he took out his own phone. It was a sliding Motorola phone with a screen less than half the size of CF phones. After comparing for a while, he put it away. Looking at the shiny metallic white Nokia N97, everyone felt incredibly envious and impressed. Seeing that everyone had had a turn with the phone and had played around enough, CF Phone took back the phone and said, "Stop messing around. There was an important news story earlier, and with all your chatter, I couldn't hear it clearly." Tian Yu interjected, "Isn't it just about an asteroid colliding with Earth? What's the big deal? That happens every year, and I've never seen the Earth split in half. The news is just sensationalism. Do you really believe it?" I certainly don't believe the sensationalized reports, but this time it's different. It's not about an asteroid, it's a meteor shower, or more accurately, a meteor cluster, CFOM explained. So what about the meteor cluster? It's still the same. Over the years, I haven't seen a meteor strike the Earth, Zhou Yong interjected. "Oh, I can't explain it to you. You see for yourselves." Saying this, he reopened the news segment that had just played and replayed it. Hello audience friends, welcome to Morning News. I am the host Zhang Sini, and I am also joined by my co-host Lu Mingyu. Now we interrupt for an international news update. Recently, a team led by Dr. George from the National Academy of Sciences of the United States, the founder of astrobiology, unexpectedly discovered a large group of meteoroids hiding behind Pluto while observing the Horsehead Nebula. When this meteoroid group was discovered, it was located behind Pluto. After a brief rotation of Pluto, the meteoroid group moved away from Pluto towards Neptune. It is still unknown where this meteoroid group originated, and its future trajectory remains uncertain. After continuous tracking and research, Dr. George successfully observed the phenomenon of the meteoroids colliding with Earth. Below is Dr. George's report on the observational results. Scientists determined the trajectory of the meteoroid group and discovered that it originated from the Kuiper Belt and burned up and fragmented upon entering Earth's atmosphere. The meteoroid group burned up completely in Earth's atmosphere, causing no significant harm to the Earth's surface. Although the meteoroid group did not cause direct damage to Earth's surface, the debris generated by its burning may pose a threat to satellites and space stations in orbit. The focus of this observation was on the origin, trajectory, and combustion process of the meteoroid group. It is still unclear whether the debris from the meteoroid group will pose a threat to objects in space, requiring further study and monitoring. Now, welcome back to the studio for our station's report. Based on the continuous detection and calculations by Dr. George's team, it can be inferred that the location of this meteoroid originated from the Kuiper Belt in the outer solar system. Moreover, it is divided into two batches. The first batch has already impacted Earth, and the second batch will arrive after 10 p.m. tonight, so please do not panic. Next, we have a report from our renowned astronomer regarding this meteoroid impact event. Hello everyone, I am Professor Yu Bin from the Astronomy Department of Yenjing University. I fully agree with the inference that the meteoroid group observed by Dr. George originated from the solar system. The Kuiper Belt is a gathering place for various asteroids and meteoroids. It is a dense disc-shaped region located in the outer solar system beyond Neptune's orbit. Situated about 30 astronomical units from the Sun and near the ecliptic plane, the Kuiper Belt is quite thin, mainly concentrated within 10 degrees above and below the ecliptic, yet many celestial bodies are scattered across a much wider area. The Kuiper Belt is primarily composed of cold ice and rock containing dwarf planets, asteroids, and icy comets. Over 2000 Kuiper Belt objects have been discovered, and this region includes hundreds of thousands of objects over 100 kilometers in width, as well as trillions or more comets. The Kuiper Belt is considered one of the largest celestial clusters in the solar system, a gathering area of remnants from the solar system's early history. Pluto, the first discovered Kuiper Belt object, is a dwarf planet within the Kuiper Belt, and is known as the largest known dwarf planet in the solar system by volume and the second largest by mass. The cause of this meteoroid group, Dr. George infers, should be the collision of Pluto's nebula with other meteoroids within Kuiper Belt objects. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that the meteoroids came from beyond the Milky Way or were originally present within the Kuiper Belt. To investigate the origins of this meteoroid group, scientists conducted observations of Pluto, which is also a Kuiper Belt object. Among the celestial bodies that orbit the Sun directly, Pluto ranks as the 9th largest in volume and the 10th in mass. It is the largest trans-Neptunian object with a mass second only to Haumea, located in the scattered disk. Like other Kuiper Belt objects, Pluto is primarily composed of rock and ice, with a relatively small mass, only 16 that of the Moon and 13 its volume. Pluto has a high orbital eccentricity and inclination with a perihelion of 30 astronomical units, 4 billion kilometers, and an aphelion of 49 astronomical units, 7 billion kilometers. Pluto periodically enters Neptune's orbit, but due to orbital resonance with Neptune, it does not collide. On average, sunlight takes about 5 hours to reach Pluto. Pluto has 5 known satellites, which are from innermost to outermost. Charon, the largest satellite with a diameter slightly larger than half that of Pluto, S2005P1, S2005P2, S2005P3, and S2005P4. The barycenter of Pluto and Charon does not lie within either body, making them informally considered a double dwarf planet system. To confirm whether this meteoroid group originated from collisions within Kuiper Belt objects, NASA deployed the New Horizons spacecraft launched 2 years ago to fly past the Pluto system, conducting detailed measurements and observations, making it the first spacecraft to visit Pluto. After analyzing the images transmitted back by New Horizons, no new impact craters were found on the surfaces of Pluto and its 5 satellites. Information from other countries' space agencies confirmed this. They also did not detect any impact waves or energy bodies. Therefore, Dr. George concluded that this meteoroid group originated from within Kuiper Belt objects classified as native meteoroids of the Milky Way. Or it can be accurately inferred that these meteoroids originated from Kuiper Belt objects within the solar system rather than being extragalactic meteoroids. The possibility of extragalactic meteoroids was ruled out based on comparisons of the Milky Way's motion trajectory and the current rotational position of the solar system within the Milky Way. The Milky Way is a barred spiral galaxy, a type of spiral galaxy elliptical in shape with a massive disk structure. Recent studies indicate that the Milky Way has 4 clearly defined and relatively symmetrical spiral arms with distances of 4500 light-years between them. The number of stars in the Milky Way is estimated to be between 100 billion and 400 billion, with the Milky Way as a whole undergoing relatively poor rotation. At the Sun's position, the rotational speed is about 220 kilometers per second, completing one orbit around the galactic center in about 2.5 billion years. The total mass of the Milky Way is about 1.5 trillion times that of the Sun. The Milky Way has 2 companion galaxies, the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud. The Milky Way consists of a central region with a galactic core, galactic disk, galactic halo, and galactic corona. The central region is predominantly composed of older stars, mainly white dwarfs, while the outer region is mainly populated by newly formed and younger stars. In the surrounding area of hundreds of thousands of light-years, there are dozens of satellite galaxies, and the Milky Way continues to grow by slowly consuming nearby dwarf galaxies. The solar system is located approximately 2400 to 2700 light-years from the center of the Milky Way, with the number of stars in the Milky Way estimated to be between 100 billion and 400 billion, of which the Sun is just one. The Sun moves at a speed of 220 kilometers per second around the galactic center, completing one orbit in about 250 million years, which has resulted in periodic changes in Earth's climate and the overall natural world every 250 million years. The direction of the Sun's movement is generally towards the constellation Lyra, close to the direction of Hercules. The solar system includes the Sun, 8 planets, nearly 500 satellites, and at least 1.2 million asteroids. There are also some dwarf planets and comets. If Neptune's orbit is taken as the boundary, the solar system's diameter is 60 astronomical units, or about 9 billion kilometers. If the heliosphere is taken as the boundary, the Sun can be up to 100 astronomical units from the solar system's edge at its thinnest point. If the Oort cloud is taken as the boundary, the solar system's diameter could be 2.0 astronomical units. The solar system's formation began about 4.6 billion years ago with the gravitational collapse of a giant interstellar molecular cloud. Most of the mass within the solar system is concentrated in the Sun, with Jupiter being the largest remaining body. The 8 planets revolve around the Sun in a counterclockwise direction. Additionally, smaller bodies exist in the asteroid belt between Jupiter and Mars. The Kuiper Belt and the Oort cloud also contain numerous small bodies, and many satellites orbit around planets or small bodies. Each planet beyond the asteroid belt has its own planetary ring. Dr. George, based on the rotation characteristics of the Milky Way and the current position of the Milky Way in the universe, can infer that the Milky Way is located at the farthest end from other galaxies in the universe. The Milky Way is a barred spiral galaxy with a diameter of 1.0 light-years, containing between 100 billion and 400 billion stars. The solar system is the solar-centric system where Earth resides, combined with the position of the solar system's rotation within the Milky Way. It can be inferred that when the meteoroid group was discovered behind Pluto, the solar system was located at position B within the Milky Way. At that time, the solar system was situated inside the Milky Way and at the farthest distance from other galaxies. Pluto and Neptune revolve around the Sun, rotating at a double resonance point within the Milky Way. Therefore, Dr. George concluded that the meteoroid group likely originated from Kuiper Belt objects. It is very likely that when Neptune and Pluto were in their resonance zone, while orbiting the Sun, the gravitational interaction caused Pluto's nebula meteoroids to be flung out of Pluto's orbit due to Neptune's influence. After leaving Pluto, they changed trajectory due to the Sun's gravitational influence, avoiding direct collision with Neptune and instead heading towards Uranus and Saturn. Currently, this meteoroid group can be observed as two waves. The first wave has already impacted Earth, while the second wave is expected to arrive after 10 p.m. tonight. The National Space Administration has also monitored this meteoroid group. To ensure the accuracy and completeness of the observational results, scientists employed high-precision observational equipment and conducted continuous monitoring for an extended period. The trajectory of the second meteoroid group is likely to overlap with Earth's trajectory at some point in the future. After watching the news, Wang Hauren and others became concerned the meteoroid group could indeed be life-threatening if it struck. If a meteoroid is large enough, its impact could be equivalent to an atomic bomb. With heavy hearts, the group returned to the classroom as the class bell rang. Upon returning, other classmates must have also received news alerts on their phones. Some were discussing the possibility of a meteor shower colliding with Earth. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and chatter, with few believing that a collision would actually happen, though a minority of students were genuinely concerned. As class began, the teacher looked at the excited students and began discussing the news content with everyone. Indeed, the teacher seemed to understand, more likely having read the news on a computer. Being an adult, she had knowledge about military and astronomical matters, understanding that if a large meteoroid were to strike the Earth, it could potentially destroy a nation. She also informed the students that the extinction of the dinosaurs was caused by a meteor strike on Earth. To instill a sense of awe for science, she jokingly added that if a large meteoroid were to hit Earth, even if it didn't kill you, the resulting climatic disasters could wipe out humanity. After discussing the news event with classmates for a while, class officially began. Wang Hauren found himself daydreaming again, but he had a new task. He intended to use his mind to sense the meteoroid group, determining its location. When the meteoroid group was about to collide with Earth, he would attempt to control the meteoroids with his abilities to prevent Earth from being struck. Wang Hauren released his thoughts, sensing the cosmic space he could perceive, but his abilities were still too weak to perceive it clearly. What he could perceive was merely akin to what a telescope could see. However, Wang Hauren had other means of perception. Integrating his thoughts into the Earth, Wang Hauren focused and concentrated, feeling as if his soul merged with the planet. He sensed himself as the Earth, and after familiarizing himself with this feeling, he controlled the Earth to release an expanded version of his thoughts. As his thoughts continued to expand, Wang Hauren began exploring the universe, which was truly vast, and his brain's computational capacity was far from sufficient. With the continuous expansion of his thoughts, the amount of information perceived in his brain increased, and Wang Hauren could not examine everything he sensed in detail. At this moment, the universe he sensed in his mind resembled the view a common person sees when gazing at the starry sky. Yet everything perceived within that universe was under his control. Wang Hauren primarily focused his mental energy in the direction of Neptune and Pluto. Based on the news report he listened to earlier that day, he knew that the meteor shower would not be near Pluto, and by estimating the time, he deduced that the meteor shower should be approaching Earth. However, Wang Hauren was not in a hurry to detect the meteor shower's position because it would inevitably pass through Earth's orbit, and he would naturally monitor it once it entered the Earth's trajectory. Moreover, Dr. George had already provided the time for the meteor shower's appearance. After 10 p.m. tonight, this time was calculated based on astrophysical data and direct observations from telescopes, so it would not be significantly inaccurate. Wang Hauren insisted on first investigating Pluto for two main reasons. First, Pluto was too distant, and he was unfamiliar with it. This was his first exploration in that direction. After all, Pluto was nearing the edge of the solar system. If based on the sequence of the 9 planets before 2006, Pluto was the farthest planet from the Sun. Thus, Wang Hauren would not detect at such a far distance. After 2006, the United Nations International Astronomical Organization had excluded Pluto from the list of the 9 planets. Currently, Pluto is not classified as a planet. It is a dwarf planet in the Kuiper Belt. Pluto was the first Kuiper Belt object discovered and the first trans-Neptunian object. It is the largest known dwarf planet in the solar system by volume and the second largest by mass. Although Pluto has been downgraded to a dwarf planet by the International Astronomical Organization, scientists and astronomy enthusiasts still prefer to refer to Pluto as a planet. Another reason was that Wang Hauren was concerned that Dr. George from the United States had made a mistake regarding the origin of the meteor shower. If the meteor shower truly originated from the nebula of Pluto or a Kuiper Belt object, then the issue would not be significant as there were already many meteors and asteroids within the Kuiper belt. It was normal for them to be drawn away from their orbits by the gravitational pull of other planets. Although the asteroids that strayed from their orbits varied in size and could potentially impact Earth, this phenomenon of straying from orbit also followed certain patterns. It was unlikely for a massive asteroid to collide with Earth without reason. There would not be a daily occurrence of meteor showers being drawn from other planets to impact Earth. Wang Hauren aimed to clarify where the meteor shower originated, focusing on why there would be a second batch based on his astronomical knowledge. It was normal for asteroids to collide with Earth, and it was also normal for a group of asteroids to strike Earth. However, it was unusual for there to be two batches of asteroids impacting Earth. Based on Wang Hauren's conjecture, if the meteor shower was indeed from Kuiper belt objects as reported in the news, and if it came in two batches, then there could only be one possibility. This was merely Wang Hauren's deduction. According to Wang Hauren's reasoning, the second batch of meteors might not be as numerous as the first batch, but would certainly exceed the first batch in individual mass. There could even be exceptionally large asteroids. Thus, this was also the reason why Wang Hauren was eager to determine the origin of this meteor shower. Wang Hauren was well aware that ignorance was more frightening than the unknown. The media and scientists only reported simply on meteors colliding with Earth, but the actual reports on where these meteors struck and what consequences and impacts resulted were missing. These details were not reported. Dr. Georges' observational report did not mention them, consisting solely of formatted documentation. The professors invited in the news from Yenjing University also did not clarify where the impact occurred or the extent of the consequences. However, since there was no news, one could assume that the first batch of meteorites burned up upon entering the atmosphere. Yet the second batch might not necessarily meet the same fate. He speculated that since the second batch of meteors could arrive a day later, their individual mass must be significantly larger, perhaps several times greater than that of the first batch. The potential threat to Earth would be greater, even suggesting the possibility of a single meteor destroying a country or a city. Wang Hauren's extensive analysis did not imply he possessed more knowledge than the American doctoral team. The main concern for Wang Hauren was that the second batch of meteors might be more aggressive toward Earth, or that they could originate from outside the solar system or even from other parts of the galaxy. If the meteor shower originated from elsewhere, it would imply that it might appear again or multiple times. Therefore, he sought to confirm once more where the meteor shower came from. Wang Hauren released his thoughts, continuously exploring space, and quickly sensed the location of the second batch of meteors. However, Wang Hauren paid it no mind. He concentrated on his perception toward the position of Pluto. First, he sensed the Moon, then the other major planets: Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and finally Pluto. Wang Hauren focused on Pluto, amplifying his thoughts continuously. He observed the craters on Pluto's surface and contemplated the information about it. Pluto is one of the most unique members of the solar system family. Before 2006, it was considered the ninth planet, although it is actually smaller than the Moon. When Pluto was first discovered, astronomers mistakenly estimated its size, believing it to be a planet more massive than Earth. With the arrival of the New Horizons probe at Pluto, scientists gained a clearer understanding of its size. In fact, Pluto is quite small, with a diameter of 2376 kilometers, less than 1/5 of Earth's diameter, and a surface area of 17.79 million square kilometers, comparable to that of Russia. Pluto's mass is even smaller, only 2 of Earth's. Pluto is even smaller than the Moon. It's no wonder astronomers excluded Pluto from the list of solar system planets. As he scanned, Wang Hauren discovered a significant amount of water while examining Pluto's crust. He recalled a piece of news where scientists had inferred that Pluto's water could drown Earth. Incredibly, Pluto, which is so much smaller than Earth, is actually a massive reservoir of water containing even more than that found on Earth. Pluto may possess a massive rocky core and a mantle composed of water ice, with rocks making up about 70 of its mass and water ice accounting for about 30. Pluto's average density is only 2 grams per superscript 3. Based on this ratio, Pluto's mass is approximately 1.31022 kilograms, with water constituting about 30 of its mass, which is roughly 391,021 kilograms. How much water exists on Earth? Earth has a total of 386 billion cubic kilometers of water, approximately 1.3861021 kilograms. The amount of water on Pluto is about 2.8 times that of Earth. If Pluto's water were transported to Earth, it would raise sea levels by about 7,600 meters. In that case, there would be very little land above water on Earth. The issue is that if Pluto were to collide with Earth, it would not just be a matter of sea levels rising by 7,600 meters. Earth could be shattered into pieces. Of course, even if Pluto were embedded within Earth, the energy released from the impact would instantly annihilate all life on the planet. Pluto's average distance from the Sun is 5 9 billion kilometers, and sunlight takes about 5.5 hours to reach Pluto. It resides in the dark region of the solar system with surface temperatures extremely low around 229 C. Pluto's surface temperature is only 44 C above absolute zero. One could say that Pluto's atmosphere has frozen. To illustrate just how cold Pluto is, its surface is covered in solid nitrogen, methane, and carbon monoxide. It is important to note that these substances are gases at normal temperatures on Earth with melting points generally around 200 degrees Celsius. However, on Pluto, they are frozen solid. In 1988, when Pluto was still recognized as a planet, scientists discovered a thin atmosphere surrounding it. At that time, Pluto was located near its perihelion, and its surface temperature was relatively high. However, as Pluto gradually moves away from the Sun, its atmosphere will slowly freeze and fall to the surface like frost and snow, illustrating just how cold it truly is. After several scans of Pluto, Wang Hauren also analyzed Pluto's flight trajectory and operational procedures. Compared to the orbits of the 8 major planets, Pluto's orbit appeared quite strange, mainly for 3 reasons. First, Pluto's orbit is very elongated. When Pluto is closest to the Sun, it is about 436 billion kilometers away, and at its farthest about 378 billion kilometers. The difference between its perihelion and aphelion is 942 billion kilometers, which is roughly the distance from Uranus to the Sun. Therefore, Pluto's orbital eccentricity is quite high. Compared to the orbits of the 8 major planets, it is much flatter, which is why some consider Pluto to be a comet with an elongated orbit. Second, Pluto's orbital plane is tilted. Wang Hauren discovered that Pluto's narrow orbit around the Sun is tilted 17 relative to the ecliptic plane, the orbital plane of Earth around the Sun. Among the 8 major planets in the solar system, Mercury has the greatest orbital inclination, which is only 7, much smaller than Pluto's orbital inclination. Thus, during its orbit around the Sun, Pluto passes through the orbital planes of all the planets from top to bottom. The third point is that Pluto's orbit intersects with Neptune's, which is one of the most alarming aspects of Pluto. During its 248-year orbital period, Pluto spends about 20 years within Neptune's orbit, meaning that at this time Pluto is closer to the Sun than Neptune. This raises the question, with Pluto's orbit intersecting that of Neptune, will they collide? Pluto's orbit and Neptune's form a 2-3 resonance. This means that for every 2 orbits Pluto makes around the Sun, Neptune completes 3. Therefore, even though their orbits intersect, they will never collide. The closest distance between Pluto and Neptune is still 54 billion kilometers, providing a safe buffer. One of Dr. Georges' conjectures is that the meteor shower originates from the asteroids in Pluto's nebula, which were drawn away from Pluto's satellite orbit by the gravitational pull of Neptune during their intersecting resonance. In the process of separation, as Neptune moved away from Pluto, the asteroids that had detached lost the gravitational influence of Neptune and were pulled more strongly by the Sun, causing them to move away from Pluto toward the Sun. Since Pluto must pass through the Sun, it will inevitably intersect with Earth on some future trajectory, meaning the meteor shower will collide with Earth. Thus, Wang Hauren was concerned that the second batch of meteors would be larger in mass than the first. It must have been when Pluto was at its closest point to Neptune that it was pulled from its orbit by Neptune's gravity. Therefore, Wang Hauren could deduce that the meteor shower's second batch would have individual masses far exceeding those of the first batch. The impact on planets would be considerable, and even with Earth's atmospheric protection, they would likely breach it with ease. Through his analysis of Pluto's trajectory, Wang Hauren discovered that Pluto's rotation was just as peculiar as its orbit. First, Pluto's axial tilt is as high as 119.6. This causes Pluto to rotate in a manner similar to Uranus lying on its orbit. Evidently, Pluto's rotation leads to extremely extreme seasonal variations where regions near its poles can experience polar day and polar night lasting up to 124 years. Second, Pluto's rotation is retrograde. Its rotation direction, like that of Venus, is from east to west. This means that on Pluto the Sun rises from the west. Thus, Pluto is not only a planet that rotates horizontally, but also one where the Sun rises from the west. Additionally, Wang Hauren discovered that Pluto is part of a binary system. Pluto is a double star system, and Wang Hauren focuses his perspective on Pluto, gazing into outer space. He can observe a massive moon above Pluto. It is Charon, the largest moon of Pluto, with a diameter of 1212 kilometers, located just 19600 kilometers away from Pluto. From Pluto, Charon appears 46 times larger in visual area than the full moon we see from Earth. Wang Hauren switches his perspective, standing on Charon, to observe Pluto, feeling as if Pluto might fall and collide with him. He is deeply shocked. Wang Hauren also discovers a strange phenomenon. Whether viewing Charon from Pluto or Pluto from Charon, they both remain motionless in the same position in the sky. This is because Pluto and Charon have identical rotation periods, both lasting 39 days. They are mutually tidally locked. In fact, Charon does not orbit Pluto. Instead, both are revolving around their common center of mass. Therefore, many astronomers believe that Charon should not be considered a moon of Pluto, but rather that they should be regarded as a double star system. In addition, Pluto has 4 known moons, all orbiting around the barycenter of the Pluto-Charon system. Refocusing on Charon, also known as Pluto, it is the largest of Pluto's 5 known natural satellites. Its average radius is 606 kilometers. Charon is the 6th largest trans-Neptunian object after Pluto, Haumea, Makemake, Eris, and Sedna. Charon's diameter is half that of Pluto, and its mass is 1/8 that of Pluto, making it a relatively large moon compared to Pluto. Its gravitational influence causes the barycenter of the Pluto system to lie outside of Pluto. The reddish-brown cap at Charon's north pole consists of tholins, which may be essential components for life. These tholins are produced from methane, nitrogen, and related gases released from Pluto's atmosphere, transferred to the surface of this moon, located 1900 kilometers away. After observing Charon, Wang Howard continues to investigate Pluto's other moons. Pluto 2, named Nix, is a natural satellite of Pluto with a longest diameter of 49.8 kilometers. It orbits between Pluto 4 and Pluto V. He notices a large red area on Nix, inferring it could be an impact crater. Pluto 3, named Hydra, is Pluto's second largest moon, and the outermost one, measuring approximately 51 kilometers in diameter. Hydra's orbital radius is about 64738 kilometers, completing an orbit around Pluto every 38.2 days. Hydra is 25 brighter than Nix. Hydra has a highly reflective surface similar to other Pluto moons, suggesting its surface is likely composed of water ice, with an albedo between Pluto and Charon. Pluto, for a small moon, is the 4th known satellite of Pluto, discovered after Charon in 1978, Nix in 2005, and Hydra. Pluto 4 appears to have a bilobed shape, with its longest dimension measuring about 12 kilometers and its shortest width being 4.5 kilometers. Pluto V, with a diameter of 10 to 25 kilometers in Wang Howard's eyes, resembles large meteoroids merely orbiting Pluto. After observing Pluto V, Wang Howard has already formed a preliminary assessment of the mass of the meteoroid cluster. Considering the sizes of Pluto's moons, the meteoroids in Pluto's cloud should be quite small, certainly not reaching diameters of 10 kilometers. Wang Howard speculates that the largest meteoroid in the cluster arriving on Earth tonight at 10 p.m. should not exceed the size of a house. Assuming the meteoroid cluster originates from Pluto's cloud, based on cosmic knowledge, Pluto's cloud primarily consists of gaseous ice blocks and small meteoroids. The appearance of such a large meteoroid cluster suggests that these meteoroids are fragments generated from Pluto due to impacts from external meteoroids. When Pluto and Neptune approach their resonant point, the increasing proximity of the two planets induces gravitational attraction and resonance. This causes some meteoroids to be attracted away from Pluto's orbit. As they reach their closest point, the meteoroid fragments in Pluto's cloud receive maximum gravitational influence from Neptune. Thus, the second batch of meteoroids may be more numerous and have larger individual masses, though this is merely a simple conjecture. Wang Howard believes the meteoroid cluster appeared in the Kuiper Belt. News reports also stated that Dr. George observed the meteor shower while it was on the far side of Pluto. Whether these meteoroids had already collided with others or were fragments flying towards Pluto after a collision in the Kuiper Belt is difficult to analyze. Perhaps national space agencies could deduce this from the craters on Pluto. However, Wang Howard finds it hard to analyze. He cannot determine when this meteoroid crater was formed. National institutions keep records, so by reviewing images from yesterday, the day before, and days prior, it would be easy to identify which crater is newly formed. The question of whether meteoroids collide within Pluto's orbit is no longer significant to Wang Howard. Seeing that Pluto and its moons are relatively stable brings him some relief. Wang Howard understands that unless another meteoroid from the Kuiper Belt comes flying in the current stable operational state of Pluto and its moons will not lead to the emergence of new meteoroids. After surveying Pluto and its moons, Wang Howard shifts his focus to Neptune. Combining his thoughts with the knowledge of Neptune in his mind, Wang Howard attempts to determine whether the meteoroid cluster was pulled away from Pluto's orbit by Neptune's gravity. If the meteoroid cluster can be attracted by Neptune, then why didn't Jupiter and Saturn pull the meteoroid cluster towards them? How did the meteoroid cluster arrive on Earth? Astrophysics is truly profound. Wang Howard is filled with doubts. In his view, Jupiter is the planet with the strongest gravitational pull in the solar system, followed closely by Saturn in second place. Why did these two planets with the strongest gravity fail to attract the meteoroid cluster and allow these two batches of meteoroids to reach Earth, especially Saturn? It is well known that Saturn's rings are the most prominent and distinct in the solar system. Countless small particles ranging in size from micrometers to meters orbit around Saturn in clusters. The primary components of the particles in the rings are water ice along with some dust and other chemicals. The largest particles in the Saturnian rings can be considered meteoroids, with some as large as a house. According to calculations based on the mass of the meteoroid cluster, smaller meteoroids should theoretically be attracted by Saturn, either entering its orbit or directly colliding with it. Wang Haoren's mind is ablaze with countless questions. Indeed, committing a crime is easy, but solving the crime is much more difficult. The more he knows, the more problems arise, and it becomes overwhelming. Wang Haoren plans to observe Neptune again to confirm whether the orbit between Neptune and Pluto remains stable. If Neptune is functioning normally, he will not pursue the origins of the meteor shower any further. After all, the Kuiper belt is much larger. Wang Haoren has already experienced a mental strain from merely analyzing Pluto and its surrounding moons. If he were to pursue this to the end, he might not have enough lifespan to see it through. As long as he can confirm that the various planets in the solar system are stable and do not threaten Earth, that is enough. After a moment of mental relief, Wang Haoren refocuses on Neptune with information about Neptune appearing in his mind. Neptune is one of the 8 major planets in the solar system and is the farthest known giant planet from the Sun. Neptune's semi-major axis is 30.07 astronomical units with an orbital period of 164.8 years and a mass of 17.147 times that of Earth. Its radius is 3.86 times that of Earth. Neptune's apparent magnitude is approximately 7.67, requiring a telescope for observation. It appears blue to the naked eye. The chemical composition of its atmosphere primarily consists of hydrogen and helium. Additionally, trace amounts of methane in Neptune's atmosphere contribute to its blue color. Neptune experiences intense storms with measured wind speeds reaching up to 2400 km/h. The temperature at Neptune's cloud tops is 218 degrees Celsius, slightly higher than that of Uranus. It is speculated that Neptune likely has a fiery interior with a core temperature of around 80 degrees Celsius, similar to most known planets. Neptune's mass is slightly greater than that of Uranus, its density slightly higher, while its radius is somewhat smaller than that of Uranus. Neptune is one of the few planets predicted mathematically rather than discovered through observation. Astronomers inferred Neptune's existence and possible position from perturbations in Uranus' orbit. According to Wang Haoren's observations, Neptune is a very large planet with significant volume and mass. At the closest approach between Neptune and Pluto, it is reasonable that Neptune's gravitational pull could lead to the deflection of meteoroids from Pluto's outer cloud. However, further study of the meteoroid cluster's flight trajectory is required. Only then can it be determined whether, after being pulled out by Neptune, the meteoroid cluster was attracted by the Sun's gravity or by that of other planets. This remains unknown at present. Wang Haoren believes that aside from the Sun, the most likely influences on the meteoroid cluster's flight path should be Jupiter or Saturn. It is important to note that these two are supergiant planets, especially Jupiter, which is the largest planet in the solar system, while Saturn is the second largest. Dr. George discovered the meteoroid cluster's location near Pluto. Given Pluto's great distance from Earth, the meteoroid cluster's trajectory to reach Earth would require passing through the orbits of multiple planets. Among them are Jupiter and Saturn, the planets with the strongest gravitational pull. It raises the question of why these planets, which have greater gravity than Earth, did not attract the meteoroid cluster. However, the news reports have not clearly stated that the second batch of meteoroids also originated from Pluto. They only reported that a meteoroid cluster was discovered on the far side of Pluto and had already impacted Earth. The second batch of meteoroids is expected to reach Earth's orbit around 10 p.m. tonight, suggesting that they too were discovered near Pluto. After all, the news reported that the meteoroid cluster was divided into 2 batches, but Wang Haoren knows that 2 batches cannot be the same cluster. Without accurate information from national agencies, he cannot continue making deductions. He believes the meteoroid cluster originated from the Kuiper belt, and he is currently worried about why the meteoroid cluster is coming to Earth and whether the nearby meteoroids might pose a threat. Wang Haoren still cannot figure out why the meteoroid cluster was not captured by Saturn's gravity. Previously, he thought the meteoroid cluster was from the outer region of Earth's orbit, possibly from Saturn, Jupiter, or Neptune. Of course, the most likely source was the asteroid belt. The asteroid belt is a dense region of asteroids located between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, where 98.5 of asteroids have been discovered, with 120437 of them officially numbered. Since the asteroid belt is the densest area for asteroids, it is also referred to as the main belt. The asteroid belt lies approximately 217 to 364 astronomical units from the Sun, containing over 500 asteroids. The clustering of so many asteroids in the asteroid belt is due not only to the gravitational influence of the Sun, but also to that of Jupiter. Asteroids are celestial bodies that orbit the Sun resembling planets, but significantly smaller in size and mass. The vast majority of asteroids are concentrated in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Asteroids are generally considered to have evolved from planetesimals formed during the solar system's inception, making them the most commonly discovered celestial bodies in the solar system, with 1026572 confirmed asteroids. Approximately 57 of these have been formally numbered, but this likely represents only a small fraction of all asteroids. Due to advancements in observational technology and an increase in observation missions since the 2000s, the number of discovered asteroids continues to grow daily, with thousands of new asteroids being found each month. As of 1990, the largest known asteroid was Ceres, but after 2001, some asteroids discovered in the Kuiper Belt were found to have diameters larger than Ceres. For instance, Haumea has a diameter of 1280 kilometers, and Makemake is nearly the same size as Pluto. The largest asteroids are being reclassified and defined as dwarf planets. In the asteroid belt, in addition to asteroids, there are also numerous fragments of meteoroids. In recent years, many of the meteors that have struck Earth originated from the asteroid belt. The reasons for the production of these meteoroid fragments are varied. However, the fragments that truly pose a threat to Earth are those ejected into Earth's orbit due to the explosive collisions of multiple large asteroids. It is worth noting that larger asteroids, when measured in meters, can have diameters exceeding 1280 kilometers. Fragments ejected from the explosive collisions of two asteroids, each over 100 kilometers in diameter, could even obliterate all life on Earth. The second batch of meteors in this meteor event impacting Earth likely originated not only from the aforementioned locations, but also from meteoroids outside the orbit of Neptune. Speaking of Neptune, one must revisit its size, mass, and composition, as volume and mass are crucial factors in determining gravitational strength. Neptune is a gas giant primarily composed of water, ammonia, and methane. This is also why its surface appears blue. Neptune is an ice giant mainly made up of oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, sulfur, and other gases heavier than hydrogen and helium. Due to its great distance from the Sun, Neptune receives very little heat, with the temperature at the top of its atmosphere plummeting to 218 degrees Celsius. However, Neptune possesses a core that reaches 8000 degrees Celsius, with a mass similar to that of Earth. Although the energy source of the core remains unknown, it contributes to a series of unique phenomena on Neptune. The methane in Neptune's upper atmosphere at the ultra-low temperature of 218 degrees Celsius transforms into ice crystals, while at a distance of 50 kilometers from Neptune there exists a pungent layer of hydrogen sulfide clouds. The surrounding pressure is over 5 times that of Earth's standard atmospheric pressure, leading to supersonic storms with speeds reaching up to 2100 kilometers per hour. In comparison, the maximum wind speed on Earth is only 400 kilometers per hour. Neptune's Great Dark Spot and anticyclonic storms can span 1300 by 6600 kilometers. This area is vast enough to encompass the entire Earth. Neptune's cyclonic storms are as dynamic as those on Earth. Below lies Neptune's waterous cloud layer, where temperatures start to rise. At the bottom of the waterous cloud layer, temperatures can soar above 100 degrees Celsius, with pressures exceeding 1000 pascals. Upon reaching the overheat layer, temperatures can escalate to 40 degrees Celsius, causing methane and ammonia ice to transform into a thick liquid. Under such high temperature and pressure conditions, carbon elements present on Neptune may form diamonds, leading to the possibility of diamond rain falling from the sky. As these diamonds reach the core of Neptune, some of them may become liquefied. On the surface, diamonds would sparkle everywhere, while in Neptune's mantle there exists an ocean of liquid diamonds with solid diamonds floating within it. Neptune is a gas ice giant with a diameter of approximately 49500 kilometers, a radius about 386 times that of Earth, and a mass 17 times that of Earth. Neptune's enormous size and massive singular mass grant it unparalleled gravitational strength. Among its 14 moons, Triton is captured from the Kuiper Belt by Neptune's immense gravity. Triton is roughly the same size as Pluto and is the only large moon in the solar system that orbits in the opposite direction of its planet's rotation. It is also the coldest body in the solar system, with surface temperatures dropping to 240 degrees Celsius. Some regions are covered in water ice and snow with frequent snowfall. It also features 3 ice volcanoes that frequently erupt frozen methane and nitrogen ice particles, as well as oceans and lakes of liquid nitrogen. Due to its unique orbit, it can be inferred that Triton originally belonged to the Kuiper Belt before being captured by Neptune's gravity. Triton is Neptune's largest natural satellite and was the first moon discovered around Neptune. It is one of the few large moons in the solar system that has a retrograde orbit, moving in the opposite direction of its planet's rotation. Triton has a diameter of 2706 8 kilometers, making it the 7th largest moon in the solar system. It is the only moon of Neptune with sufficient mass to achieve hydrostatic equilibrium, and by mass ratio to its primary planet it ranks as the 2nd largest moon, just after the moon in relation to Earth. Due to its retrograde orbit and its composition resembling that of Pluto, Triton is considered a captured dwarf planet from the Kuiper Belt. The surface of Triton is largely frozen nitrogen, with its shell primarily composed of water ice, possessing an icy mantle and a core mainly made of rock and metal. The core constitutes 2/3 of its total mass, with an average density of 2.061 GCM superscript 3, indicating that it contains approximately 1535 water ice. During its flyby of Triton in 1989, Voyager 2 discovered a surface temperature of 235 degrees Celsius and observed active geysers. Only Voyager 2 has visited Triton among spacecraft. Triton is one of the few known moons in the solar system that exhibits active geological activity alongside Io, Europa, Enceladus, and Titan. Geological activity has resulted in a relatively young surface on Triton, with almost no noticeable impact craters. The complex low-temperature volcanic and tectonic terrains indicate its intricate geological history. Parts of Triton's surface erupt sublimated nitrogen gas, forming a tenuous nitrogen atmosphere, with a pressure lower than 1/70th of that at sea level on Earth. Combining the capture of Triton from the Kuiper Belt by Neptune with the current publicly available information from scientists regarding Triton. Finally, based on Dr. George's previous observations of the meteor showers, Wang Hauren has basically concluded that the origin of the second batch of meteors is due to Neptune's gravity pulling them from the Pluto cloud or Kuiper Belt. However, this conclusion has a prerequisite. Dr. George observed that the second batch of meteors was ejected from the far side of Pluto. In fact, Wang Hauren believes that Dr. George's report somewhat contradicts science, as with the technology of 2008, it would be challenging for Earth scientists to directly observe Pluto using astronomical equipment. Moreover, given the vast distance, how long would it take for the meteors to reach Earth? If satellites were sent to monitor Pluto, Wang Hauren would believe that. However, in the news report, Dr. George claimed to have discovered this while observing the Horsehead Nebula, which raises doubts about the accuracy of the report. Therefore, the only thing that can be confirmed is that there are indeed 2 batches of meteoroids. The first batch has already struck Earth, while the second batch will arrive at 10 p.m. tonight. Additionally, Wang Hauren has several questions. How did the meteoroid cluster from the Kuiper Belt safely pass through Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars to reach Earth? It should be noted that these planets all have massive sizes and diameters, especially Jupiter's gravity, which can capture planets the size of Earth into its orbit. How could a mere meteoroid cluster escape the gravitational influence of so many planets? Wang Hauren's mind was filled with questions. If he hadn't heard in the news that the meteoroid cluster came from the Kuiper Belt, he would have thought that these 2 batches of meteors must have originated from the asteroid belt or wandering meteoroids outside Earth's orbit. According to the recent statistics from NASA on meteoroid impacts on Earth, to be precise, at least hundreds of thousands of meteors fall to Earth each day, among which at least several thousand are visible to the naked eye. However, due to regional limitations, only a few dozen can be seen in effective time at any given location, and even experienced observers can typically see only about 20 a day. The average person would be lucky to spot a dozen. The data publicly available from NASA is not what Wang Hauren needs. A significant portion of this data classifies meteors as cosmic dust or refers to them as small meteoroids. These meteoroids do not pose a threat to Earth. They are incinerated by Earth's defensive system upon entering the atmosphere, causing no harm to Earth's ecological environment. What Wang Hauren is concerned about are the large meteoroids that can cause catastrophic consequences for building a city or an entire country, as well as for Earth's ecosystem. Clearly, with so many meteors striking Earth daily, people tend to overlook the potential dangers of meteors. However, Wang Hauren understands that the second batch of meteors mentioned in the news report is different. In the eyes of scientists, the first batch of meteors has safely landed. Thus, the assumption that the second batch of meteors will also be incinerated by the atmosphere is quite reasonable. Having analyzed the origin of the second batch of meteors, Wang Hauren is naturally aware that the individual masses of the second batch far exceed those of the first batch. There will undoubtedly be massive meteoroids striking Earth, and Earth's defense system cannot completely prevent them. It seems that all countries around the world have overlooked the dangers posed by the second batch of meteors. Wang Hauren currently has no way to alert the government or the United Nations. Even if he wanted to explain the situation, who would he talk to and who would believe him? So what means does humanity have to defend against massive meteoroid impacts on Earth? If missiles are used to intercept, the interception can only occur outside the atmosphere at such a high altitude. At the very least, intercontinental missiles or rockets that launch satellites must be used. To describe it as a strike is not quite accurate, it should be called a collision. How much does an intercontinental missile cost? How much does a rocket cost? No country would launch a rocket to intercept a meteoroid cluster based solely on the panic of a high school student. In fact, Wang Haoren does not realize that even if he spoke up, it would be useless. Currently, there is no way to determine where a meteoroid that could harm Earth will land. If a meteoroid lands in the United States, should we launch a rocket to intercept it? The Long March 5 rocket in our country costs 1.16 billion yuan per launch, while the cheaper Long March 6 costs about 130 million yuan. It can be said that if our country were to launch the Long March 5 carrier rocket to intercept a meteoroid cluster regardless of success or failure, the entire nation would have to return to the days before liberation and eat cornbread. Due to the discrepancies between news reports and scientific evidence, Wang Haoren does not intend to further investigate the source of the meteoroid cluster. He plans to check the current location of the meteoroid cluster directly. He aims to visually assess the number and size of the meteoroids. If their individual masses are quite small, then Wang Haoren will not be overly concerned. Wang Haoren believes that the news report is incorrect or that Dr. George is lying. Dr. George must have observed the meteoroid cluster from satellites monitoring the far side of Pluto. The meteoroids impacting Earth should originate from Earth's orbit or nearby planetary meteoroids, while the meteoroids discovered near Pluto must have already been captured by planets near Pluto. Given the current technological capabilities, it is impossible to monitor and track the movements of meteoroids. Simply put, we can only infer the location of the second batch of meteoroids. Real-time observation is not feasible. Moreover, the meteoroid cluster cannot break through the gravitational capture of Saturn and Jupiter. However, it does not rule out the possibility of meteoroids coming from Kuiper Belt objects. Wang Haoren retracted his thoughts and narrowed his perspective, sensing the location of the meteoroid cluster in the universe. He searched around Mars and found nothing. After calculating the distance and time, he realized he was looking in the wrong place. It is known that the distance from Earth to Mars ranges from a minimum of 55 million kilometers to a maximum of 400 million kilometers. The speed of meteoroids is somewhat uncertain as they can travel at various speeds. Typically, they travel at speeds ranging from 4,000 to 1,000 kilometers per hour. For instance, a meteoroid previously discovered was moving towards Earth at a speed of 8,000 kilometers per hour, ultimately brushing past Earth at the upper atmosphere. Finally, Wang Haoren discovered a large area of reflective highlights not far beyond the Earth's orbit, which should be the meteoroid cluster. Suddenly, there was a violent shaking accompanied by panicked cries. Suddenly, his consciousness withdrew and the desks and chairs in the classroom were overturned. Classmates were running around in panic and several lights from the ceiling were swaying, with some falling to the ground. The entire teaching building was shaking. Wang Haoren initially thought it was an earthquake, but then realized it couldn't be. It must be a meteor shower indicating that asteroids were striking Earth. However, soon a classmate shouted to run as there was an earthquake. The teacher quickly reacted and organized the students to flee outside. An earthquake! An earthquake! Run! Students were fleeing in all directions, shouting in panic as they dashed away. Run! Occasionally, girls let out screams of terror. The corridor was filled with students stumbling everywhere, all in a state of panic. The teaching building was shaking violently. Every step was a struggle. Wang Haoren was at the back row, quickly rushing out through the back door. At that moment, many classmates were still inside the classroom, with at least half of the girls hiding under their desks. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling swayed left and right, shaking more violently, and chunks of plaster were falling off the walls. Half of the fluorescent lights fell to the ground due to the shaking, with some crashing directly onto students' heads, shattering into glass shards. The earthquake grew fiercer, the ground shaking more violently. Those who had not escaped were swaying in place, trying to hold onto the walls, but the walls were also shaking heavily, causing those who leaned against them to fall. It was impossible to move forward. Many students had fallen to the ground. Thanks to his exceptional physical fitness, Wang Haoren sprang into action the moment he sensed the earthquake, darting out of the teaching building like lightning. He quickly overtook the crowd of students who had fled before him, becoming one of the first to escape. Wang Haoren arrived at the open field of the playground, staring blankly at the chaotic crowd, fleeing in panic. His mind was still processing the situation. Just a second ago, he had been exploring the cosmos, immersed in the vast universe. Now he found himself fleeing for his life alongside his classmates. The transition was too abrupt. When Wang Haoren realized there was an earthquake, a single thought raced through his mind: run. His body moved instinctively, and he ran faster and faster, gradually surpassing many others, feeling a bit dazed. He had been attending class peacefully, and suddenly an earthquake struck. Once he calmed himself and surveyed the panicked crowd, a thought made his pupils dilate. Wang Haoren looked around, but didn't see her. He focused his mind and sensed that she was still in the classroom. Not just her, but also several boys and 6 girls. There were still 11 people in his classroom. Wang Haoren summoned all his strength and rushed back toward the teaching building against the flow of the crowd. The teaching building was quite sturdy, but the entire structure was swaying left and right. Wang Haoren could feel that the ground was no longer stable, as if he were on a ship caught in a storm. In the corridor, the walls and floors swayed together, making the entire space feel distorted. The ground was littered with fallen students struggling to crawl, while a few who maintained their balance continued to run towards the exit, holding onto the walls. Wang Haoren ignored them and rushed back to his classroom. The doors at both ends were wide open with shattered glass scattered all over. As the earthquake shook, the doors swung back and forth, occasionally slamming against the walls. The windows of the teaching building were surprisingly sturdy, not a single one shattered despite the intense shaking. Wang Haoren shouted Wang Liyuan's name as he entered the classroom, which was now a wreck with desks and chairs overturned and various books and papers strewn about. When he first entered, he didn't see anyone. Looking under the desks, he found some lying on the ground, some crouching under the desks, and others who had fallen and were struggling to get up. Wang Haoren locked onto Wang Liyuan's position and hurried over. As he passed by Tianyu, he grabbed her with one hand, while lifting Wang Liyuan with the other. Then, he carried Tianyu in one hand and held Wang Liyuan in the other as they rushed out of the classroom. At this moment, both Tianyu and Wang Liyuan were still in a daze, frightened by the earthquake. They instinctively wanted to run, but there were only 2 doors in the classroom, and by the time they stood up, many students were already crowding at the exit. The shaking intensified, making it impossible to stand. The teacher shouted for everyone to crouch down and hide under the desks. Upon seeing this, they and the other classmates who hadn't managed to escape quickly scrambled under the desks. Wang Siwen, the chubby boy, had the worst luck. His belly was too large, and his legs lacked strength. After crouching for a while, he ran out of energy. The earthquake shook him from side to side, and before long, he lost his balance and sat down on the ground. Then, as the ground continued to shake, Wang Siwen rolled around on the floor. He kept trying to get up, but he was too heavy, and the ground kept shaking, making it impossible for him to rise. Eventually, he ran out of strength and could only lie on the ground. As the earthquake grew stronger, the ground and walls shook even more violently. Chunks of plaster were falling from the ceiling, hitting the ground. Fluorescent lights were also dropping continuously, crashing onto the floor and desks, with another 2 bursting with a loud bang. Wang Siwen sensed the danger, knowing he wouldn't be able to get up anytime soon. He reached out and grabbed a stool to shield his head. Wang Siwen lay on his back, holding onto the stool with both hands, his legs spread apart to maintain balance. He made sure not to roll around on the ground. After a while, seeing that nothing serious had happened, he began to feel calmer. Just then, someone's large water jug fell off a desk. It landed right in Wang Siwen's lap. The moment he was hit, he felt an indescribable sharp pain and pushed the stool off his head, sitting up abruptly, clutching his lap with both hands, his face contorted in agony. As he sat up, still holding his lap, the earthquake shook again, and with a loud thud, he lost his balance and fell towards a nearby stool, hitting his head against the corner. Dazed from the impact, he felt a sharp pain in his head and quickly covered it with his hands. Before long, he felt warmth on his face as blood trickled down, covering him. Before Wang Siwen could regain his senses, he was again tossed to the other side by the shaking. Struggling on the ground, he concluded that it was safer to sit up. He decided to grab onto the nearby stool, and after much effort, he finally managed to climb onto it. Indeed, 4 legs were more stable than 2. Sitting firmly on the stool, Wang Siwen controlled his feet to maintain balance, struggling against the ground's movements. At that moment, a fluorescent light fell directly onto his head. With a loud bang, the light exploded, sending fragments flying everywhere. The impact caused Wang Siwen to lose his grip and fall again to the ground. With the trembling of the ground, he rolled around uncontrollably. Occasionally, he would encounter shards of glass scattered on the ground, letting out cries of pain. Wang Haoren hurriedly led Tianyu and Wang Liyuan out of the teaching building, placing them on the open ground of the playground. He quickly asked Wang Liyuan, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Tianyu replied weakly. Wang Haoren looked at Tianyu and said, "As long as you are fine." Then he concernedly asked Wang Liyuan, "How about you? Are you alright? Are you injured?" Wang Liyuan had just been swept out of the teaching building in Wang Haoren's embrace. At this moment, she was breathing heavily, having nearly suffocated from being held tightly. After catching her breath for a moment, she said, "I'm fine. Thank you, Wang Haoren. I owe you my life. It's good to hear that you're okay." Wang Haoren smiled happily, gazing at her intently. "Did you get hurt?" Wang Liyuan asked. Don't worry, I'm fine. What should we do now?" Tianyu asked, looking at the chaotic playground filled with running classmates. I still need to go back to save people. There are still many classmates inside the building who haven't come out yet. You two stay here and don't wander around. It's safe here and you won't get hit. Just stay put. I'm going back to save people. Tianyu, please take care of Wang Liyuan. Hey, don't go back. It's dangerous inside. I'll be fine, don't worry. You two stay here. After instructing them not to run around, Wang Haoren returned to the teaching building. Seeing him run further away, Tianyu shouted for him to come back. "Don't go. Wang Liyuan was almost in tears as she asked Tianyu, what should we do? Tianyu comforted her, let's wait here for now. He'll be out soon. After bidding farewell to Tianyu and Wang Liyuan, Wang Haoran returned to the teaching building. At that moment, many students had managed to escape. Those who had previously crawled in the hallway were now reaching the entrance, soon to be outside. Seeing that they had the ability to escape, Wang Haoran decided not to worry about them and returned to the experimental classroom, determined to rescue his classmates first. Wang Haoran forcibly pushed open the obstructing classroom door, gazing at the chaos inside. Especially seeing Wang Siwen rolling on the ground, he was left speechless. This guy was truly in a pitiful state, too tragic to look at. At this moment, Wang Siwen was not only covered in blood, but his round belly and buttocks were also stained red. He was wailing pitifully on the ground. As the ground shook, he rolled around on the floor. Wang Haoran hurriedly approached and helped him up, asking Wang Siwen, how are you? Wang Siwen looked up at Wang Haoran and cried out, it hurts so much. Oh, I'm in so much pain, oh, help me. Seeing Wang Siwen's blood-soaked face, Wang Haoran was also stunned. From the front, Wang Siwen's entire head was drenched in blood, making it impossible to see his face. It was Wang Haoran's first time witnessing someone in such a tragic state, and he didn't even know where he was hurt. Hastily grabbing him, he pulled Wang Siwen out. Wang Siwen was injured all over, and wherever he touched it hurt. Wang Haoran could only support him under his arm, and quickly brought the seriously injured Wang Siwen back to Tianyu and Wang Liyuan. Wang Siwen, what happened to you? Tianyu and Wang Liyuan hurriedly came forward to help Wang Siwen. After handing Wang Siwen over to them, without pausing, Wang Haoran rushed back into the teaching building. Quickly returning to his class, he took 2 students under one arm, running back and forth twice to get all his classmates out to the playground. Wang Haoran returned to the school building once more. At this point, there were not many students and teachers left inside the teaching building who hadn't escaped. While Wang Haoran was busy saving people, several more had crawled out. Using his mind to observe the school, Wang Haoran decided to start rescuing people from the top floor of the teaching building. One by one, he brought many students from the classrooms and hallways out of the school. When he reached the second floor, the school broadcast began. Students, there has been an earthquake. Please do not panic and evacuate the teaching building in an orderly manner. The homeroom teacher will manage the order, leading the students to leave the teaching building orderly. Please do not push or trample, or line up one by one and evacuate orderly. Students arriving at the playground distanced themselves from the teaching building, the streetlights, basketball hoops, and walls dispersing in the open space. The director of the guidance office and the homeroom teacher maintained order on the playground. The PE teacher and deputy director Yao Wei rushed to the broadcast room to find me. You have 1 minute to come to the broadcast room to find me. There are still many students inside the school who have not come out. We will search separately to bring everyone out. Wang Haoran had already searched the second floor, and through his diligent efforts, he had helped many students leave the teaching building. He heard the broadcast and knew it was the vice principal maintaining order. This vice principal, surnamed Li, was in charge of campus security and was a legal vice principal sent by the Public Security Bureau. In recent years, the instability of social order, particularly in schools, has drawn significant attention from the government. After thorough research, it was decided to assign an experienced public security officer to each school to oversee campus security, serving as the vice principal for legal affairs. It now seems that the vice principal for legal affairs sent by the police bureau is quite useful, especially during critical moments when he truly plays a vital role. Wang Haoran helped several classmates leave the classroom on the second floor, leading them down the staircase to evacuate, when he spotted Teacher Li and a few students from their class also coming out of the classroom, though the serious shaking from the earthquake made it difficult. At this moment, there had been several tremors. Teacher Li and the others were also thinking of evacuating quickly as soon as the earthquake ended, but unexpectedly, just as they organized the students to leave the classroom, another tremor struck. Having encountered continuous earthquakes for the first time, Wang Haoran saw Teacher Li sitting on the ground supported by a few classmates. He approached and asked Teacher, "What's wrong?" "I twisted my ankle, you all hurry and run." Without hesitation, he picked up Teacher Li and urged everyone to move outside. At that moment, they encountered the physical education teacher and director, Yao, coming in. Wang Haoran shouted as he walked, "No need to go upstairs. I've checked the second floor and above. Just tell the principal to hurry and bring the people from the second floor out. That will ensure safety." The physical education teacher and director, Yao, were momentarily stunned, then continued running toward the broadcasting room. After a while, the physical education teacher chased after them and asked Wang Haoran what was going on. After settling Teacher Li and the students in the playground, Wang Haoran followed the physical education teacher back to the teaching building, chatting as they made their way to the broadcasting room. Principal Li saw the two of them and hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation, asking, "Is the information accurate? Are you sure there's no one left upstairs?" The physical education teacher stepped forward and said Wang Haoran checked each classroom and confirmed that there's no one left. Every room upstairs has been inspected. Now, as long as the remaining students on the second floor are evacuated, everyone will be safe. Upon hearing that the students had mostly left the teaching building, Principal Li felt a sense of relief. Immediately, new tasks were arranged. The physical education teacher and Wang Haoran were instructed to help the remaining students evacuate the teaching building, while Director Yao was sent to check the student dormitories for anyone left behind. Principal Li took the microphone and announced over the intercom, asking the head of the teaching office to check the cafeteria, gymnasium, and library to see if anyone was still inside. In addition to the above arrangements, the intercom was heard with Principal Li's voice urging all class teachers to organize their students into proper lines and count the number of people. They were to report the number of students from each class to the head of the teaching office. The heads of each grade group immediately counted the number of teachers in their respective grades and reported it to the teaching office. All logistical staff and other teachers gathered at the teaching office. After the broadcast ended, Principal Li with difficulty followed the last group of evacuating students out of the teaching building. After assisting in the evacuation, Wang Haoran returned to his class line. At this time, although everyone was standing in line, they were all busy with nearly everyone on their phones making calls. However, despite their efforts, not a single call went through. He took out his phone to call the village and check on his family. Wang Haoran wasn't particularly worried about his home. At this time, his grandfather was usually outside tending to things. His family had various farm chores needing to feed livestock, manage the vegetable garden, and cook. For cooking, he needed to gather vegetables from the garden and fetch water outside, so most of the work was done outdoors. Moreover, his family lived in a single-story house, which made it easy to escape during an earthquake. His grandfather wouldn't foolishly stay inside. Wang Haoran made several calls to the village but couldn't get through. Zhou Yong came over and told Wang Haoran, "Stop calling, it's useless. The phone has no signal. I just tried calling home several times and it never went through." Tian Yuxia phone and Wang Liyuan also approached with their phones. "Did you call home too?" Tian Yu asked. "Yeah, no luck. We've all been trying for ages and no one got through." We later discovered that there was no phone signal. It seems the mobile signal tower was damaged in the earthquake. Everyone's phones are down and there's no signal nearby. Wang Liyuan added. After several rounds of tremors, everyone had calmed down from their panic and was chatting among themselves in line. Seeing that his phone had no signal, Wang Haoran felt uneasy about his family and released his consciousness towards Wangjia village to sense what was happening. Upon seeing the situation, his heart sank. The roads in Wangjia village had already shown several fractures. At the connection point with the county road, some surfaces had cracked and collapsed due to tectonic shifts, with some raising over 3 meters, while others had their entire base pressed down onto another. The fields and nearby hills had also deformed to varying degrees. Looking further into the village, many houses in Wangjia village had collapsed. Especially the 2- and 3-story buildings, not a single one remained standing. Originally, every household in Wangjia village lived in single-story houses. In recent years, the economy had developed rapidly, and the living conditions of the villagers had improved, especially for those who had managed to earn money outside. Upon returning to Wangjia village, they had renovated their single-story houses and even added 2nd and 3rd floors on top of the existing structures. In this sudden earthquake, everything collapsed at once. Wang Haoran continued to survey the damage in Wangjia village. Aside from the newly added houses that had completely collapsed, over 20 households of villagers' single-story houses had also fallen, with the remaining houses having sustained some damage from the earthquake. Aftershocks continued, and Wang Haoran could feel the ground rising and falling as if the earth itself were breathing. Trees in Wangjia village were falling one after another. The mountain behind Wang Haoran's house had also shifted significantly, with shattered stones scattered everywhere and the forest on the mountain swallowed by falling rocks. 2 small hills had merged into one. Wang Haoran knew that the trees from those 2 hills had been pressed together in between. The perspective shifted back to his own home, where he saw that his house had also been damaged by the earthquake, though it had not completely collapsed. Only one room had collapsed, with several walls cracked. The one that fell was the room closest to the edge, which was usually unoccupied and mainly used as a guest room. Wang Quanfa's daughter and her family would stay in that room during the holidays. Usually it just stored some clothes, bedding, and other miscellaneous items, so there wasn't any significant loss. In rural areas, if a house cracks, it can be repaired. If it collapses, rebuilding is not a major issue. Wang Haoran surveyed the grim situation in Wangjia village, feeling a sense of relief. The villagers suffered no casualties, only some collapsed houses and losses of poultry and livestock. At this time, nearly every household in the village had work to do, so there were no casualties. Wang Haoran's grandfather, Wang Chuanfeng, was currently digging through the collapsed guest house for items, hoping to recover some valuables. After all, clothes and bedding are not easily damaged. Once the houses have collapsed, they can be dug out. There are also the wooden beams from the roof and the tiles on top. which can be collected and reused when rebuilding. Especially the wood from the roof, which is high-quality oil pine treated through carbonization. It can last for over 100 years without issue. If they are dug out and set aside for when they rebuild, there will be no need to prepare new timber, saving a considerable amount of labor and expense. Wang Haoran watched his grandfather searching for supplies in the ruins, feeling reassured. He had never truly worried about his grandfather being injured in the earthquake. It was only seeing his grandfather safe with his own eyes that would put his heart at ease. Wang Haoran continued to observe Wangjia village with his mind. The village head had already gathered people at the village entrance, counting heads and assessing damages household by household, while the loudspeaker broadcasted the village head's voice. Hearing the loudspeaker announcement calling all villagers to gather at the entrance, Wang Quanfeng set down his work and headed toward the village entrance. The patriarch of Wangjia village and several older clan elders sat in a row on stools engaging in conversation, while the village head assigned tasks to the early arriving villagers. Before long, a significant number of villagers had gathered. Li Qingyun, where are your family members? Are they all here? They're all here. Wang Dali, what about your family? Wang Chong, Wang Hao. The village head pulled out a notebook, calling out names household by household. After counting over 10 families, he called out Wang Quan's name. Wang Quan, the families I just called, take them to find a spacious and safe place to set up a base. Prepare for an overnight stay and arrange for everyone to build temporary shelters. If you can dig pits, dig pits. If you can set up tents, set up tents. If there aren't enough tents, use the corn stalks collected recently to make temporary shelters. One by one, more people gathered at the village entrance, and the village head assigned a new task to a middle-aged man named Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, take the 15 households I just called and go to Wang Quan to settle them. Leave the elderly and children with Wang Quan, and you take the young people to search house by house in the village. Remember to prioritize saving lives. If there are no casualties, quickly continue searching the next household. If anyone needs rescue, send someone to the village entrance to report it. The village head organized manpower to arrange various rescue operations. Many villagers also took out their phones to call relatives outside the village inquiring about their disaster situation. However, everyone was unable to get through on their phones. They looked at each other with their phones in hand and asked, "You can't get through either." "I can't either." "What's the point?" "There's no signal." The village head said, "We need to quickly report the village's situation to the town and county. The village's phone lines are also down. It seems the lines are broken." "University student, come here. It's time for you to play your part." The university student named Qin Xiaoliang hails from Hunan and is a government-assigned cadre. If he can work diligently in the village for 2 years, he will surely become a village head in the future. University student, take 3 people with water and food and head along the road to the town and county. Investigate the situation outside. Given the intensity of this earthquake, I estimate the epicenter is not here. Report the village's situation to the town government and county committee. Once you reach the town, report your findings and immediately send someone back to inform me. If the mobile signal is restored, contact the village as soon as possible. The village head added that this earthquake shook very regularly, unlike a devastating quake. Based on this intensity, I estimate there shouldn't be many casualties in our village. The earthquake did not immediately bring down the walls, so everyone should have been able to escape. Wang Changwei, tally 20 households and lead everyone to collect food and firewood. We must definitely spend the night outside tonight. The urgent task is to set up a camp and gather supplies. The weather is getting cold and the wind is strong at night. Everyone should gather by family unit. Wang accountant, count all the villagers household by household. Once everyone is gathered, you can group them. Each group should consist of 5 households setting up camp in an open area. Wang Hui, lead the village officials and elders of Wangjia village to maintain order at the scene. No one is allowed to return home to retrieve items without orders. In Wangjia village, everyone was busily engaged in the post-earthquake settlement work. Meanwhile, the county head and secretary of Liaoan County had successfully avoided the recent quakes. Now the two of them led everyone back to the county government building. The government building of Liaoan County is still quite imposing and sturdy. It is 10 stories tall and occupies an area equivalent to that of 4 county high schools, being even larger than the municipal government building, which can be said to be quite impressive. Stability aside, the quality of this government building is indeed excellent. Despite undergoing several rounds of strong tremors, it remained undamaged, still standing tall, though some ceiling panels had fallen and broken a few lights. The structural integrity of the building was unaffected. In fact, the county head and secretary returning with everyone was a reluctant decision. Given the magnitude of the earthquake, they needed to quickly assess casualties and damages. Then they needed to promptly rescue the affected citizens and report to the higher government. Now that mobile signals were down, landlines and computers became their most crucial means of communication. However, upon returning, they discovered that even the landlines were unreachable and the computers had no internet. Everyone could only return to their offices and continue working. The county head anxiously dialed phone after phone, both landline and mobile, but none connected. The secretary was also pacing anxiously in the office. Xiao Wang notified all departments to hold an executive meeting. In the conference room, everyone was discussing earthquake rescue efforts while anxiously awaiting news from the higher authorities and subordinate villages. This won't do, we can't just wait here. We must send people out to contact the villages, especially since there are several schools in the county center with thousands of students. If something happens, it will definitely result in significant casualties, the secretary said. The county head replied, then let's dispatch the county's security team and vehicle fleet to contact each village and school. The secretary added, in addition, we must send someone to contact the county police department and have Director Gao quickly arrange for people to support Lingfeng prison. Secretary, will you go with them personally and make sure the assisting officers are armed with live ammunition? Lingfeng prison is the largest maximum security prison in our province, housing inmates who are utterly ruthless and leave no room for error. Inform the County Public Security Bureau that the police deployed to assist must ensure the safety of the prison. The guns in their hands are not just for show. If necessary, they can open fire. Just say it is my instruction, and the county committee and government will back them up without hesitation. It is not just the county committee and government that are anxious, the city and province are also in a state of turmoil. A certain leader from the province asked, haven't we established contact yet? At the National Aerospace Launch Center, Zhou Li stood beneath the command hall screen, inquiring if Director Li had not yet received the signal. What is the current situation? Zhou Li, male Han ethnicity, from Peng'an, Sichuan, born in November 1960, a aerospace expert, special fuels specialist, director of the National Aerospace Satellite Launch Center, senior engineer, academician of the Academy of Sciences, with the rank of Major General. Li Wei saluted General Zhou and said, Academician Zhou, all signals nationwide have been interrupted. It is not just that mobile phones cannot reach the outside world. Our 412 satellites are also all disconnected. The command post has made multiple attempts to capture information remotely, but all have failed. At this moment, the screen in the command center is flashing with static. The Aerospace Command Center is located within a military base in the outskirts of Yanjing. At this time, a Hongqi sedan with the license plate starting with Jing AG00 approached the perimeter of the base. Moments ago, the central authorities discovered that their signals had been interrupted and they had lost contact with the outside world. They immediately attempted to contact the signal center using a satellite phone, but found it entirely unreachable. Attempts to remotely control satellites through secure satellite frequency bands also failed. The central authorities were extremely shocked and promptly notified various departments to convene an emergency meeting. During the meeting, other standing committee members learned that the signal tower was down. Even the mobile control units in the hands of the central authorities had lost satellite communication. It can be said that now even the buttons for nuclear missiles and rockets cannot be activated. This is the most dangerous moment for the nation. The central leadership places great importance on this issue and immediately dispatched Minister Ma from the Light Industry Development Committee and Minister Zhang from the Aerospace Bureau to a military base in Yanjing to understand the situation. Minister Ma, sitting in Minister Zhang's car, said to him, I suspect that this signal interruption is due to cosmic reasons rather than an attack by the Western imperialist forces led by the United States. They are not capable of such actions. How do you view the contents of the meeting just now? As we left, Commissioner Li specifically urged us to prepare for the worst as the state has activated an emergency contingency plan. Be ready for a potential nuclear attack on Yanjing or even nationwide. However, this is the worst-case scenario. Such a large-scale electromagnetic attack would require how many anti-radiation missiles and electronic suppression aircraft to achieve this level of coverage? Given humanity's current research on electromagnetism, even if the United States attempted to conduct an electromagnetic warfare against us silently, it would not be possible to achieve the current effects. Minister Zhang replied, I believe so as well, but the security of the Central cannot be compromised. The Central has activated the first-level nuclear preparedness plan, and we must prepare for the worst. The Hongqi vehicle entered the base and arrived at the command center building. Minister Zhang and his companion exited the vehicle, and a major general along with several researchers hurried forward to shake hands and exchange pleasantries. From their actions and words, it was clear that they were all old acquaintances. Especially Minister Zhang from the Aerospace Bureau. This place falls under his direct supervision. He often needs to come to the Yanjing Aerospace Launch Center for inspections. General Zhou, greetings. This is a national emergency task. The Central has lost contact with the outside world. We have been tasked to understand the situation and simultaneously assign tasks to your aerospace center. Zhou Li did not linger in pleasantries and immediately invited the two into the command center. As they walked, they spoke. When Minister Ma saw the command center's pure white screen, his mood became heavy. Comrade Zhou Li, on behalf of the central authorities and the people, I officially issue a command to you. The order is to immediately activate the National First-Level Combat Readiness Plan. Activate all deep-well nuclear missiles within the base and immediately preheat all warheads. Rockets must be fueled right now. Open the missile silos and lock onto the preset targets. I now command you once the missiles are preheated to launch a nuclear missile into the sky with the internal map parameters targeting the United States. The Central's order is that once the missile exits the atmosphere, it should orbit outside Earth's orbit. Set a self-destruct timer for the missile, allowing the nuclear warhead to explode in space before re-entering the atmosphere without affecting the Earth. The Central's intention is to deter other nations. If this incident is indeed an attack by foreign hostile countries, we will take the initiative to scare them off. If it is not a foreign attack, we still need to intimidate them, reminding them not to assume that because they have nuclear weapons, the people of Dachau will fear them. Chairman Mao said the Western powers are nothing but paper tigers. After the first nuclear missile is launched, if Yenjing is attacked by missiles, we will immediately launch all nuclear missiles within the base to strike predetermined targets worldwide. Upon finishing, Minister Ma took out a document from his briefcase, saying, "This is the order from the Central authorities. Take a look for yourself." The Central recently held a meeting and analyzed that the signal interruption and satellite disconnection might be due to cosmic reasons. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of hostile countries attacking our nation. If it is indeed the NATO countries led by the United States that have taken action against us, the first wave would be an electromagnetic attack interrupting the Central's communications. Then the next wave would be a nuclear missile attack to directly annihilate us. We must now showcase our nuclear counterstrike capability to deter the plans of the Western powers. It is important to note that the current number of nuclear warheads held by Western countries is sufficient to target every city in our nation with 20 warheads. Just the number of nuclear warheads from the United States alone has reached 7,068, which is enough to deliver 10 nuclear warheads to each city in our country. Such a quantity could annihilate our country dozens of times over. Therefore, you must take this seriously. Since you academician Zhou have now lost control over all our satellites at the command center, I must return immediately to inform the Central of this bad news. This incident has escalated. The Central still believes it is merely strong magnetic field interference around Yenjing, thinking it is just a loss of contact with the outside world. Little did they know that your command center has actually lost all satellite reconnaissance. This will lead to a nationwide loss of communication. This is going to cause a major disaster. General Zhou, arrange a helicopter for me immediately. I need to hurry back to report the situation here to the Central. Minister Zhang, let's split up. You stay here to implement the nuclear counterstrike plan and continue searching for satellite communication. I must return immediately to inform the Central of this news. Minister Ma, please do not rush. Director Zhou will arrange a helicopter for you shortly. In a large meeting room at the Central, everyone only knows that there is a problem with the signals in our country and that we have lost contact with the outside world and other cities. The Central authorities urgently convened a standing committee meeting and dispatched 2 ministers to personally arrive at the military base in Yenjing to understand the situation and implement the Central directives. As Minister Ma's plane was still in the air, he caught sight of a missile rising into the sky from the direction the plane was coming from. The bright orange fireball shot toward space. The sky was filled with the sound of sonic booms overshadowing the noise of the helicopter's rotors. Minister Ma's mood grew even heavier knowing that this was an intercontinental missile armed with a nuclear warhead. Although it is an older model, it still requires fuel to be added and the nuclear warhead to be preheated before launch. One must understand that once this thing is launched, it doesn't need to land. As long as it reaches the designated trajectory, other countries can determine the target of the strike through the flight path. I can't help but wonder if the United States discovers that this missile is headed for Hawaii, will they respond with extreme measures? What if the United States retaliates by launching nuclear missiles? The command just received by the Yenjing Aerospace Center was to launch all nuclear missiles immediately upon being attacked. If it is indeed launched, it certainly won't explode in space like the first missile did. Back to the United States. At this moment, the White House and the Pentagon are still unaware that the Eastern power has launched a nuclear missile towards Hawaii. They are engulfed in darkness as a widespread power outage has occurred across the United States, especially in densely populated cities and industrial areas where electricity consumption is high. Transmission lines, power grids, and power stations have overloaded and exploded. The Pentagon has activated its backup power after the blackout and is anxiously trying to contact the outside world. The President of the United States said to the Secretary of State, "I strongly suspect that this is an attack from Russia. They are using despicable means to deliberately sabotage our power grid and communication." The Secretary of State replied, "Mr. President, could it be that Russia intends to launch a nuclear strike against us? We have lost communication and satellite connection. If the United States suffers a nuclear attack and we lose communication, we won't even be able to press the launch button for the nuclear safes." The President reassured, "Don't worry. The Russians wouldn't dare to do that. Even if we can't launch any nuclear missiles from our territory, let's not forget that we have 18 Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarines in service along with 52 attack submarines underwater. There are at least 6 Los Angeles-class and 8 Virginia-class submarines in the Pacific as well as 2 Seawolf-class submarines in the Indian Ocean. The Russians cannot eliminate them. When these submarines discover that the U.S. mainland has been subjected to a nuclear attack, they will certainly launch all their nuclear warheads immediately. The Los Angeles-class attack submarines are the 5th generation of attack submarines in the U.S. Navy, with a total length of 110.3 meters, a width of 10 meters, and a surface draft of 9 meters. They have a surface displacement of 6,080 tons, a submerged displacement of 6,927 tons, and a submerged cruising speed of 32 knots, capable of launching Tomahawk cruise missiles. The Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarines, built in 1976 and officially commissioned in 1981, are the largest submarines ever constructed by the United States, equipped with 24 missile silos, each containing 7 intercontinental ballistic missiles capable of launching 24 ICBMs at once. They can carry 300 nuclear warheads and can destroy the entire world in half an hour. The Ohio-class submarines can carry Trident and Tomahawk cruise missiles. The submarines reach a total length of 170 meters with a submerged displacement of 1900 tons and a dive depth of 243 meters. Currently, the U.S. Navy has 18 in service. At this moment in New York and Washington, these tall buildings in densely populated areas not only lack communication signals and internet access, but the entire city's power system has also been disrupted. On the streets, electrical wires spark with blue light and fire, and several substations around the city have exploded. The entire United States has plunged into darkness. With the exception of a few villages and farms, all cities connected to the power grid have lost electricity. The American public in front of their televisions, who were just watching the channels and thinking about what wishes to make when the meteor shower arrives, suddenly found the entire country plunged into darkness. Apart from the United States, the countries that have fallen into darkness alongside it have essentially affected the entire Americas. It can be said that except for remote areas, the entire continent is engulfed in darkness. All densely populated cities with high electricity consumption have at this moment fallen into darkness. Their transmission towers and substations are exploding and catching fire one after another. Now, turning our attention to the Russian presidential office within the Kremlin, the president is leading the defense minister and various department heads in a meeting to discuss the issue of signal interruption. Russia also suddenly experienced a communication blackout, unable to contact the outside world, and even their own satellites have lost communication signals. What panicked them most was that the lost signals were not just from one satellite, but from all the satellites launched by the country in recent years. This is no small number, considering Russia currently has only 169 satellites in orbit. Everyone present understands what it means for a nuclear power to lose its satellites. It's not that they are stingy, it's just that losing remote sensing from 169 satellites is why they are hurriedly holding a meeting. Although this number is not even half of what Ardashia has, their problem is not about quantity, but rather about having satellites versus not having satellites. Although 169 satellites in orbit is a bit few, at least it does not affect usage. Launching a nuclear missile is not hindered at all. By the way, the Americans have lost contact with 2944 satellites. Oh, why aren't they panicking? The main reason is that the current president of the United States is relatively composed, especially since he is a person of color controlling a predominantly white nation. He must maintain his composure in dealings and situations. Moreover, their urgent issue now is the national power outage problem. Compared to nationwide water and power outages and communication failures, losing remote sensing from over 200 satellites is truly nothing to worry about. They can always launch more satellites later. After all, they are not short on money. They can just turn on the money printer and print for a few more days without much effort. In a conference room at the Kremlin, the Russian military's technical department is analyzing the possibility that the United States has attacked them with space weapons. The president and the defense minister are frowning as they listen to the analysis from the technical department. At this moment, there is a knock on the door of the conference room, and a scientist from the aviation department enters. "Mr. President, I apologize for being late." The defense minister immediately stood up and arranged a seat for him, asking General Shumilov, "What new information do you bring?" Pugin asked, "Report, Mr. President, our Federal Space Agency has detected unusual phenomena while monitoring the solar system. After our long-term tracking and research in conjunction with the current events, we speculate that this incident is caused by cosmic factors from outer space. To be precise, it should involve the Sun, Earth, and the impending meteor shower. Of course, this is merely speculation from our space agency, without concrete evidence to prove it. However, based on our years of research and speculation, we can basically confirm that it is the above factors that led to the nationwide communication interruption." General Shumilov, please elaborate on your findings and inferences. General Shumilov stood up, took out a laptop from his bag, and connected it to the conference room's large screen. Ladies and gentlemen, before introducing this incident, please allow me to first enlighten everyone with some knowledge about the universe. Then, combining our space agency's observations of the universe, we can identify 3 anomalous phenomena. Shumilov controlled the mouse and opened an encrypted file, entering the password, after which a video began to play on the computer screen. The big screen in the conference room turned on, and as the footage played, everyone, including the president, listened attentively. The first segment on the big screen showcased solar activity related to sunspots, explaining what sunspots are. Sunspots are dark areas on the surface of the sun, typically understood as relatively darker regions surrounded by brighter areas. The regions where sunspots occur are actually areas where the surface temperature of the sun is lower than that of the surrounding areas. They are usually related to the solar activity cycle, with these areas appearing alongside increased solar activity. The number and distribution of sunspots change over the approximately 11-year solar activity cycle. Sunspots are caused by the sun's magnetic activity. There exists a complex magnetic field structure within the sun, which forms the surface and creates the phenomena of bright and dark areas, with the dark areas being sunspots. The dark regions are due to the distortion and interaction of the magnetic fields, leading to a decrease in surface temperature. Thus, they appear darker than the surrounding areas when reflecting light. Typically, the dark regions have a center known as the umbra, and brighter areas surrounding them are referred to as the penumbra. Although sunspots are relatively small on the surface of the sun, they possess significant research value. This is because they are associated with solar activity and the generation of solar winds. The variations in sunspot activity are related to changes in the solar cycle. These phenomena have important effects on Earth, the atmosphere, and spacecraft in outer space. The number and position of sunspots can influence solar flares and coronal mass ejections. When the Moon and Earth pass near sunspots, solar flares or coronal mass ejections may occur. Sunspots are formed during solar flares and solar prominences. The flares and solar prominences within sunspots release vast amounts of energy and particles, which can damage satellites and spacecraft in space, as well as disrupt communication systems and electrical systems on Earth. Intense solar flares can disrupt electrical systems and satellite signals. Changes in the sunspot activity cycle can affect the intensity and speed of solar winds. Strong solar winds can trigger magnetic storms on Earth, directly impacting electrical systems, navigation systems, and satellite communication signals. The strong radiation during sunspot events can cause irreversible harm to astronauts in space. Hence, all countries must consider sunspot activity when undertaking space missions. Sunspots have a significant impact on Earth and the space environment, although sunspot activity generally does not cause direct harm to the Earth's surface. However, sunspot activity can affect space communication, navigation, electricity, and magnetic fields. Therefore, space agencies in various countries closely monitor sunspot activity to mitigate potential dangers. After the first short film concluded, General Shumilov spoke up. Mr. President, a week ago our ExoMars rover detected significant solar activity related to sunspots. Due to the differing orbital paths and periods of Earth and Mars, when the ExoMars rover observed the sunspots on Mars, Earth and Mars were positioned on either side of the sun. The angle between them was approximately 131 degrees. If Earth was facing the front of the sun at that time, Mars would be viewing the sun from the side and back. The sun was observed directly by ExoMars, meaning Mars was facing the area where the sunspot eruption occurred. Because of the sun's rotation, sunspots also shift towards Earth. Only then could we observe sunspots directly from the front of Earth. The sun takes 27 days to complete one rotation. From the moment ExoMars observed the sunspots on Mars, the sunspots rotated 131 degrees with the sun, which corresponds to roughly 1 week. Based on the current situation on Earth combined with the timing of the sunspot eruptions, we can determine that the present situation is influenced by sunspot activity from a week ago. At the very least, it has been affected. Unfortunately, our ExoMars was developed in collaboration with Europe, and this month it is under European control, so the Federal Space Agency only received ExoMars data this morning. Damn it, these bastards. We should not have cooperated on the space project. The Minister of Defense slammed the table and cursed. Pu Jing spoke up. Are you saying that our lost satellites and disrupted communications are affected by sunspot activity? Yes, Mr. President, and based on the current time and our country's orientation towards the sun, we can conclude that the position of Earth facing the sun is the area most severely affected by sunspots. When sunspots influence Earth, Russia is located at the backside of Earth. The average rotational angular velocity of Earth is 7.292105 radians second, with a rotational linear speed at the equator of 466 meters second. The sun's rotational speed is 2,530 kilometers per second, with an orbital speed of 220 kilometers per second. Combining Russia's position, the angle between the sunspot position and the front of Earth can be calculated. The distance from Russia to the core of the front of Earth is 9,156 kilometers, while the distance from Russia to the United States is 8,896 kilometers. Considering the time difference in direction between the United States and Russia, it can be determined that the country most affected by sunspots is America, centered in the Americas. Based on the characteristics of sunspots and the situation in our country, we can ascertain that the sunspot activity occurring this time is likely a massive sunspot, and it can be inferred that a high-energy explosion has already been released. Given the danger posed by sunspots to Earth, it can be concluded that the United States is currently not only losing satellite communications, but is also likely experiencing large-scale power grid failures nationwide. Moreover, localized earthquakes and extreme weather events may occur. General Sumalikov, how are you so sure that the United States will face nationwide power grid paralysis? Are you basing this solely on a solar activity? Isn't that a bit childish? While sunspots can affect our electromagnetic communications if they lead to a nationwide power system failure for a country, do you know how significant that impact would be on a nation? This could result in losses of trillions of dollars. Not to mention how many businesses might explode. Just the steel mills' blast furnaces must not stop working. Once power is lost, molten iron will solidify in the blast furnace. The solidified blast furnace needs to be replaced, and building, transporting, and installing a new furnace takes time. A blast furnace that becomes unusable due to unexpected circumstances requires at least 2 months to replace, which means that a steel plant with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of workers will need to halt operations for 2 months. Power outages not only affect industry, but also have a significant impact on people's livelihoods, the economy, and healthcare. Indeed, if the entire power grid of the United States were to collapse, the cost of repairs and replacements would be enormous. Simply the impact of a few days without power would be devastating for the U.S. economy and its future prospects. I believe this would be reflected more directly in the financial markets, the Treasury Secretary remarked. General Sumarokov, could you please clarify why the United States would experience a power outage? Asked Pu Jing. Yes, Mr. President. Solar activity can lead to a massive ejection of coronal material, which in turn greatly affects the Earth's magnetic field. This can trigger geomagnetic storms, leading to widespread power outages. When a geomagnetic storm occurs, changes in electric and magnetic fields can induce currents in the cables on transmission towers. Electromagnetic storms expose these transmission lines, which stretch across thousands of kilometers, to constantly changing magnetic fields. These induced currents superimpose on the existing power grid and gradually increase. Eventually, this will exceed the capacity of substations, causing the transmission lines and main transformers to burn out. Based on the current impact of solar activity on our country, it can be inferred that countries facing the sunspots are currently experiencing super electromagnetic storms. After listening to Sumarokov's explanation, everyone highly endorsed his speculation. At this moment, the defense minister nodded in agreement. Indeed, based on your analysis, I am now very certain that the United States is facing a massive power outage. However, aside from that, why would the U.S. also experience nationwide earthquakes? I would like General Sumarokov to explain this to everyone. Mr. Minister, I must emphasize that this is global. All right, General Sumarokov, please go ahead. There are many types of causes for earthquakes. Underground nuclear tests can cause earthquakes, crustal movements can cause earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions can also cause earthquakes. My conclusion that much of the United States is experiencing sudden earthquakes comes from several points of analysis. First, geomagnetic storms affect the Earth's magnetic field, impacting the atmosphere's natural climate and the Earth's interior. Sunspots are caused by changes in the magnetic field that lead to the appearance of dark spots on the sun's surface. The reason these dark spots do not appear bright like the normal surface of the sun is that their temperature is lower than that of the surrounding areas. The super geomagnetic storms caused by sunspots can cause tremendous harm to the Earth's magnetic field, potentially leading to 3 of the most severe consequences. First, they affect climate change and the atmosphere. Electromagnetic storms can strip particles from the Earth's surface, but the Earth has its magnetic field, which can offset this. If a geomagnetic storm erupts extremely, it could dry the Earth out like mercury. However, changes in weather and magnetic fields will also have a significant impact on us. Second, it can affect crustal movements. The sun is a burning fireball, and Earth's core is the same. The Earth's core is like a burning fireball. Sunspots are low-temperature areas caused by changes in the magnetic field, and the Earth's magnetic field influenced by super geomagnetic storms could also produce low-temperature areas, which can be referred to as core sunspots. Core sunspots interacting with nearby high-temperature areas can lead to explosive eruptions within the Earth's core, producing immense forces that directly rise and transmit to the crust, causing earthquakes on the surface. After the eruptions, the material in coarse sunspots will fuse with the material in the high-temperature areas of the core, leading to local temperature changes in the core, which in turn triggers global crustal movements. This can trigger earthquakes, and the impact area of earthquakes mainly surrounds the seismic zones of various countries. This principle is similar to reattaching a broken pressure cooker with tape. When the pressure in the cooker rises, gas will spray out from the poorly sealed areas. The fragments of the pressure cooker are akin to the Earth's crust experiencing slight tremors during the gas ejection process. This results in an earthquake. Third, the Earth's orbital path can be altered, influenced by super geomagnetic storms. The Earth's magnetic field will be damaged, thereby changing the Earth's rotation speed. The primary role of the Earth's rotation is to utilize the inertia and centrifugal force of rotation to escape the gravitational capture from the Sun and other celestial bodies in the universe. Due to the long-term stability of the Earth's magnetic field and its constant rotation speed, it maintains a stable and predictable orbital path. Under the influence of geomagnetic storms, gravitational changes will occur in the near-Earth orbital space. Gravitational tides can trigger massive tsunamis, and affected by temperature differences in airflow and tsunamis, multiple powerful typhoons can form in the ocean's center. In some areas, sunny weather can even bring lightning and auroras. It can be said that the entire Earth's magnetic field is currently disturbed, though our disruption is much smaller than that experienced by the United States. A few days ago, we observed at our space agency that the moon's orbital speed has slowed by 0.00037, and the angle between the Earth and the moon's plane has also changed slightly. Although this does not prove anything, it indicates that the Earth's orbital path is deviating. The deviation in the Earth's orbit will grow over time, leading to changes in climate, temperature, and the crust. The Earth's deviation from its orbit can cause magnetic fields and crustal movements, leading to earthquakes. Of course, the most direct impact is that the Earth's magnetic field is affected, and changes in the Earth's rotation speed directly influence how many days there are in a year. Certainly, there are many other possibilities for causing earthquakes. One of the strange phenomena I previously mentioned is earthquakes. Although super geomagnetic storms caused by sunspots have impacted the Earth, I believe the true cause of the Earth's earthquakes is not limited to sunspots. Other factors are also at play. Previously, our space agency discovered slight changes in the moon's orbital speed. Additionally, the Earth's rotation speed and orbital path have also undergone slight changes. While these changes can trigger crustal movements, ultimately leading to frequent global earthquakes. What truly perplexes me is why the Earth's rotation speed and orbital path have changed, and why these changes have persisted for a long time. The Earth's magnetic field has a certain capacity for self-repair and compensation. Even if the magnetic field is affected by geomagnetic storms, it should not lead to long-term changes in the orbital path. The Earth can correct itself back to its original predetermined orbit through its rotation. Based on my research and speculation, I believe that the changes in the moon's orbital speed are influenced by the Earth's rotation and orbital changes. In addition, there should be external factors at play. The reason the Earth has changed its orbit is due to gravitational influence, as other planets within the solar system possess their own magnetic fields and gravitational forces. These forces can exert gravitational influence on the Earth, causing it to deviate from its intended path. The most likely cause is that the magnetic fields of other planets in the solar system have changed, or that a massive celestial body has approached the Earth, such as a meteor swarm or asteroid. Each planet within the solar system has its own orbital path, and the gravitational interactions between them have always existed. The current orbit of the Earth is a result of these interactions among the various celestial bodies. Thus, planets within the solar system do not affect the Earth, and the Sun continues to operate normally without change. This indicates that another massive celestial body has entered the solar system and has approached the Earth, exerting gravitational influence. Simultaneously, the Earth has also captured the gravitational pull of this massive body. It is this unknown celestial body that has caused the Earth's orbital path to change, subsequently affecting the moon's orbital speed. Since the Earth has slightly deviated from its original orbital path, the series of effects produced are multifaceted, impacting everything from magnetic fields to crustal movements, from weather changes to environmental shifts, and even affecting other celestial bodies and planets. General Sue Malikov, please elaborate on what would happen if the Earth deviates from its orbital path. If the Earth deviates from its orbital path, moving away from its designated orbital parameters, it would lead to changes in the Earth's temperature, significantly affecting its thermal distribution. If the Earth strays too far from or too close to the Sun, it would cause tremendous temperature fluctuations on the Earth's surface. When the Earth approaches too close to the Sun, it would lead to excessive absorption of thermal radiation. This would trigger global warming, melting glaciers, rising sea levels, and extreme weather. Conversely, if the Earth moves too far from the Sun, it would result in global excessive cold. This would advance the onset of an ice age. Regardless of whether the Earth moves too close to or too far from the Sun, it would cause devastating harm to the ecological balance of the planet. The shape and tilt of the Earth's orbit would influence its seasonal patterns. The cycles and intensity of the seasons would change. The Earth's biosphere is very sensitive to the stability and adaptability of the environment. The sustainability of the biosphere would be threatened, leading to an ecological collapse from the bottom up. Changes in seasonal patterns due to climate change would devastate the vast majority of animals, plants, and microorganisms on Earth. The alteration of the ecological environment would disrupt the microbial ecological chain, affecting the flora and fauna of nature, as well as humans, potentially leading to extinction. Changes in the Earth's orbital parameters would also lead to subtle variations in other celestial bodies within the solar system, the consequences of which are unknown. In simple terms, observable astronomical phenomena, such as solar and lunar eclipses, would fluctuate, reducing or increasing their frequency. The Earth's orbit is determined by multiple factors, including the gravitational influence of the Sun, Jupiter, and the Earth's rotation. A stable orbit of the Earth can be understood as a balance of gravitational attraction among celestial bodies within the solar system. Each planet in the solar system has its own operational parameters, and they move along their designated paths unless influenced by external factors or changes in internal magnetic fields, which would not easily alter this logic. Based on the information currently available, it can be inferred that the Earth's rotation speed and orbital path have undergone subtle changes, suggesting that the Earth is being attracted by a celestial body, or in other words, the Earth is capturing a celestial body. During the process of capturing this celestial body, the Earth has also been displaced due to the attraction of its mass, causing it to stray from its predetermined path. Based on the subtle changes in the Earth's deviation from its orbit, it can be analyzed that the mass of the celestial body captured by the Earth's gravitational pull is likely not large. From the recent meteor swarm event, it can be inferred that the celestial body captured by the Earth's gravitational pull is likely the meteor swarm that is about to arrive tonight. This meteor swarm can cause the Earth to slightly deviate from its orbit, suggesting that the number of meteors in this swarm is particularly large with an overall mass that is especially significant, or it can be considered that this meteor shower contains particularly massive meteoroids or asteroids. They can also be referred to as fallen stars. After listening to General Sue Malakov's explanation and analysis, everyone felt enlightened. The Minister of Defense muttered about the Earth's rotation, solar sunspots, the possibility of massive asteroids in the meteor swarm, natural disasters, ecological chain, changes, climate, earthquakes, tsunamis. Earthquakes. Wait, what did you just say? You mentioned that it would lead to widespread earthquakes across the globe. The Minister of Finance inquired. Yes, it would be earthquakes on a global scale, though the primary areas affected would be cities on seismic belts. Not all cities would experience earthquakes. So that means our country is also experiencing earthquakes. Yes, many cities on the seismic belts in our country are currently undergoing earthquakes. Although the aforementioned reasons do not necessarily cause simultaneous movements of the crust across all seismic belts, they can be inferred based on the intensity of solar sunspots and the Earth's altered orbital path. Currently, the vast majority of countries worldwide are experiencing earthquakes. Given that our country has numerous seismic belts, it can be speculated that at least dozens of cities are suffering from the impacts of earthquakes. Moreover, I must say that our people are fighting against earthquakes and tsunamis. This is not the worst news. What? The Minister of Defense stood up and shouted, "Is there anything worse than earthquakes?" Mr. President, General Sue Malakov, you are a professional astronomer. We highly value your opinion, but you should be aware of the destructive power of earthquakes on a nation. Our country has at least 28 cities located on major seismic belts, and you should know that if an earthquake triggers a nuclear power plant leak or explosion, the dangers would be far more terrifying than a single city experiencing an earthquake. We have many nuclear facilities and missile bases in that region. Nothing could be worse than a national earthquake. Mr. President, esteemed leaders, I sincerely apologize. There are indeed two pieces of news that are worse than an earthquake. As I mentioned earlier, the gravitational interplay between celestial bodies from outside the universe and the Earth will alter the Earth's magnetic field, leading to crustal movements. In other words, before the meteor swarm impacts the Earth, the internal magnetic field of the Earth will continuously be influenced by the gravitational pull of celestial bodies from outer space. Crustal movements will persist until the meteor swarm strikes the Earth. Therefore, starting now, as the Earth's crust continues to shift, we must be prepared for ongoing earthquakes, and the levels and intensities of these earthquakes are unpredictable. Mr. President, the persistent earthquakes are the first bad news, which will certainly trigger massive tsunamis and meteorological disasters. It is highly likely that all coastal cities will suffer devastation from super typhoons. The destructive power of typhoons and tsunamis far exceeds that of earthquakes. Once these disasters have passed, how shall we confront the series of issues arising from the destruction of the ecological chain? It can be said that the damage from this event to Russia is far greater than that of the Chernobyl incident. Furthermore, we must also prepare for the possibility of an asteroid colliding with Earth. It is foreseeable that the number and mass of meteor showers capable of pulling the Earth off its original orbit will not be small. We cannot rule out the presence of larger meteors and asteroids among them, and such celestial bodies of significant mass could potentially annihilate a country or even destroy the Earth. Of course, in addition to the bad news, there is also some good news. The activity of solar sunspots is brief, and their impact on Earth will soon pass. Our communications should be restored quickly. However, earthquakes will also alter the magnetic field and affect signals in certain areas. But it won't lead to a nationwide signal interruption as we are currently experiencing. Mr. President, the threat posed by meteor showers to Earth cannot be overlooked. While the country is fully engaged in responding to earthquake disasters, the Ministry of Defense should actively respond and deploy countermeasures in a timely manner to avoid threats from large meteorites to our nation. After listening to General Sumarokov's analysis, the Kremlin became busy. Orders were issued from the presidential office, not only arranging rescue teams for earthquake relief, but also putting missile and air defense forces on high alert. The Federal Aerospace Administration also rolled out all backup rockets and satellites from storage in the command center hall of the Federal Space Agency. Everyone anxiously awaited, with staff members' eyes fixed tightly on the screens, hoping that the satellites could quickly restore remote sensing signals. Earlier, the Ministry of Defense had issued orders to them, which bore not only the signature of the defense minister, but also the handwritten signature of President Putin. The orders instructed them to use the satellites in space to strike any meteorites that posed a threat to Earth when necessary, after confirming the loss of remote sensing from the satellites. At the same time, numerous rocket launch sites in Russia also received their orders, instructing them that once ground remote sensing signals were restored, they were to launch all backup satellites into space immediately, skipping the inspection and preparation process. Focusing on Japan, frequent earthquakes have become a norm for them. This global tectonic movement, although not of a high magnitude, was not recognized by the Japanese government and people as a worldwide earthquake, as almost all seismic zones around the world experienced ground movement. They only knew that this earthquake affected the entirety of Japan and that it was accompanied by communication interruptions. For the Japanese populace, this has become a daily occurrence. Whether it is communication disruptions or nationwide earthquakes, it is a normal phenomenon for the Japanese people. It is important to understand that their country experiences earthquakes daily, sometimes even hundreds of times a day. However, these earthquakes are typically of low magnitude and have little impact on Japan. Throughout the year, the Japanese people experienced no less than thousands of earthquakes, with disaster-level earthquakes occurring once or twice from time to time. For the common people, as long as the earthquake's intensity does not exceed level 7 and does not trigger a tsunami, earthquakes of levels 4 or 5 are considered child's play, something even kindergarten children know how to handle. It is not that the Japanese people are indifferent to earthquakes. Rather, it is because Japan frequently experiences earthquakes, and disaster and catastrophic level earthquakes do occur from time to time. Thus, the less sturdy houses have long since collapsed. Due to the frequent earthquakes in Japan, there can even be hundreds or thousands of minor tremors in a single day. The Japanese people possess extensive knowledge and experience in dealing with earthquakes. Moreover, the houses in Japan are now built with reinforced earthquake-resistant designs. Therefore, everyone is accustomed to these 4 to 5 magnitude earthquakes, and even earthquakes around magnitude 6 do not significantly affect their homes. As Japan is a country prone to earthquakes, the government has implemented regulations to ensure the safety of the people's property, stipulating that the building grade must not be lower than level 1. The standard set by the Japanese government for level 1 earthquake resistance can withstand earthquakes of levels 6 to 7. Therefore, if an earthquake below level 6 causes buildings to collapse, construction companies will face imprisonment, while most residential buildings in Japan can withstand earthquakes below level 7. Thus, it is understandable why the Japanese government and citizens remain so calm. Compared to earthquakes, they fear more the tsunamis triggered by them. The recent large-scale earthquake across the nation did not trigger the eruption of Mount Fuji, nor did it lead to a catastrophic tsunami hitting Japan. The maximum magnitude of this earthquake was only 5. At 5.8 magnitude, there were hundreds of aftershocks registering below magnitude 4. Such low-magnitude vibrations, in comparison to the experiences of the Japanese people who have witnessed earthquakes above magnitude 8, are hardly significant and barely affected their work. Japan is located east of the Eurasian continent, surrounded by the ocean, with the entire territory encircled by the Pacific Ocean, the Sea of Japan, the Sea of Okhotsk, and the East China Sea. The Japanese archipelago consists of 6,800 islands, including Honshu, Hokkaido, Kyushu, Shikoku, and the Ryukyu Islands. It is referred to externally as the Land of 1,000 Islands. The Japanese archipelago lies at the junction of the Eurasian and Pacific tectonic plates within the Pacific Ring of Fire. This earthquake did not trigger an eruption of Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji is located at 352139 in latitude and 1384339 in longitude, with an elevation of 3776 meters. It spans Shizuoka and Yamanashi prefectures and is situated in the central southern part of Honshu, about 80 kilometers east of Tokyo. With a volume of approximately 500 cubic kilometers and an area of about 120 square kilometers, it is an active volcano and also the highest point in Japan. Volcanic and seismic activities are frequent, with significant earthquakes occurring on average once every 3 years. The climate is subtropical and temperate monsoon, with annual precipitation exceeding 1000 mm. Mount Fuji is the highest peak in Japan and one of the largest active volcanoes in the world. Mount Fuji belongs to the Fuji volcanic belt, which primarily extends from the Mariana Islands, passing through the Izu Islands and Izu Peninsula to reach the northern part of Honshu. It is a long-term observation site for the Japan Meteorological Agency. Japan was fortunate this time. The magnitude of the earthquake was not large. Mount Fuji was not activated, and there were no signs of an impending eruption, nor was a tsunami formed in the ocean. Once communication signals were restored, the government promptly held a press conference to report on the earthquake. Fellow compatriots, this afternoon an earthquake occurred throughout Japan, with the highest magnitude being 5.8 in Tokyo. Honshu, Hokkaido, and Kyushu experienced stronger tremors with over 100 aftershocks below magnitude 4, while other regions were not severely affected. The earthquake did not trigger a tsunami, and there were no signs of an eruption from Mount Fuji. On behalf of the government, I extend heartfelt condolences and concern to those affected. Following the earthquake, communication across Japan was interrupted, causing significant inconvenience to those in the disaster-affected areas. We understand the importance of information during such times. We will do our utmost to restore communication as quickly as possible, ensuring that those in the affected areas can receive timely rescue information. The government has activated emergency mechanisms and is fully committed to earthquake disaster relief efforts. We will dispatch rescue teams to the affected areas to provide necessary supplies and support. At the same time, we also call on our fellow citizens to actively participate in earthquake disaster relief efforts, sending warmth and assistance to those affected through concrete actions. The Japanese government, aware that the earthquake's epicenter affected the entire nation, stated that the maximum magnitude was only 5.80 and immediately made a passionate statement. They expressed that the government would do everything possible to assist the Japanese people, sparing no effort to save and compensate those affected. In response to the government's announcement, many Japanese felt a surge of anger. This government is truly inept. Knowing that the earthquake was not severe and caused no damage, they immediately jumped at the chance to promise full support and compensation for the affected citizens. Baka. Nonsense compensation. This is a blatant lack of conscience. 3 months ago, during the 7.5 magnitude earthquake, where were they to compensate everyone? Baka. Compared to this earthquake, the biggest impact on the Japanese people was the communication interruption. Due to the loss of signal, many companies could not operate normally, especially in the financial and entertainment sectors. It is important to note that Japan's financial industry is quite developed, and the sudden loss of connectivity has prevented many investors from trading stocks. The timing of the earthquake coincided with the prime afternoon hours. Many families were preparing meals and watching shows. The loss of communication signals across Japan dampened everyone's enthusiasm for entertainment. Many young people felt the tremors were not intense and believed the magnitude was low. Quite a few chose not to evacuate, opting instead to continue working or gaming. Due to the communication interruption, many young netizens and viewers were forced to abandon their entertainment activities and join others in evacuating from the earthquake. Many were cursing their bad luck. Constant earthquakes, it really never ends. At this moment, it wasn't just the Japanese people cursing their bad luck. In a certain conference room of the Japanese government, all cabinet members led by the Prime Minister were also expressing their frustrations. Baka, why does Japan always have to deal with earthquakes? This time the quake destroyed our communication system. Now that communication is interrupted nationwide, it will have a huge impact on the financial system, said Ono Haitaro. In the conference room, everyone was intensely discussing the impact of communication interruption on Japan's financial system, cursing and expressing their frustrations. This earthquake and the signal interruption had little overall impact on Japan. Both the government and the citizens believed that a mere tremor would end the matter without any direct losses. In fact, the Japanese government issued a statement even before fully grasping the situation, declaring that the main shock had ended and that no tsunami warnings would be issued. This quickly reassured the entire nation of Japan, and even during subsequent aftershocks, many people continued to eat and watch shows at home. Although this earthquake was accompanied by a nationwide signal interruption, the Japanese government did not react as aggressively as the summer government, which launched a nuclear strike against the United States. What they did not know was that the United States was also experiencing an earthquake at that moment, and they were even worse off. The United States not only lost satellite communication, but also its entire power grid with varying degrees of explosions and damage occurring across the national electrical system. In addition to the earthquakes, the coming days might see tsunamis and typhoons, reminding all coastal nations what meteorological disasters truly are. However, due to the communication interruption, none of these events had been detected by any country except for Russia and European nations. It can be said that the Americas suffered the most severe consequences from this incident, especially as the Eastern powers mistakenly believed that the Western countries led by the United States had conducted a large-scale electromagnetic attack on their nations. They launched a nuclear missile towards Hawaii. Countries in Antarctica, Oceania, and Africa also experienced varying degrees of impact, with nationwide communication interruptions and earthquakes occurring in some regions. However, for those living in tribes and villages, this had little impact, especially in Africa, where their power systems and electronic devices are quite scarce. It is tantamount to having nothing. Since there was no nature, there would be no losses. This is largely due to the low intensity of this tectonic movement, which does not qualify as a true tectonic event. Asian, Southeast Asian, and Middle Eastern Arab nations also experienced the effects of solar activity, but due to geographical reasons, Arab countries did not experience widespread earthquakes, making them very fortunate. Focusing on Europe at this time, the European continent, like the United States, faced earthquakes and communication interruptions, with major cities experiencing complete blackouts. However, unlike the U.S., Europe's power grid and substations were not destroyed or damaged. When solar activity shifted to the European region, they proactively shut down their power systems in advance. A week ago, Europeans had observed solar activity through the ExoMars Mars rover on Mars, with only the European and Russian collaborative ExoMars rover present in that area. The signal transmission and analysis undoubtedly require time, and the Europeans discovered the solar activity a week in advance. They had time to wait for the signals to return to Earth and analyze the data. The European Space Agency, abbreviated as ESA, was established in 1975 as an intergovernmental organization dedicated to exploring space, with 22 member countries and its headquarters located in Paris, France. The spaceflight program of the European Space Agency includes manned spaceflight, primarily through participation in the International Space Station program. A week ago, the ESA Control Center received data transmitted back to Earth from ExoMars, but by the time they received the data, it had already been over 2 hours. Due to the distance between Earth and Mars, this signal transmission was delayed by nearly 3 hours. Scientists immediately began to observe and analyze the data sent back by ExoMars. After 3 days of data analysis, scientists not only obtained technical data about Mars, but also unexpectedly discovered an unusual solar activity. After 9 hours of data comparison, the scientists at the European Space Agency quickly identified that the scale of this solar activity was far greater than before. After another 16 hours of research and analysis, it was determined that this solar activity would certainly affect Earth and could potentially damage electronic devices and power systems. By the time the scientists submitted their report on the potential damage to the power grid and electronic devices caused by solar activity to their government, it was already 4 days after ExoMars had discovered the solar activity. The first to learn of this news was France, as the headquarters of the European Space Agency is located in Paris. In a conference room at the Élysée Palace, the Minister of Defense, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Finance, the British ambassador, and experts from the Space Agency gathered together for a heated discussion. No, absolutely not, I cannot do this. Doing so would cause human society to regress by 10 years and would severely impact relations between Russia, the United States, and France. Russia is a partner of the European Space Agency, and they are entitled to know about this matter. France cannot deceive its partners. Since taking office in October 2008, Sarkozy's first act was to visit the United States and apply for rejoining NATO. Currently, Franco-American relations are harmonious, and the United States has accepted France's application to rejoin NATO, expected to complete all procedures by April 4, 2009, at which point France will again become a member of NATO. NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, was officially established on April 4, 1949, by the United States to curb the Soviet Union and maintain its dominance in Europe, in collaboration with several Western European countries, with its headquarters located in Brussels, Belgium. The member countries possess a large number of nuclear weapons and conventional forces, making NATO an important military power in the West. This marked the realization of a strategic alliance militarily among the capitalist camp after World War II, extending and developing the Marshall Plan in the military field, enabling the United States to control the defense system of the European Union and symbolizing the United States' status as a global superpower. After the Cold War, with the reunification of Germany and the dissolution of the Soviet Union, American leaders made commitments to former Soviet leader Yeltsin, including the current Russian leadership, promising that NATO would not expand eastward. Moreover, the Warsaw Pact was also dissolved, rendering NATO unnecessary. However, in reality, NATO, led by the United States, has been expanding eastward, which is why Putin expressed on social media that the U.S. deceived him. The Warsaw Pact, led by the Soviet Union, was a political and military alliance formed to counter NATO. After the Federal Republic of Germany, or West Germany, joined NATO in 1955, the socialist countries of Europe, including the German Democratic Republic, or East Germany, signed the Warsaw Pact, also known as the Soviet Eastern Treaty. The treaty was drafted by former Soviet leader Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev and was signed on May 14, 1955. In Warsaw, Poland, all Eastern European socialist countries, except for Yugoslavia, joined the Warsaw Pact. In Asia, except for China and North Korea, other socialist countries were observer states of the Warsaw Pact. On July 1, 1991, the Warsaw Pact was officially dissolved. In order to enhance France's status and influence, President de Gaulle withdrew France from NATO in 1966. Charles de Gaulle was a French military leader, politician, diplomat, and writer known as the founder of the Fifth Republic of France. The French people respectfully referred to him as General de Gaulle. De Gaulle was born in 1890 in Lille in the Nord department of northern France in a patriotic, traditional, yet progressive family. His father was a professor of history and literature. His early education and family background shaped his profound interest in history and military affairs. He graduated from the St. Cyr Military Academy in 1912 and joined the military to participate in World War I in 1913. The outbreak of the war marked his lifelong distrust of Britain as France was forced to withdraw its expeditionary forces from the Upper Nile region. He distinguished himself in World War I, being wounded 3 times and receiving commendations for his bravery in battle. However, in 1916, he was wounded and gassed during the Battle of Verdun and was captured by the Germans for 32 months, during which he made multiple escape attempts. In the prisoner of war camp, he learned German and developed a keen interest in strategic studies. His experiences had a profound impact on his future military ideas and policies. During World War II, he created and led the Free French Government French National Committee to resist German invasion. In 1958, with the outbreak of the Algerian crisis, de Gaulle returned to the political arena. He formulated a new constitution, established the Fifth Republic of France, and was elected as the first president. During his presidency, he advocated for détente and cooperation between East and West, promoting trade and cultural exchanges with the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries. France achieved a series of political and diplomatic victories, including possessing nuclear weapons, formulating a pan-European diplomatic policy, supporting the unification of the European continent, and reducing the influence of the United States and the United Kingdom. In 1964, General de Gaulle, with extraordinary strategic insight, decisively made the historic decision for comprehensive diplomatic relations between China and France, opening doors for mutual understanding and exchanges between China and France, and between the Great Xia and the Western world. China's Z-9 helicopter was introduced during that period, with the model being Dolphin. De Gaulle also advocated for the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Vietnam and lobbied many countries to strengthen France's international position. In the world. Yet after World War II, it could only rank 4th. If the French had known that China had already surpassed them, they would certainly not have believed they deserved a place in the world ranking. At this time, although France had joined NATO in order to maintain its independence and escape American control, it had been striving for leadership within NATO. An important event occurred in 1956, the Suez Canal crisis. In July 1956, Egyptian President Nasser announced the nationalization of the Suez Canal Company, previously under British and French control. In order to retake the Suez Canal, Britain and France, in collaboration with Israel, launched a military operation against Egypt at the end of October of the same year. The Suez Canal, located within Egypt's Suez Isthmus, is a vital waterway connecting Europe, Asia, and Africa. Since its opening in 1869, the Suez Canal had been managed by the Suez Canal Company, controlled by British and French monopolistic capital, serving as a tool for their invasion of Egypt and the Middle East. In 1882, British forces occupied Egypt and established the largest overseas military base for Britain in the Canal Zone. To reclaim the Suez Canal, Britain, France, and Israel quickly took military action against Egypt. This drew the attention of the two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, who swiftly agreed to assist Egypt. Under the pressure from both superpowers, Israel and the Anglo-French forces abandoned the Suez Canal. It was after this incident that the world realized that the global hegemon was no longer the Western powers led by Britain and France. The former British and French dominance had now shifted to the United States and the Soviet Union. In the aftermath of World War II, Britain and France had effectively become second-tier nations, incapable of protecting even their own colonies. In the ensuing years, they lost their colonial possessions worldwide, truly becoming second-tier countries. As a second-tier nation, France, accustomed to freedom and independence, found itself discontented after losing its status as a global hegemon and further disgruntled by the power struggles within NATO regarding nuclear development. After World War II, the United States shared nuclear technology with Britain. Following its acquisition of nuclear capabilities, Britain swiftly developed its own atomic bomb. France not only failed to obtain nuclear technology, but was also warned by the United States not to pursue atomic research. At that time, the French overlooked the fact that both Britain and the United States belonged to the Anglo-Saxon bloc, effectively working in tandem. Thus, France gradually realized that it could no longer remain in NATO, which controlled the sovereignty, military power, and military technology development rights of all member states. If France continued its membership in NATO, it would gradually be marginalized into a third-tier nation. Therefore, under de Gaulle's leadership, France announced its withdrawal from NATO in 1966. It demanded the withdrawal of NATO troops and headquarters from France. After nearly 7 years of negotiation, France indeed fully withdrew from NATO and independently developed its own nuclear weapons, even later establishing diplomatic relations with the great Eastern nation Dacia. The establishment of diplomatic relations between Western capitalist nations and Eastern socialist countries greatly shocked the entire Western world. This diplomatic engagement also made Dacia realize that there were indeed contradictions among Western nations and that they were not a monolithic bloc. This could be leveraged to resolve Dacia's international issues and accelerate national development. As France was marginalized within NATO, it gradually tasted the benefits of its successful diplomatic relations with the great Eastern nation Dacia. This made France aware of its significant advantages in the international community. In comparison to the United States and Britain, the French felt that they should play a more prominent role. Thus, while maintaining friendly relations with both the Soviet Union and Dacia, France sought to position itself as the most powerful nation on the European continent. As the only permanent member of the United Nations from the European continent, France aimed to organize a community centered around itself. The European Community, which is the precursor to the European Union. Therefore, since the 1960s until the end of 2008, France has been establishing the European Community and the EU to counter NATO, led by the United States and the two red countries of the Soviet Union and China. It wasn't until 2008 when French President Sarkozy visited the United States and planned to join NATO on April 4, 2009. After the formation of the European Union, France remained the only Western nation that could maintain a certain level of friendship and communication with the Soviet Union, Russia, and Dacia. Especially during the tense period in 2008 between NATO and Russia, the French government, as a core nation of the EU and a NATO member, decided to construct 2 Mistral-class amphibious assault ships for Russia. After decades of social development and changes in the international situation, the new French government realized that France was no longer a global power and, relying solely on itself, could not secure its voice in the world. Moreover, with the United States emerging victorious from the Cold War and the once mighty Soviet Union collapsing, the 21st century marked an era of rapid economic development, with nearly all nations striving to enhance their economies. The world entered a brief period of peace during which the role of the United Nations cannot be overlooked. The establishment of the UN has nearly reduced global conflict by 90. The remaining 10 is of course attributed to the troublesome Uncle Sam, the United States, which instigated issues such as the invasion of Iraq. As the world entered a state of peace, France lost its main adversaries. During the latter part of the Clinton administration in 2008, fiscal revenues were substantial, and the joint military strength of NATO member nations was formidable. France had no intention of clashing with NATO, as it was naturally one of the Western powers. Thus, under Sarkozy's administration, France submitted an application to rejoin NATO in November 2008, and according to NATO's accession rules, France would once again become a member on April 4, 2009. In France, within the conference room of the Élysée Palace, a significant disagreement arose between the French president and the British ambassador. No, Mr. Armstrong, the Soviet Union has already disbanded, and although Russia is powerful, it is not France's primary adversary. Currently, one could say that France has no hostile nations. Moreover, France is about to rejoin NATO, and with the protection of both the European Union and NATO, very few countries in this world can pose a threat to France. At the same time, we have maintained diplomatic relations with Eastern powers for decades, collaborating in military, civilian, and high-tech sectors, and have consistently upheld a friendly relationship. France also collaborates with Russia in energy, food, and space sectors. Even in military matters, the Russian Navy currently has an order for a Mistral-class amphibious assault ship being built in France. Additionally, they have placed new orders for 2 Mistral-class amphibious landing ships at French shipyards. Russia is an important partner for France. France is the only country in the world that can maintain friendly relations simultaneously with the 5 permanent members of the United Nations, NATO, the European Union, the United States, and socialist countries. In terms of international relations, no country has an advantage over France. If France's concealment were to damage its friendships with other nations, the repercussions for France on the international stage would be immense. This is something France absolutely cannot afford, especially since maintaining friendly relations with Russia is crucial for us. Although the Soviet Union has disbanded, Russia's deterrence cannot be underestimated. We certainly do not wish to offend them. Indeed, Mr. President, I understand you have just taken office and want to avoid trouble. You are focused on leading France to economic development and establishing a firm position in the world, perhaps even becoming a leader. However, economic development does not necessarily entail maintaining friendly relations with other countries. And regarding your hegemonic dreams, do you believe that you can realize France's aspirations of hegemony without disrupting the current world order? Mr. Ambassador Armstrong, do you have a solution to make France a world power again? Yes, Mr. President. Based on France's development over the past 50 years, France has remained independent and free. The policies during President de Gaulle's administration illustrate that you have been striving for France's great revival. As a former world power, Britain is similar to you. Does Britain also wish to restore its dreams of grandeur? It is worth noting that prior to World War II, both Britain and France were among the top powers in the world. And we, the British Empire, truly are the strongest in this world. Even at its peak, France could only rank second. Mr. Ambassador Armstrong, please mind your words. Are you trying to insult us, France? Apologies, Mr. President. What I mean to express is that there is an opportunity for us to ascend as a world power once again. Britain is ready. As the President of France, the leader of the French people, do you not want to seize this opportunity? Mr. Armstrong, if it is merely an occurrence of solar activity, this cannot inflict a devastating blow on a country. Asking us to conceal the ExoMars observational data is of no use. Mr. President, you underestimate the series of consequences that this event could generate. Moreover, our British astronomers and geologists jointly believe that this event will inevitably destroy the U.S. national power grid, and there is a small chance it could lead to localized earthquakes in the United States. Mr. President, as the world's strongest financial power, what would be the consequences if the entire country experienced a blackout for a week? And what if this process were accompanied by earthquakes? At that moment, if Britain and France were to lead in shorting the dollar with the euro and the pound, given the current national debt-to-GDP ratio in the United States, this would directly devastate the American economy. At that point, the pound, euro, and the French franc would replace the dollar's position. And I believe that Russia and Dachau would not let this excellent opportunity pass by either. Mr. President, you should know that the way to destroy a nuclear power is not through direct military conflict, but rather by allowing it to succumb to internal strife and financial collapse. It is worth noting that the massive Soviet Union disintegrated in such a manner. Mr. Ambassador Armstrong, are you suggesting that Britain would betray the United States? You must realize that you are wearing the same pants. No, it's not betrayal. Once the United States was merely our junior partner, a land of criminals and exiles. Please do not compare them to our British Empire. However, your British Empire has fallen into decline, and the whole world knows it, and now you are the junior partner of the United States. Even the backward East and Africa are aware of this. No, Mr. Sarkozy, Britain will become a world power again, and France will as well. Europe will rise. The ExoMars observational data remains at the headquarters of the French Space Agency. If France conceals this or subsequently releases the information, it would deal a tremendous blow to all countries worldwide, and the greatest loss would undoubtedly be for the United States. Only through close cooperation between Britain and France by actively impacting the financial markets after the event can we easily inflict a substantial blow to the dollar. Moreover, as the core country of the European Community, France, and an important member of the European Union, we must strive to reach a consensus. I believe other European member states will join us in countering the United States. If we can economically destroy the United States, our two countries can return to the heart of the world. However, Germany, as the central country of the European Union, is still occupied by American forces. In Asia, Japan, as the world's second-largest economy, also has its territory controlled by the American military. Therefore, as long as you can agree to our plan, we can easily persuade other EU member states. As America's adversary Russia and the Eastern Great Xia will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to destroy the United States. This incident will lead to a confrontation among the three countries, Great Xia, America, and Russia. Regardless of their willingness, this is inevitable. Mr. President, Britain and France are not enemies. Such a God-given opportunity comes once in tens of thousands of years, so please seize this chance. Do not let the French people down, and this is not just an opportunity for France, but for all of Europe. Britain and France will lead the entire continent to revival. This opportunity lies before you and me. After destroying the United States, it will be a time for Britain and France to jointly redefine the world order. Given France's friendly relations with other countries internationally, it is not impossible for France to lead the world once again. It is worth noting that the predecessor of the European Union, the European Community, was predominantly established by France. Although Germany is now the core country of the EU, as long as we Britain support you, France, you will become the Axis country of the entire world. Britain no longer wishes to be controlled by the United States, especially with the royal family wanting to lead the nation once again, as long as France is willing to lead other EU member states in supporting the rise of the royal family. Her Majesty the Queen has stated that Britain is willing to support France in becoming the core of the world and together lead the EU in controlling the world order. And this will be accomplished under your leadership in the Sarkozy government. You will lead France to revival and ascend to the status of a world hegemon. The ideals of free France will be realized globally. And all of this will happen under your wise leadership, while the British royal family will support France in implementing a lifelong presidential system. We in Britain believe that France absolutely needs to become a nation centered around the royal family. If President Sarkozy wishes to establish his own kingdom, Britain and the British royal family will unwaveringly support you alongside other royal countries in the world. Sarkozy was moved. He stood up in silence and paced back and forth in the office. Unable to make a decision, he sat back down. However, he was not the only one moved. Other high-ranking government officials were equally stirred. If France can return to a position of global hegemony under the leadership of its current government, what an immense honor that would be. If France transitions to a monarchy, not only will we be remembered in history, but we will become great figures that children will have to memorize in textbooks. We can also become important officials in the royal court based on our support for the monarchy, holding positions in the cabinet indefinitely. Regardless of status, power, or financial aspects, this is the best choice. At the Élysée Palace, following the friendly exchanges between French President Sarkozy and British Ambassador Armstrong, and after persuasion from the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and various others, President Sarkozy reluctantly reached a preliminary willingness to cooperate with the British government. Britain and France swiftly reached a series of intended cooperation in the conference room. They conducted brief and friendly discussions regarding the forthcoming action plans. The focus of future developments between the two countries will include economic, financial, political, military matters, as well as overseas territorial divisions and military cooperation across Europe. After all, Britain and France are both member states of the European Union. It is necessary to deepen cooperation after reaching agreements. Both sides quickly finalized arrangements for future high-level official visits. At the same time, Prince Philip Mountbatten of the British royal family will personally lead a delegation to visit France. The unfortunate United States remains unaware with only one sunspot activity. In less than half a day during this brief period, they were not only struck by an atomic bomb from Great Xia, but also tripped by their former big brother, now a little brother. What they will face in the future is not just natural disasters, but also man-made calamities. Soon, various media outlets in Britain and France released a call. However, the consequences were not stated too clearly, only urging their citizens to be prepared. In 6 hours from now, the nation will face a potential catastrophic event, as solar activity may disrupt our power grid and potentially trigger earthquakes. The appearance of sunspots heralds severe geomagnetic storms, which could plunge large areas of the nation into darkness and make them susceptible to other technical failures. The science behind solar storms is complex, yet the potential impacts are evident. Electromagnetic pulses can weaken the power grid, leading to widespread blackouts. In extreme cases, such as the Carrington event of 1859, these storms have caused failures in telegraph systems and even ignited telegraph paper. Recently, solar activity has been linked to disturbances in the subsurface magnetic field believed to be associated with an increase in seismic activity. In light of the imminent threats of power outages and potential earthquakes, the nation has swiftly taken action. The power grid has been reinforced to withstand solar storms, including updates to transformers and surge protectors. Simultaneously, the military has increased monitoring of solar activity, and the Disaster Emergency Management Agency has enhanced real-time communication between meteorological services and power companies. The National Science Laboratory has activated seismic sensors to detect any unusual activity that may be triggered by solar storms. In summary, the nation will face serious threats in the coming hours. The scientific background of solar storms requires us to take decisive action swiftly to mitigate impacts on our critical infrastructure. Failing to act now could lead to unimaginable consequences. Therefore, all citizens are urged to follow national directives and cooperate with government departments to actively respond to the disaster, ensuring the safety of the nation during this crisis. Although the reports and appeals from Britain and France are rather vague and superficial, they do not specify what everyone must do. However, when the sunspots truly approach their countries, Britain and France decisively cut off the national power grid and mandated that all factories across the country cease operations and take shelter, stating that work could not resume without government notification. All units of the nation, including the military and special units like airports, halted operations. Britain and France had warned their citizens half a day in advance about the impending geomagnetic storm and potential earthquakes. Additionally, France forwarded ExoMars observational data to Russia 3 days before the outbreak of sunspots. Whether Russia had time to analyze the sunspot activity is not France's concern. As a core EU member, France shared the disaster information with the entire EU 3 hours in advance, requesting confidentiality. The EU preemptively halted the power supply and shut down all electronic devices 20 minutes in advance, leading to the emergency suspension of airports, factories, and facilities across Europe. This minimized the impact of the event on Europe. However, there is a reason why Westerners are few. The common folk must also heed their directives. Many received government warnings, especially considering such vague reports. The crowds that had ventured out to avoid disaster returned after realizing no earthquake occurred. Afterward, when the earthquake struck, although the intensity was not significant, some poorly constructed houses collapsed, injuring some unfortunate individuals. It can be said that the impact of this solar activity on Europe was minimal. However, the accompanying earthquake did cause considerable damage to the region. This was unforeseen by the European Space Agency, which, according to their analysis, deemed the likelihood of geomagnetic storms triggering earthquakes very low, even impossible, as Europe had yet to conduct research in this area. They only issued a warning for a possible earthquake as a precaution. Thus, it is evident how much General Shumilov of Russia, as an expert in aerospace, contributed to Russia. In contrast, the aerospace talent in Europe pales compared to General Shumilov. Although the hypothesis of a possible earthquake was raised, the aerospace experts did not understand the underlying principles, so it did not attract much attention. They were even unaware that the earthquake would continue until a meteor swarm collided with the Earth. Returning to County No. 1, middle school students had already evacuated the teaching building. Under the guidance of school leaders and teachers, they stood on the playground lined up by class. Though they were in formation, no one managed the discipline as students huddled in groups, some sharing their experiences and comforting each other, while others squatted on the ground crying alone or making constant phone calls, and some girls grouped together weeping. Xiefeng Tian, Yu Jiang Hao, and a few other boys shared their experiences of the earthquake. Many students from different classes lay injured on the ground. Most injuries were minor cuts and bruises, with a few having sprained ankles or broken bones. The homeroom teacher was attending to a few enthusiastic students who were providing first aid. The most unfortunate was Wang Siwen, the chubby boy who was now covered in blood with wounds all over his body, truly suffering greatly this time. The earthquake struck so suddenly that everyone escaped empty-handed. Some didn't even grab their jackets, let alone any medical supplies. There was no suitable place for shelter, so they could only lay him on the ground. As for his wounds, they could only be left untreated for now. After all, there were no medical supplies or tools available. Fortunately, a few caring girls were helping to take care of him. Teachers from various classes were checking on their students' injuries and comforting those who were frightened. The playground was filled with cries during the earthquake. Everyone had panicked and fled, not feeling fear at that moment. Now that they were in a safe place, many students only then realized their fear, with some breaking down and crying on the ground. The principal was in a meeting with several school leaders discussing various plans, but none seemed effective. Currently, aftershocks were occurring one after another, and everyone stood on the playground. As time passed, the sun began to set, and the temperature started to drop. The highest temperature during noon had been above 15 degrees. Now that the sun had set and the wind had picked up, everyone began to feel cold. Tianyu tightened her arms around herself, hunching her neck, feeling desperate. It's so cold. I ran out so quickly that I forgot to grab my clothes. Xiefeng turned his head and looked around. Oh, everyone was cold, and few had worn jackets during the hurried escape. Let's get closer. Huddling together will keep us warmer. Sai, what time is it now? When will school be over? I want to go home quickly. Zhang Xiaobo said. It's almost 5 o'clock. Oh, surely we should be let out early today due to the earthquake. Jiang Hao replied. You guys are overthinking it. There's no way we'll be let out, Xiefeng said. First of all, we have evening study sessions that last until after 8 o'clock. Second, if we were let out now and another earthquake occurred, who would take responsibility if something happened to us on the way home? Moreover, with the continuous aftershocks, this constitutes an emergency situation, and the school will definitely impose restrictions on us. So we're just standing here on the playground, freezing and hungry. I am hungry. I want to eat. I want to go home and lie down on the bed to sleep, Zhang Xiaobo said. If you don't want to stand, you can lie down too. Tianyu teased. Get lost. It's cold standing. Lying down is even colder. The ground is so cold. What are you afraid of? Look at Wang Siwen. Isn't he lying down just fine? He has just fainted. Okay. By the way, he has been lying down for over an hour. If he keeps lying down like this, won't he freeze to death? Then take off your clothes and lay them on the ground for him. Zhang Xiaobo fell silent. I am also hungry. If I could eat, I could stand here for another 2 hours. Right now, I am both hungry and cold. Let's ask the teacher. Xiefeng, you go find the head of the teaching office and ask when we can eat. Who should I ask? Didn't you see the principal is having a meeting? Moreover, do you dare to go to the cafeteria now? Tianyu pointed to a direction. You two idiots, look over there. The two of them looked in the direction Tianyu was pointing and saw a group of people in white uniforms standing in a row towards the logistics department. It's over. There will definitely be no dinner tonight. The chefs and the lunch ladies are all standing over there. Who is going to cook? Even if we go back to cook now, it would be good to eat by 8 p.m. What should we do then? Are we just going to waste time here? From the school leadership side, the principal said it's getting late, the weather is too cold, and the students are not wearing jackets. It's not a solution to just waste time on the playground, especially with many injured. How about we cancel the evening study session and let the students go? It's already time for them to leave, the logistics minister suggested. No way. If we let them go now, what if something happens to them on their way home? Principal Shin said. Moreover, without instructions from the higher-ups, we cannot just release the students. The head of the teaching office also said, that's right, the principal cannot let them leave. We still don't understand the situation of the earthquake disaster, and communication has not been restored. This is an emergency situation, and we must manage the students well. Wait for instructions from the government and higher authorities. But what should we do now? Communication is interrupted, and we have no supplies. So many students are injured, and the temperature is starting to drop. We can't just let the students stand on the playground like this. Minister Zhang, don't panic. We still have some time to handle this. Principal Li said, Lao Xin, you know, I have always worked in public security, and I have experience in emergencies and disaster self-rescue. You should listen to me on this matter. The best plan for now is to let everyone stay on the playground. This is the safest and most reliable way. We have no seriously injured people. The students can hold on for a while longer. At least we can ensure everyone is safe for now. During this time, we need to actively self-rescue while waiting for instructions from higher authorities. The head of the teaching office interjected, Principal Li, this is not a long-term solution. The students are quickly reaching their limits and many are injured. The temperature is getting colder, and in another 2 hours it is likely to drop to 3 degrees. By then, no one will be able to endure it. Don't panic, so I suggest we actively self-rescue now. First, send someone to the cafeteria to collect food and tools. We don't need much food, just enough for everyone to have half a bowl of porridge. We need to cook for everyone on the playground so they can have something warm to eat and hold on a bit longer. Then send a few male teachers to the gymnasium and dormitory to get some mats and blankets. First, settle the injured. We also need to go to the infirmary to get some medicine to treat everyone's wounds. Finally, let the students gather some branches nearby to start a fire for warmth. This way we can basically hold out until we can contact the outside world. At the same time, we need to send a male teacher out to report directly to the county government and request instructions from them. Our school is only a few kilometers from the government building. It would take less than 2 hours for someone to run there and back. Moreover, after the earthquake, our school has a large number of students, and as an important unit, the county government must be most concerned about schools when they realize an earthquake has occurred. They should take the initiative to contact us. However, since there is a problem with communication equipment, both we and the government are out of contact. So I speculate that if the government building hasn't collapsed, the county committee will definitely send someone to our school to investigate the situation. After all, a school with thousands of students is a major issue if something goes wrong, especially since they are all children. No other unit is more concerning to the government than a school. Minister Zhang asked, then, is it still necessary for us to send someone to report to the government? It's been a while since the earthquake. The government should have sent people by now. Principal Shun said we still need to send someone to check it out. Our school has so many people lacking clothes and food, and there are injured. With so many schools in Liaonan County, the county may not necessarily come to us first. Besides, our high school students have survival skills. Even if the county sends people to investigate each school, they will likely go to elementary schools first. Yes. We need to hurry and send someone out. Teacher, will you take the trouble and run to the county to report our situation to them, requesting instructions and assistance from the county? After getting the order, come back and notify us immediately. There are already dozens of parents gathered outside the school. This time coincides with the normal dismissal time. If the school can release the students, it would relieve a lot of pressure. Teacher Wu asked Principal Shun, what if the county government building collapsed and we can't find the person in charge? What collapsed? Our old building hasn't collapsed. How could their building collapse? Director Yao took the opportunity to say. Principal Li glared at Director Yao and said to Teacher Wu, don't listen to Director Yao's nonsense. Although our county government building is built quite grandly, even better than the city government compound, it is also to better serve the people of Liaonan County. Just look at it, precisely because the quality of the county government building is good that it was able to survive the earthquake. This not only preserved the command center of Liaonan County, but also protected the lives of countless comrades. What Director Yao said earlier was not wrong. Our school's teaching building is so old, and yet did not collapse during the earthquake. The county government buildings certainly won't have any issues. Moreover, look, the residential buildings outside the school haven't collapsed either. Just go with peace of mind. Pay attention to safety on the way. When you reach the county, make sure to bring back rescue supplies as soon as possible. Many of our students have scratches. Principal Shin also said, right, Xiao Wu, hurry. After consulting the leadership, bring back the rescue supplies as soon as possible. The main thing is to ask the county leaders if we can release the students now that it's dismissal time so they can go home. After Teacher Wu left, Principal Shun said, we can't wait any longer. Everyone, let's act quickly to self-rescue. Minister Zhang Yu and your logistics department go to the cafeteria to salvage some food and tools, then set up pots to cook on the playground. Let everyone eat something warm. Pay attention to safety, go quickly, and return quickly. Director Yao Wei, please take a few male teachers to the infirmary and the gym to fetch some medical supplies and mats, and then go to the dormitory building to bring back some blankets. Principal Li, lead the students to collect some branches. Be sure to pay attention to safety. The leaders of county know. One high school have devised a simple self-rescue plan after some deliberation, but it can only cope with immediate needs. After all, the temperature difference between day and night is significant. It is uncertain how many days the earthquake will last. If the county government does not allow students to go home, it would be impossible for so many students to spend the night without a place to stay. On the playground, due to the earthquake, many students rushed out in a hurry and did not grab their coats. Now that the sun has set and the temperature is starting to drop, a chilly breeze blows from time to time. The students are only wearing short sleeves, shivering and huddling together. Groups of 3 or 5 are wrapping their arms around each other to keep warm. At this moment, Tianye's hands and feet have gone completely cold, and the exposed skin is stinging and stiff from the wind. Wang Haoran knows that only a few houses in Wangjia village have collapsed, and with no casualties, he stops paying attention to this area and turns his thoughts towards the entire Liaonan County. The streets are filled with people who have all run out. In the open areas, there are those wandering about without anywhere to go. Overall, Liaonan County has not suffered significant losses. The main destruction is in rural areas where houses have collapsed severely. The buildings in the city remain relatively intact, with most of the collapsed structures being prefabricated houses. There are also a few buildings on fire for unknown reasons. In addition, Wang Haoran notices a strange phenomenon. There is no communication signal throughout Liaonan County. This means that mobile phones cannot connect, and they are in a state of disconnection from the outside world. Wang Haoran retracts his thoughts and joins Zhou Yong, becoming part of the group, huddling together for warmth. Due to the earthquake, Wang Haoran overlooks the meteorite swarm that is about to strike the earth. He returns to the small group of boys chatting and sees Wang Liyuan, who is also very cold, huddling together with a few girls. He stands up and walks over to Wang Liyuan, calling out her name. Without waiting for Wang Liyuan to ask what was going on, he takes off his coat and drapes it over her. Wang Liyuan is stunned by the cold and only reacts when Wang Haoran puts the coat on her. Wang Haoran, why did you give me your coat? You should wear it. Wang Liyuan realizes what's happening, and her face, already red from the wind, turns even redder. Saying this, she takes off the coat to return it to Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran hurriedly stops her, saying, I'm not cold, you wear it. He then helps Wang Liyuan put the coat on her, but due to the propriety between men and women, he feels embarrassed to help her zip it up. At this moment, several girls watching from the side start to tease, and Xiefeng Zhou Yong and others join in the fun. Everyone looks at the two of them, making Wang Liyuan extremely embarrassed. Gao Bin stands up nearby, wrapping his arms around Wang Haoren's arm, saying, "Wang Haoren, she is cold too. You should give me a coat too." Upon hearing her voice, Wang Haoren involuntarily shivers. Gao Bin is a student from the experimental class living in the county town with both parents working in the government. She has a relatively good living condition, tends to be greedy for food, and can weigh as much as 2 Wang Siwen. Her size is one of the heaviest in school, and she is a good friend of Wang Liyuan. Under her influence, Wang Liyuan has also gained quite a bit of weight. The name Gao Bin sounds rather masculine, and as a heavyweight, she has a boisterous personality, often hanging out with the boys. Wang Haoren does not particularly like her. He prefers the honest, cute, and obedient type, like Wang Liyuan. If it were just her hugging Wang Haoren's arm, or speaking in a flirty tone, he wouldn't be so startled. What Wang Haoren is most wary of is her boisterous character and her exceptionally high combat skills. Gao Bin is either joking or genuinely likes him. She has previously confessed to several boys in her class, including Tianyu and Xiefeng. She even tried to drag Xiefeng into the empty storeroom at school due to her size advantage. Once in front of everyone, she reached out and pulled half of Xiefeng's body into the storeroom across the hallway. Xiefeng was so frightened at that moment that his soul almost jumped out. His adrenaline surged, and after a struggle, he finally managed to escape. After coming out, Xiefeng was terrified of Gao Bin, and other boys tried to avoid her. This incident happened less than 2 classes later. The weak scholar Tianyu happened to bump into Gao Bin in the hallway. Gao Bin had also confessed to him before, but it was just a casual joke, and everyone thought she was kidding, laughing it off without taking it seriously. In the morning, Gao Bin didn't manage to capture Xiefeng, so in the afternoon, she set her sights on Tianyu. In the hallway, Gao Bin approached Tianyu and said, "I like you, let's date." Tianyu awkwardly laughed and refused, saying he needed to focus on his studies. Gao Bin wouldn't let him go and grabbed his arm, pulling Tianyu towards the nearby storeroom playfully. The students watching thought Gao Bin had locked onto a new target and were enjoying the spectacle. Thinking they were just playing around, Xiefeng saw Tianyu being grabbed and retreated while enjoying the show, while Tianyu shouted for help, but no one came to save him. Tianyu struggled desperately to escape, but unfortunately his thighs were not as thick as her arms, making it impossible to break free. Even Xiefeng, a sports top student, nearly stumbled under Gao Bin's strength. Tianyu was quickly pulled into the room, and as the door closed, Gao Bin began to kiss and touch him. Afterwards, Tianyu came out with tears in his eyes. His face was extremely pale, and he didn't speak for several days. Later, the boys learned that Gao Bin was serious and had really kissed Tianyu. They all became fearful of her, especially the physically weaker boys, estimating that they wouldn't be able to escape Gao Bin's grasp. Everyone would avoid her when they saw her, and they had never offended her, showing her great respect. Wang Haoren had also been confessed to by her before, but he didn't take it seriously since Gao Bin had confessed to over 10 boys, and even boys from other classes were not spared. It is said that Lu Mingliang, who plays basketball well in the adjacent class, was also dragged into the small dark room by her. When Lu Mingliang came out, his face was ashen, and he didn't say a word, probably having had a similar experience. Now with Gao Bin holding onto his arms, Wang Haoren feels very anxious. "Gao Bin, you're cold too. Let me find you another coat." "No, I just need the one you gave to Wang Liyuan." Wang Liyuan said she didn't want your coat. Saying this, she reaches out to grab Wang Liyuan's coat. Wang Haoren hurriedly reaches out to stop her, saying that coat is for Wang Liyuan. "Ooh, she is freezing. Don't tease her." "All right then. Yuan, Wang Haoren specifically brought you clothes. Look, he's wearing a short-sleeved shirt himself. Just wear it." Saying this, he reached out a hand to help Wang Liyuan zip it up. Wang Liyuan turned red in the face as she received clothes from a male classmate in public, not uttering a word, but deep down, she felt quite happy to be liked by someone. Wang Haoren extended a hand and placed it on Gao Bin's hand, gently applying pressure to prompt her to let go. Meanwhile, he awkwardly smiled and said, "Classmate Gao Bin, I'll go find you some clothes now." Gao Bin tightened her embrace, saying, "You don't need to, I'm warm enough with you here." "Huh?" Wang Haoren grinned, his smile awkward as he didn't know what to say. He could only laugh awkwardly. Wang Haoren felt quite anxious as he realized he was stuck with Gao Bin, whose arms were thicker than his legs, and he found it difficult to shake her off. After all, they were classmates, and everyone was just joking around. At this moment, other classmates gathered around to watch the commotion, urging Wang Haoren to keep Gao Bin warm for a while. At this time, another girl came up and hugged Wang Haoren's arm, saying, "I'm cold too, warm me up for a bit." This girl was named Guoxin Ru, who was Wang Haoren's classmate in middle school. She excelled academically and entered the top county high school alongside him. In middle school, Wang Haoren had to ride a bicycle to school since he lived far away. One day after school, Guoxin Ru walked with him and asked him to take her part of the way. Since their homes were indeed on the same route, Wang Haoren didn't hesitate to give her a ride on his bicycle's rear seat, which continued until graduation. Although people might misunderstand seeing a boy and a girl riding the same bicycle, Wang Haoran swore he never had any romantic thoughts. Wang Haoran could swear that during middle school he was focused on having fun and invested most of his energy into playing. He never entertained any romantic notions. As for Guo Xinru's thoughts, Wang Haoran truly did not know. He only understood that they rode together due to their shared route and their status as classmates. Guo Xinru had an outgoing personality, a slim figure, and a pleasing appearance fitting the cool girl stereotype. Especially with her short hair and cheerful demeanor, she had high emotional intelligence, often mingling with boys and generally taking the lead among girls. Many boys in the class liked her. In their eyes, she embodied both beauty and coolness. Wang Haoran was puzzled as to why Guo Xinru had also come to join the fun and hug his arm, but he didn't mind her. At the moment they touched, he felt a chilly yet familiar sensation. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Wang Haoran, as during their walks home in the past Guo Xinru would always hug his waist from the back of the bicycle. Sometimes she would even press her face against his back. Now with Gao Bin and Guo Xinru each hugging an arm, Wang Haoran found himself unable to move. Wang Haoran's mind was a bit blank. He wondered how to resolve this situation. Running away was not an option. He could only stay stiffly in place, awkwardly chuckling. Before he could think of a solution, Guo Xinru rested her head on his shoulder. Standing at 171 centimeters, she was not much shorter than Wang Haoran. At that moment, with her arms wrapped around his, she closed her eyes, leaning against his shoulder. Gao Bin usually had a good relationship with Guo Xinru, as they were both girls, and the girls in the experimental class generally got along well. However, Gao Bin loved food, and Wang Liyuan often accompanied her to have fun and eat delicious food. In the experimental class, they were the closest. Gao Bin assessed the situation and realized she was just teasing Wang Haoran while playfully provoking Wang Liyuan. However, with Guo Xinru resting her head on Wang Haoran's shoulder and enjoying the moment, it didn't feel like mere teasing. Gao Bin began to feel a hint of doubt. Although she was Wang Liyuan's good friend, she was also a good classmate of Guo Xinru. Since Wang Liyuan hadn't expressed any feelings for Wang Haoran, perhaps it was best not to stir things up. Gao Bin began to retreat mentally. Wang Haoran, still awkwardly chuckling, said to Gao Bin and Guo Xinru, "I know you're cold. I'll go find you some clothes," and he lightly tried to pull away from Gao Bin's embrace. To his surprise, when he gently tugged, Gao Bin actually let go. Wang Haoran, feeling relieved, instinctively attempted to pull his arm out from Guo Xinru's hold. But the moment he applied force, Guo Xinru hugged him even tighter, wrapping one arm around his waist, saying, "I'm cold, let me hold on a bit longer." Wang Haoran was once again puzzled and could only let her hold on for a while. After a bit, he said, "All right, I'll go find you some clothes," and try to break free. However, Guo Xinru did not let go. Instead, she said, "You hold me. Ooh, I'm cold, it will be fine in a bit." With that, she wrapped both arms around Wang Haoran's waist. At this moment, everyone started to notice something was up, and they all stared intently. Wang Haoran understood that she was genuinely freezing, so he gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Guo Xinru rested her chin on Wang Haoran's shoulder, her face almost touching his. At that moment, although Wang Haoran didn't think too much about it, he felt a bit awkward and embarrassed. After Guo Xinru held on for a while, she finally released her arms, gently breaking free from the embrace. Wang Haoran said, "You all hang in there, I'll go find you some clothes," and turned to leave. Watching Wang Haoran's departing figure, Guo Xinru stood still and stared as he walked away. The classmates, seeing the excitement dissipate, returned to their little groups, chatting about shared topics. However, the topic everyone was most interested in was the communication issue. Zhang Xiaobo said, "It's been so long, why is there still no signal?" Zhang Hao's relatives worked at a communication company, so he was more knowledgeable in that area and explained to everyone. The main reason should be that the base station was damaged. However, now that an earthquake has occurred, even if the base station was intact, everyone wouldn't be able to connect. Why is that? Tianyu asked. It's similar to when we usually experience lag on the internet. Too many people making calls at the same time causes a bottleneck. Generally, a base station covers a radius of 500 to 1,000 meters in urban areas, but in our county towns' open areas, it can cover within 10 kilometers. With the same base station, if everyone within a 10-kilometer range is using it and making calls simultaneously, do you think connections can go through? Then we should just keep trying to call until it connects. That won't work. The more you call, the greater the impact on the network, and the base station becomes more congested, ultimately leading to no one being able to connect. When we make calls, the base station establishes a separate communication path for both parties, which cannot be used by anyone else. The communication path will not be reassigned to others until the call ends. However, considering technical and economic factors, the telecommunications company will not lay an infinitely wide call path. In impoverished counties like ours, the number of people who can talk simultaneously at any given time does not exceed 300. Therefore, a base station generally supports only 300 calls within its range. Others are constantly dialing calls. Even if they do not connect, they will eventually interfere with the station, causing everyone to lose communication. Of course, the earthquake may have altered the geomagnetic field, or perhaps the geomagnetism affected the signal. After listening to Jiang Hao's analysis, everyone roughly understood why the phones were malfunctioning. Either the station is malfunctioning, or there is geomagnetic interference, or there are too many people making calls simultaneously causing the station to jam. Or perhaps all of the above occurred. Wang Haoran did not hesitate, and quickly went to find his homeroom teacher Zhou to report the situation of the students and request permission to go to the teaching building to retrieve clothes for everyone. Teacher Zhou replied, "Sure, just now the principal held a meeting to arrange for teachers to return to the school for supplies. You have good physical fitness, so you can go along. However, I must first consult the principal to see if he agrees to allow students to participate in transporting supplies." Moments later, Teacher Zhou brought Wang Haoran before the principal, where the head of the education office was still discussing the self-rescue plan with the principal. "Do you have something to discuss, Teacher Zhou?" Director Zhang asked. Wasn't the principal just in a meeting instructing teachers to rescue supplies? Wang Haoran also wants to participate, but am concerned about the potential for accidents with student involvement, so I'm asking the principal. Principal Shun, having understood the situation, was about to speak. Director Zhang then said, "Principal, we have only dispatched a few teachers to rescue supplies, and the efficiency is truly too slow. Our school has so many students, and teachers relying solely on these few people to retrieve supplies is simply not feasible. Moreover, they will not be able to sustain their physical stamina. I suggest we also select some students to participate in the rescue of supplies." Zhang Yu. The risk is too great. If casualties occur, how will the school explain to the students' parents and the government? We also have many female teachers who can participate. Hearing the principal's words, Wang Haoran realized he was not being permitted to go and immediately interjected, "Report to the principal member Wang Haoran reporting in. As a member of the Communist Youth League of Daxia and a model student in the city, I apply to participate in the earthquake relief efforts." The head of the education office also interjected, "Yes, principal, you see, just these few male teachers going back and forth to the school for supplies will not solve the major issue. I suggest we gather all league members and select physically fit boys to participate in the rescue of supplies. The temperature is dropping too fast. If we wait a little longer, it may approach 0 degrees. With those students only wearing short sleeves, they will not survive the night. Moreover, based on past experiences of earthquakes in our country, the government will surely take over the school. I suspect that even if the county government is aware of our situation, they will not agree to let us leave school. Currently, it is unclear how long the earthquake will continue. The aftershocks come intermittently, and everyone will have to stay in the school playground for several days. We should take advantage of the current lull in the earthquake to arrange for people to rescue supplies. It would be best to move some chairs out and start a fire in the campus to warm everyone up." After a moment of thought, Principal Shun said, "I'm not unaware of the seriousness of this situation. It seems the earthquake may indeed develop in the way you mentioned." "All right, but students must participate voluntarily. It cannot be forced." "Okay, Principal, I will notify everyone right away." The head of the education office picked up the microphone and conveyed to all faculty and students that the school is preparing to gather students to actively participate in earthquake relief efforts and rescue supplies. After hearing the announcement from the head of the education office, the students were momentarily stunned and began to whisper to each other. The playground soon filled with buzzing sounds as everyone discussed intensely. Zhang Xiaobua said, "I'm not going. If there's another earthquake, we could die." Tian Yu said, "What a coward you are. It's just going back to the teaching building to rescue supplies. What are you afraid of? Are you planning to go, Tian Yu?" Zhou Yong asked in confusion. "Me? Of course I'm not going." Tian Yu shouted, "Hey, you little coward, if you're not going, why are you still boasting here? And you're mocking me." Zhang Xiaobua said, "It's not that I don't want to go. Didn't you hear the announcement? You need to be physically fit and fast. Look at me, I have no strength at all. How can I move things? Besides, I twisted my ankle a bit when I ran out earlier and am not feeling well now." "Ugh," Zhang Xiaobua said. Xiefeng looked at the few of them joking around and decided not to waste time with them, getting up to prepare to register with the principal to participate in the rescue of supplies. Zhou Yong asked Xiefeng, "Are you planning to go?" "Yes, I want to help. I think the earthquake should be fine. Oh, I want to take a chance. If I succeed, the school will definitely record it in the plans. That would help with both further studies and job applications." Zhou Yong and the other classmates were also moved. At this moment, a female teacher from the neighboring class spoke to her students, saying, "Everyone try not to go. Life is only once, and it's not worth it if something happens. You all got into County No. 1 high school because of your excellent academic performance. Just focus on studying well. Even if you don't go to a key university, you can still get into a second-tier school. You all have a great future ahead. Don't take risks. You are still children, and rescuing supplies is not something you need to do." This female teacher may have been worried about the safety of her class or considered that casualties could affect the admission rates. In any case, not a single student from her class went. Meanwhile, teacher Zhou and Wang Haoren in the experimental class waited at the principal's office, and soon more than 20 students gradually gathered. Among them were students from the experimental class Tian, Yujiang Haozhang Xiaobo Xiefeng, and Zhou Yong. The first-year experimental class had 6 students participate. Why did the large county know? One high school with over 1,000 students only have these few participants. It's not the students' fault. After all, everyone had just survived a life-and-death experience during the earthquake. It is only natural not to want to take more risks. Soon the principal divided these students into 3 groups, assigning them to Director Yaowei, Director Zhang Yu, and Principal Li to lead them into the teaching building to transport supplies. Wang Haoren and the few students from the experimental class naturally formed a team led by Zhang Yu. Their main task was to go to the gym on the first floor to move the green mats typically used for sit-ups, as well as to collect medicines and transport some wooden chairs. After the head of the education office explained the precautions, everyone heard the principal shout charge. And then everyone quickly ran towards the teaching building, entering and exiting rapidly. They aimed to retrieve the needed supplies in the shortest time possible. After Wang Haoren moved several mats, he took advantage of others not paying attention to run back to his classroom.